クするステージ、視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう。一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ。ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語、ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよ。どこまでも広がる空、勇気を持って進もう。君が主役のストーリー、さあ始めよう。この瞬間が宝物だよ、キュンとするでしょ。
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000赏，几曾着眼看后望。真度真度，旌旗叹欧陆。
位节目们，大家好，我是真一，欢迎来到新一期的赛季前瞻栏目。永劫无间第16个赛季燃耀将在4月1日正式开启，和大家保证啊，这可绝对不是愚人节玩笑。在本期的前瞻中呢，除了已经在测试服与大家见面的新武器飞刀之外，我们还准备了更多的内容爆料。毫无疑问 ，S16将又是一个量大管饱的赛季。如同集齐7龙珠就能召唤神龙之力那样，我们也将在接下来的节目中为各位玩家点起7把火，期待他们能像赛季名称燃耀一样，点亮这个永劫无间迄今最燃的赛季更新。有请主策划飞鸿老师为我们带来游戏内容的重磅爆料。
嗨，大家好，我是永劫主策划飞鸿。近2个月的版本更新中啊，游戏内容的释出节奏稍微有所放缓，有玩家可能会怀疑啊，开发组是不是在摸鱼？也有不少人说是不是在憋个大的？老实说，我们确实还需要一些时间。进入25年以来，我们正在紧锣密鼓地开发一个内容量远超新地图的全新游戏内容，并将在周年庆的裂缝事件中与大家正式见面。而在即将到来的16赛季，玩家们将体验到另一个重要事件——日火。我们将跟随车三娘的话语，逐步揭开祭山海背景故事的新篇章。作为永劫无间最具代表性的英雄之一，烈豪祭山海在2020年末第一次游戏测试的时候就和大家见过面了，掐指一算已经过了4年多了。他开大时那支标志性的怒火焚身，相信大家也再熟悉不过。这次赛季事件中，我们花费了等同一个新英雄的工作量，为火德之师的祭山海打造了全新的面貌。是的，这是你从未见过的祭山海超燃的一面。 配套的英雄故事 CG、神品外观、神品发型也将于赛季内上线。揭开季沧海新篇章的同时啊，为了更好的适应游戏版本变化，季沧海的技能也将迎来重做。我们非常期待上线后，火蓝玩家能给大家带来非常精彩的操作。此外，灵魂夜的英雄技能在这次也将合并调整。我们目前的计划是移除灵魂夜的 F1，保留 F2、F3，同时加强浮空释放时的吸附效果，使它不容易打空了。在奥义方面，我们移除了 V2，并对 V1和 V3进行了调整。V1啊，我们准备给它增加可枢机释放。V1在释放时只会消耗一部分怒气，释放的怒气将在夺秒的过程中陆续消耗，避免出现奥义被打断后怒气直接归零的不良体验。V3则在连线爆炸时新增了沉默效果，加强了灵魂夜在释放奥义时的压迫感。还有一些其他英雄的平衡调整，欢迎大家在后续版本的测试服中亲自上手体验，并与我们分享看法。大家提出的每一条建议啊，都是这些英雄调整最终成型不可或缺的助力。新武器飞刀上线测试服以来，引发了许多关注和讨论。各位先锋瑞士团的热心玩家也为我们提出了很多实打实的建议。没错，作为忍杰首款真正意义上忍剑皆备的武器啊，飞刀看起来确实格外与众不同。一方面，我们希望这些设计能够丰富对主的可能性，同时呢，我们也未曾忘记此前新武器上线的教训啊。所以评估这次新武器新基地的时，我们会格外的谨慎。正是基于这个考量啊，我们决定提前1个多月将飞刀放入测试服，留出充足的时间供大家仔细的体验，也让我们有机会打磨修改。我重申一下哦，飞刀不是如人节整活。对于这个久违半年多推出的新武器，我们是认真的想要把它做得更好的。在这儿，我也想给大家分享对飞刀初步调整的一些想法。结合目前测试服的一些数据表现啊，我们在考虑减少右键正击的前摇，增加后摇。此外，按键截断普通攻击的效果也将不再打断钩手飞行了。以上调整内容啊，将在3月26日的测试服中实装，有待大家进一步的体验和检阅。在同期的测试服中，我们还将加入飞刀的惊魂润。这段战斗动作的设计灵感啊，源自经典武侠小说中的招式“暴乳梨花针”，集中之极，出必见血，将暗器之王的暴力美学挥洒到极致。如果你也想要拥有这份天下第一的潇洒，就别忘了在测试服更新后亲自上手测试。在飞刀相关的反馈中啊，我们还收到了不少有关武器皮肤的建议，比如有些玩家提到可以将扑克牌作为外观的灵感进行设计。这其实和我们正在开发中的内容啊不谋而合。在去年12月的53联动宣传片中啊，杰洛特曾有一幕靠丢出纸牌化干戈为玉帛的画面。不论多久，大家也能在游戏中像这样四两拨千斤般的丢出飞牌了。如果有更多关于飞刀玩法的和外观的建议啊，欢迎大家在评论区或弹幕告诉我们。6月初，征程之路的全新篇章将和大家见面。而此前我们曾透露，同在6月上线的全新战斗道具，也在我们的努力下反向跳票，至4月和大家见面了。它就是全新的法宝系统。胡桃的噬魂斩变成了毁天灭地的次元斩，玉立人的香炉长出4条大尾巴，季沧海的火球还可以是一个定时炸弹。感受到了吗？这些就是英雄配装专属法宝的威力。在局外锻造出入天宫台，消耗混沌石，可随机打造出不同效果的法宝，为你的战斗提供巨大的增益。除了前面提到的英雄专属法宝，还有其他一些增加零点上限、强化零点打击等等的效果的通润法宝可供打造。你可以为锻造出来的法宝升级和觉醒，使它进化并获得更强烈的效果。法宝锻造材料的混沌石主要获得方式啊，来自全新的烽火百炼玩法。在百人洞地下的炼心渊内啊，英雄们需要击杀藤鬼，将藤鬼上层的精气注入丹炉内，来维持混沌天炉的运转，帮助天炉进阶。积攒进度并成功守卫天炉进源后，便能收获满满一篓的战利品混沌石了。烽火百炼玩法和法宝系统将在每个真神赛季的后半程上线，并随着真神赛季的更新而重置。而且每个真神赛季都会推出全新的英雄专属法宝和通润法宝，力求让大家玩得更爽。另一个重大内容更新，就是在6月上线的真神之路全新篇章。 从这个征程季开始，英雄们的对手不再是万象，而是天海大师口中并非无敌的领族人。本次新关卡将随着苍蓝托莫尔的脚步来到长生寨，而在那里等候他的是曾经目睹300年前苍蓝部落兴衰的环月，一位身披蓝皮的影族人。苍蓝王对草原的统治为何惨淡收场？亲眼目睹过不求灭族之力的环月，而今面对重新卷入纷争的苍蓝王后人托莫尔，又会做出如何反应呢？风吼阵的故事新篇章，或许能给大家带来解答。新赛季当然也有全新的玩法。此前远程武器在真神之路里的定位一直略显尴尬，虽然也有诸如火蓝双风暴、灵魂夜冰无眼冲的玩法，但比起近战的套路啊，远程一直不是主流。而在这个赛季，我们为远程武器量身定做的全新的战斗模式——神射系统。首先，远程武器将可以震刀了，使用鸟这种关键的英雄将获得全新的震刀招式，怪物天脸也不用担忧了，震他个措手不及。此外，在战斗中使用远程武器造成伤害，可以积攒神射值。神射值满后，你将进入神射状态，将看破所有敌人的弱点，瞄准弱点进行射击，即可造成额外的伤害。第一阶段的神射系统将覆盖特摩尔神庙、玉玲珑和顾金坎4位英雄，其余的武器招式也在紧锣密鼓的制作中，并将尽快与大家见面。
特爆！加量不加价的赛季通行证来喽！从下个赛季起，大家通行证等级达到115级之后，就能在解锁原有每个等级奖励的基础上，额外再获得一次抽奖机会，有机会抽到花鹿、宝箱等多重道具好礼，奖励加码，价格不变，多玩多得。新赛季新气象，怎么能没有新衣服呢？燃耀赛季的后续更新将有多个时装企划上新，其中打头阵的是长歌诗印系列的第2弹。继第1弹推出了3首唐诗之后，时隔多日，我们将迎来4首以词牌为主题的时装，它们是铁血丹心满江红、醉意阑珊如梦令、豪情万丈念奴娇，以及逍遥山水鹧鸪天。这些词牌主题的时装，有部分在赛季通行证中就会和大家见面了。孔子说诗词可以兴，可以观，可以群，可以悦。我们也特邀一位国家级京剧艺术家，为本次企划带来独特的京剧腔演绎，希望能用永劫无间特有的方式，将这些包罗万象的诗词浪漫传达给更多的玩家。
除了刚刚这些福利啊，我再给大家爆料一些即将上线的游戏内容吧。为了能让高水平对局的战斗更加激烈纯正，我们将尝试在赛季中后期的天人之战中引入全新的机制——金乌之力。在第3轮地脉仪刷新的时候，除了现有的地脉仪之外，我们将新增一个金乌之力地脉仪。玩家若成功占领金乌之力地脉仪，便可以给全场没有拥有成功之力的玩家添加言出效果。除了之前解言出的手段之外，新增了一个特殊任务，完成后也可以解言出了。这下真是我花开后百花杀，天人激战一触即发。今年的泼水节，一窝蜂的特殊形态一窝水将再度回归。别担心，我们参考了去年同期活动大家的反馈，一窝水的主力效果投放概率也得到调整，并增加了将其可以投入熟人井的功能。盘南岛的捷宝球也将变身为水球，碰撞后有概率获得兑换奖励的活动道具。还有一个大家呼声很高的瑞山 PVE 变身皮肤也将在燃耀赛季登场。这一次，瑞山将穿上一副荆棘编织的盔甲，每一颗荆刺不仅是强攻的利器，也是守护的尖盾。相信它能与五位侯披坚执锐、一往无前的将军之姿相得益彰。我们已经推出2款神品发型，也听到了大家对于发型配色方面的诉求。新赛季更新后神品发型都可以通过消耗染膏来解锁其他3种配色，适应大家多样化的装扮需求。新赛季还有更多的新联动吗？有的，赛季第1天就将有一款重磅联动与大家见面，请看图。这款联动内容很快就和大家见面了，预知后事如何下周2就见分晓。在上期新春前瞻中已经预告过的一款联动内容，也引发了大家踊跃的猜想。我在这里多透露一条线索吧，请看提示。
感 感谢飞鸿老师带来的第一手开发情报。燃耀赛季的前瞻内容就先分享到这里了，希望这些内容能为大家燃起更多游玩永劫无间的乐趣。永劫无间现已入围2026年的名古屋亚运会电竞项目，而就在这周四，3月20日，永劫无间 Nbpl 春季赛也将火热开战。18支联赛队伍将争夺春季赛的冠军，职业老将能否再续辉煌，又是否有黑马突出重围呢？这周四前往各大直播平台，我在 Nbpl 等你哦。大家对赛季内容有任何想讨论或者想吐槽的点，欢迎在评论区跟弹幕留言告诉我们。那我们下次前瞻再会喽，拜拜，
拜拜。
新春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫蓝梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. Ah, we have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again? Catch! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
咱们是趁乱一溜烟，2个人影都看不到边，为什么守株待兔？让你也逃不出我的手指间。一个惊喜，一个
Ooh, look.
我人性无电，一个是左右摇摆青丝。
Give it up, miss. Take a breather, would you? You're not paid enough for this. Just call it a day.
啊，这可这位轻敌头。哎，那个大活人上了哪处？
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya. 「 集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to NBPL Bi-Weekly 3 Solos Day 2. I am Raven PLZ and I am joined by the cutesy Moxie. It's going to be a lovely day of solos. New knives in the works. Viper change in the works as well. I cannot wait to see if anyone pulls out more Viper today, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, more Viper because we actually got to see XY running it on day 1, and he is on the block today, Raven. So potentially you and me may well get to see the new Viper in action, but surely we're definitely going to be seeing the new weapon in action. Throwing knives are here. We've headed on over to the new patch, and it's going to be mixing up an awful lot of things. But if you want to be keeping your hands on some very nice cosmetic things, make sure that your account is staying linked. Now, remember, this is a regular day of the season, not a bi-weekly finals day. So that lower column is not going to be available until we head into next weekend, where you'll be able to get your hands on the champion bubble choice, which changes every single season and is based on the team that won the previous.
Solos, always a little bit different this season, I'd say. Knives, I was talking to Frostus about this, and his general feeling about knives is that any type of melee range weapon is going to be very, very strong. Now, first day, seeing it in solos, I didn't really see anything stand out to me. It seems like everyone's still getting used to it. It is the first weapon that doesn't really have melee aim assist. And there's something I was always been curious about is whether or not the pros can really step up and use the aiming mechanics to its advantage. The one really cool feature I think for the knives that I'm hoping to see a lot more is its verticality. You can aim it up and down, and for the most part we're seeing in solos a lot more end games, a lot more interesting terrain situations. So I'm hoping to see something new that the pros cook up with as they get used to using the flying knives.
Yeah, I mean, when you say verticality, instantly mind transported to Realm of Yang, right? The amount of option selections around those pillars is absolutely crazy. So when you introduce a weapon that has all of those verticality options, flying knives are definitely going to be making those Realm of Yang fights fun, with a lot of mix-ups and new tech to be able to find. And I mean, it is going to be a really interesting one too, because whenever we see a new weapon going into the NBPL pool, it takes a little bit of time. Like you said, these players have had about, what, a week to be able to try and figure things out currently. So the parry timing mix-ups coming on through, we might see a couple of whiffs, because I'm sure you remember when we had staff coming on out, everyone, the muscle memory to the spear timings was mistiming the parry of the staff, and a lot of the time we got to see a lot of focus strikes being able to slip on through. But something that's definitely not slipping past is Lani, because not only do we have the flying knives and the Viper rework, Lani's V2 also got a little bit of a hefty buff, and we've already seen the impact that's had in terms of the hero phases. Last week in map number 1, phase 1, it wasn't a Liam instant shutdown, it was a Lani. Both of the players in phase 1 picked her up instantly, and I'm going to be very excited to see if that's going to continue.
And I'm looking at the leaderboards. Mike all the way at the top at 42.3, a massive day. Wufong in second at 28.2. Frostivus, I heard he got that MVP the last round of the day at 23. It's good to see my mind all the way up there. Verse 21.1. Fong back to the league, was debating on retiring, but he's back swinging. It looks like he's back in form in the top 5 at 21 points, and Shaw at 18.5. He was a little bit of slump last year, so bi-weekly 3. Hopefully he can shape things up and come back to where we see him normally at J-Cup in the top 8.
Yeah, it's heading into the second half of the season, so a lot of the rookies now are going to be having that true task, right? Last year we saw Wufong and Arano getting to come in and instantly have an impact in the NBPL solo scene. But as we headed into some of the later parts of the year, that impact settled down somewhat, and the regular pros that we'd seen, the more experienced players who were used to the slog that is the entire calendar year of having to play esports, started to be able to pull ahead. So eyes are definitely going to be on Asia today to see whether or not he is going to continue the early momentum that he had at the very beginning of this season.
Something interesting about Asia, after getting time to look into him as a player, watch a lot of his play style, he comes from the dueling aspect of the scene. And most people don't know this, but Paste as well comes from the dueling side. And we don't really see the highest form of technique within the league just because some of it is impractical. It's so hard to pull off that we don't really see it very often. But Azao actually has been bringing a lot of that technique to the league, and he's been having a ton of success. Now, a lot of people have adjusted to the playstyle and have gotten a beat on it since he did so well. But I'm curious to see if more of the really high-tech stuff is going to be dragged into the league, just because in early NARAKA, we almost never saw extended combos, and like near the end of 2024, it was pretty standard that everyone can do some type of loop. Everyone can do fan infinite, everyone can do longsword infinites. We saw Heaven Step really step up to all the pros, and now I would say everyone is so well-rounded that even combos are min-max. Now, there is a little bit more on the board as well, and Azao has been really showing us what that dueling technique looks like, and it's finally reached Pro League. I'm super excited to see more of it and whether or not more of the pros will pick up on it.
Yeah, it feels as well like he's getting to utilize that experience into the realm of Yang, because like you talked about, normally we didn't really get to see it in the past because of the amount of times that you would actually be able to utilize those full combo chains is one of the reasons why things like Takeda and Taka went out of fashion, right? Yes, you had a TOD, but that came with the asterisk of not being interrupted. And out in the open on the overworld map, there is a very high potential that you are going to get interrupted at certain aspects of time. But inside the realm of Yang, just like Transformers and Trios have been able to find their footing once more because they can all in with their ultimates without worrying about another team rolling up on the horizon and punishing the other commitment. The one-on-one, that dueling experience is finally going to start to pay off. So it's definitely going to mean that Asia is incredibly strong and advantage when he goes into the realm of Yang, and it's one of the reasons why we have seen his realm of Yang win rate be so high. Even if he matches up against the likes of Mike and Spider, he's always able to pull out a victory.
His playstyle reminds me of vintage Spider back when he in his prime, when he was dominating in Mike's absence. A lot of his opener has to always start with some type of scouting, coming in, feinting his opponent, checking out what's what, and then hard committing, just having a really good read of what to do next and following up. Now, I've also been curious in the league because of the new Jade engraved. The jumping R&B focus attack on that longsword, so many players have invested in doing more jumping LMBs into these mix-ups that we haven't seen before, and it really gives you a little bit of a different option. It also covers a lot more dodging options that we've been used to. Normally, a lot of opponents have been able to back off, get some space, kind of recompose, but we're seeing another level of aggression being stepped up just because people explored jumping R&B with longsword so much as a mix-up to put their opponent to the ground and cover their rolling wake-up situation. Now, with the recent wave roll changes being taken out of the game, before, I talked to Tryhard extensively about this, is the game became very simplified, because if you got hit to the ground, you could almost guarantee getting up very safely with very little effort. But now that wave roll's been taken out, you're able to trap a lot of your opponent's stamina, limit their amount of dodges, and really find a good beat on what they're going to do next and hard punish them. So I'm curious to see what else are we going to see with this jumping LMB meta. It's something that I picked up on, Moxie, when watching a lot of VODs with Taki. Shout out to Taki. That the jumping LMB gambit is back. It used to be kind of like this gimmick, kind of just like throwing a raw uppercut into a parry. Now we have tons of jumping LMBs from all the top duelers. I thought maybe it was just a Shen Yuan thing, but after watching Azao and even Spider, I noticed almost everyone in the league is doing this jumping LMB habit to mix up trapping with parry and catching a lot more dodges with it.
Yeah, and I mean, we have to talk about the LMB of charge LMB on the throwing knives too, which is one of the techs that you got to find out the second that you were playing around with them in the practice range, how almost instantaneous that commitment of the focus strike is. And it is a gamble, just like in jabbing with the soldier on that staff, where you have to sort of reaction and anticipate that parry coming on through. Otherwise, that focus strike is going to be able to hit you no matter the distance that you currently are. So I think it's definitely going to be catching a lot of players if they try to space out away from some of those hits coming on through. But what is going to be coming on through is the first round selections of hero picks. Like we talked about last time on day one, we got to see the Lani instantly picked up in the first round selection as we headed on over to Midoriya at midnight. Is Lipo and Verse going to be on the same track, or are we going to see a return to the traditional two Liams filling up this block? We'll find out in just a moment.
I feel with the Lani changes, she reminds me of the super dominant Matari meta. She has so much mobility that I feel like she has to be a first pick now, on top of the fact that she has so many TODs. And we are getting the mix-up. Lipo is going to go with Lani, but Verse is going to go with the tried and true Liam. Edward on Liam, Fong on Lani. Interesting. A little bit of a debate between all the players at the top. Third pick still is going to be that Shayo with 225 and star. The not most recent patch, but the Shayo change where she's able to bank up a lot of those gold Fs, continue the pressure, has made it very, very interesting. And opened up the game for her instead of just being a very turtly defensive character. Now for those personalities picks, those round 5 and 6, we're gonna see Azal with the Temmie. Temmie always one of those picks that just never seems to go away. He doesn't really have any bad matchups. The Chuz is going with the Syra pick, still very, very strong. And it looks like Shen Yuan's gonna go with the Temmie. And I remember Rostos was telling me he's dueled a lot of the Temmies in NBPL, and he admitted afterwards to me that Temmie definitely is underutilized when it comes to 1v1 dueling. There is a lot more than people expect. So I don't expect this character ever to really disappear in solos, Moxie.
Yeah, I think he's just overall a very good damage control character, and especially since we have so many unique points of interest. The Temmie ultimate being able to just cordon off a lot of space has definitely received a couple of indirect nerfs, given the fact that Syra has once again remained in prominence of the meta, and Syra being able to go through the Temmie wind wall, not being blocked out as all other ranged attacks are, is definitely a problem that is felt in both the solos and trios, and it could potentially be even more problematic given the fact that we could have had 3 Syras on the field, but no, it is actually going to even out into somewhat of a 2-2 spread, as we have 2 Shiols, 2 Syras, 2 Lanis, 2 Liams, 2 Justinas, and of course 2 Temmies as well. So both of those Temmies, by running that V3, are going to be able to grab wisps from each other's ultimate. No mix-ups on the Sheol options, going for the F1 combo breaker and the V1 turtle block to be able to bank up those charges. Edward on the F1 V2 alongside Verse, since that has settled into the meta, and the Lani's opting for that combo break option with the F1 into the just buffed V2. That has definitely overtaken the V1 in terms of meta we've seen in Nbpl.
Looking at the average points on the character picks, Azal with a 10.2 on a Temmie is absolutely insane. I wonder how many times he actually played Temmie, what the sample space is looking like. If it's at more than 1, 10.2 is an absolute beast stat. Edward at the next highest at 4.8 on Liam, showing that his opening weeks with the Liam picks ended up being ahead of everyone else. 4.8 in the modern 2025 NARAKA is so much. Every kill is so difficult to get at this level at this point, and there's no more placement points, so everyone is working on the game of their off spawn finding kills, their Yang fights, their Yang depletion situations, and even in endgame securing. A lot of the times just getting 1 or 2 and transitioning to that mid game for your Yangs is more than enough. You're already having a good game, where you'll see a lot of these guys really pump the brakes when they're at 3 kills and try to coast it in when they have really, really good armor and really, really good weapons.
Yeah, speaking about those Yang fights, two players are going to be dueling over control of Arcadia, even though it's not a gold loot zone, so that they can grab those Thunder Coins, solve the Soul Jade, and get their hands on Volpoint Essence. But we're going to be following along with SR Spider, who's been able to get his hands on blue halberds. Bruce has done one better, though. That is a purple staff right off of the rip. Unfortunately for this limb, currently absolutely armorless, so we're going to be opening up a couple more troves before we feel comfortable getting to play off of the information picked up from ringing that bell. Lipo, XY, and AS all in the same area. Yuan charging up that scale rush, not going to be committing, just wanting to go for a little bit of ceiling hang to get some information on his surroundings, and not wanting to find himself in the middle of two other players. AS comes on through with the focus strike, and Lipo suddenly appears in the fight too with the scale rush from those fist blades. So it goes for the 1-2 light attack, puts himself onto the wall, is interrupted before he can go for the scale rush, has to burn out that F1 coming in through from the Temi, as here comes Spider looking to set in with the RMB off of those Hallies. The jump LMB from the fist blades is going to be able to lock onto the tumultuous location, but it's Spider with the faster follow-up who's going to be able to claim the elimination, and utilizing the F2 combo break of that Justina is going to be able to get a little bit of resources back before trying to kite out of this fight. He's 3% off the ultimate though, and with these light attacks coming in through, as well as forcing that combo break, Spider feels the confidence to take this fight and continue it.
Now Spider with the blue knives and the uppercut combo. First combo of the Pro League that I've watched. You just see that he switches targets to Verse, going back and forth now to AS, back to Lipo, looking for the secured kill. Dashing back and forth, getting reset, and finishing off Lipo. Oh my goodness, we're flying back and forth, we're schmoving. And now Spider, after picking up the kill, is going to make his getaway like a bandit, while AS is going to try to heal up in that Sire ultimate, trying to get some value off of as he does find Spider. Nice line of sight coming out from Spider, able to go to the other side, but so many people have shown up. There's Arano on the Justina as well, but Spider with the drop down is going to find the focus attack and the secure kill onto JL's AS.
Yeah, Spider looking clean with the flying knives already getting to play off of the distance that they provide. If he finds a freeze target, he's going to be able to confirm into a focus hit follow through. Now we're going to be having a look at Bowder's Shu going head to head against TW5, who's also running in with those flying knives. Shu out of the ultimate, needs to find an opportunity to go for an armor. Will be able to pick up a great armor reset from the Trove. Scale rushing out of the fight is potentially just trying to kite TW5 out a little bit further, since the Shield still has the V1 primed and ready to go. And with the kite rotation, Shield has been able to make his way onto the cliffside to try and just run a little bit further away from the Shield and try and take a fight against some of the other players out across the open map who might be able to interrupt and keep the Shell's attention, as Spider not having that ultimate but still very much wanting to stick around on the sidelines of the fights, has that purple pistol to be able to poach away some of those last hit situations, as well as those blue flying knives that we've been seeing so lethal. First is going to get grappled onto by Arano, goes for the back around, actually commits that focus hit onto his chaser before trying to keep just pushing his distance a little bit further away, breaking off, trying to get an armor powder off to be able to heal up that blue armor. And it's a good thing that TW5 and Shu aren't in the same area, because they just rolled up in that space that was just abandoned previously.
Yeah, off spawn, we were just talking about this. 3 kills to Spider first, though. Shenyuan versus 225. 225 finds the uppercut stagger, not able to secure it, though. And I'm throwing up the R&B knives to the sky. Shenyuan with the Temiev. No longer is that Temiev to the sky safe from focus attacks. And Shenyuan is going to get a wisp off, and 225 is going in the loop, going in the dust. Goodbye, Shenyuan on his Temi, doing work off spawn.
Yeah, the re-wisps are absolutely brutal with that Temi V3, something that we've seen both XY and Asia use to deadly consequence inside the realm of Yang. That is 100% going to be utilized once again when we see those portals come on through. 2 to the 5 is going to have the opportunity, we can see him just out on the left side of the minimap, to return to a Soul Altar and start trying to recover his gameplay, as OA's Edward has actually been the one to pick up that Volpoint Essence, which which I would assume means that he got the better of a fight against FPX's Star, given the fact that he's on one elimination. We saw both of them drop on Arcadia, and also the player in solos who's had the Volpine Essence the most frequently has been Star.
Yeah, with Mr. Edward back in the league at the North, they're always going to be battling out for this Jade. It's definitely one of the strongest items in the game. It gives you 1,000 health on a killing blow. So this first Realm of Yang, your opponent basically has to beat you at 1 HP twice. But Spider at 3 kills, just like Temmie, I've always seen Justina perform very, very well in solos. Just when you think she's kind of out of the meta, she always comes back just because she's such a beloved character of all of the solos players, and her kit just seems to do well in almost every single meta. And we're seeing the aggression of Spider. It looks like Star's gonna be able to get the ticket, but there are no more free Realm of Yangs. 2024 Koi Cup showed everyone we're not getting a Yang for free, and it's kept up this trend all the way into 2025. Now Spider able to get that ticket, trying to delay, and it seems like there's a pretty much standard now when you're at that Realm of Yang that at 30 seconds you're gonna pop all in order to get in. But Star, 1 HP situation, JL's AS shooting the pistol shots. Nice line of sight from Star though. Wait a minute. Oh, movement error right at the end. A little bit of castle trick, but we're moving back and forth. Bluff going away, Bluff coming back, trying to use his spikes to his advantage. He does get the armor reset, and now JLS has to burn through his white armor. Nice kiting around the pillar. Star giving a workshop on just how to kite at 1 HP. Rooftop to the wall, out of line of sight. Back through one more time on the rooftop. JL's AS has to be getting dizzy chasing this man around.
I mean, this is potentially dangerous too, because they are incredibly close to that Realm of Yang entrance that Spider took, and that's exactly, I'm sure, what Star is trying to take advantage of. But speaking about Realm of Yang, we've got Spider with the drop-down LMB from those flying knives already forcing the combo breaker at Shu. One hit has to go for the ultimate, was almost caught out by the verticality on that pillar that we talked about previously, and Spider just trying to shred down that Cyrus shield, goes for the commitment of the LMB multiple times with the first stage rather than the second stage, just keeping up that pressure. He's still got his ultimate, he's still got the combo breaker, he's going to be able to stay directly on top of the Sarah to make sure that Shu doesn't get to break away and get a recovery moment. Out comes the Scalers, cutting off the escape. Back into the pocket we go. There's the ultimate with the knockback. He's looking for the freeze, he's able to find it into the LMB. That's the F1 next out from the Sarah. Spider unfortunately gets stun dazzled off of the F1, but he's still got the damage and the health bar to sustain and keep himself winning that fight as we head now to a duel against Edward and T225 as Edward gets locked down by one of the Shale ultimate charges.
225 is gonna opt to take the shield here and deny Edward's heal. Wait, no, never mind. Edward does have advanced heal. His armor is ticking up, almost getting a full reset here. A little bit, I think, of a misstep from 225, letting Edward back into this fight. Nice parry coming out from 225. He isn't gonna get the punish. Liam still with the best gold F combo break in the game. Fake's gonna be coming out, forcing out the combo break from 225. Edward had a little bit of pressure there, but 225 is taking back the momentum, putting him against the wall. Edward with the double charge release, and then 225 releases back. Edward gets the parry, sends him for the ride. Grapple kick. Is this gonna be enough off the focus attack? It is, and 225 is gonna fall. Always Edward and 225 having a back and forth in the Realm of Yang.
I mean, that would have been either an Edward win or a timeout for both of them, because remember, Edward had Volpine Essence. So even if T225 had been able to get a quote-unquote lethal hit, Mortal Defiance from that Volpine Essence would have procced alongside the knockback with that 1000 healing, and I think it would have gone to a timeout situation as right now. Asia is not in a great situation. This poor Temmie movement error gets stuck behind the wall as he tries to go for a jump LMB to scaffold over it. He does have Vermilion Bird Smite, but he does not want to lose the buff this early when he hasn't been able to use a kill, and he just lost the legendary dual blades. Ballista's in play. I'm sure that's probably GG shot on it, but Asia is not gonna be happy by that. He lost his buff, he lost his legendary weapon. I'm so surprised he committed that focus strike when he was that low.
Good googly mooglies, Moxie. It's going down right now in the center of the map. Spider, AS. I was super impressed by Spider's Yang fight. The level of speed, my man is already able to use the flying knives. On top of Justina, just the level of aggression that comes out from Spider now. There's literally no wasted movement. We're throwing focus attacks out like hotcakes. He's looking like vintage 225. But with the temperament of Spider, like the accuracy here, the discipline to overhold the situation, putting on the pressure onto Verse, forcing out his ultimate. He is going to get around the corner. Spider's stuck a little bit on the stairs, but has him in his sight. He is paying attention to this opponent sitting on his back, doesn't want to overcommit in the situation. And this is what I was saying before, Moxie. Once these pros get up to that three kills, they already start pumping the brakes, but 5 kills, Spider is very, very happy in this situation. Doesn't need to overextend in this spot. Now, Arano, the other Justina in the lobby, wants to close this out onto Liam. This rooftop, though, providing so much kite ability, none of them are able to lock them down. And we're going to go to a replay of Azel versus Verse.
Yeah, this is how Aizhou was able to win his Realm of Yang. Cannon comes out to deny the pillar reset option into the LMB tracking shot from those flying knives, forcing Verse to take cover behind that pillar and opening him up to even more cannon follow through. All right, comes the Liam ultimate. Aizhou's going to be able to dodge the first attempt at a grab with the Temi F1. Verse looks for the Scourge to close up the distance. Aizhou still got the ultimate. Verse just played himself directly into the center of the Realm of Yang, which means he's directly at the center of the Temi ultimate. And Aizhou from inside just swaps to the cannon and then commits the first stage LMB to be able to find the win.
Wow, so efficient from Aizhou to play the Temi wall to get his ultimate with high value. Speaking of ultimates, though, we got Valdez Chuz on Edward. No free Realm of Yangs, already going to be popping that Syra ultimate. Now in a tough position, though. Fong's going to be coming in. Third-party situation, but Edward is going to grab the Pokeball, look for the wake-up situation. Tap dodge roll is going to come out from Chuz. He is going to get caught on his 4th dodge. Nowhere left to go. Now Fong, a little bit upset. He took our kill. We wanted that third party. Not able to get it. We are going to try to steal a ticket. No, we cannot. Edward already has the ticket and the loot, and Fong is going to be chased away, and we're going to go into the second Realm of Yang. Can Edward keep up the dominance on his Liam?
Well, Edward has 11 seconds to be able to kite it out before he goes into that portal. One of the reasons why Shu showed up in that desperate play, by the way, was he had Yang depletion, so he needed to find a fight and figure out a way of getting one of those soul blimps. Otherwise, he was out of the lobby to a player or the debuff regardless. Edward now is going to put himself into that Yang portal, which we saw his pass picked up for. And remember, Ballpoint Essence is still in the pocket. He still has that to be able to proc as Arano comes on through with the Justina freeze off of that V1. XY throws out the LMB, or rather the RMB from those Helm Swords, getting a little bit of space, forcing the Justina to have to back on off. Will be able to pick up the broken purple armor on the ground and start to get a little bit of a heal-off situation, as now we can see Spider is the one who is matching up against Edward. Justina versus Liam, who's going to be able to find the value. Spider goes for the LMB as well as committing that gap closer focus strike, coming on through, starting to chip and chunk away some of this purple armor. He's got a little bit of damage. Look for the extension, won't be able to find it off of the combo breaker investment, and Spider with the RMB will actually commit into being able to chase onto Edward when he's stuck onside that pillar. Uppercut into V2 grab. Spider is going to get held for one heal situation, and Edward now has him up in the air to be able to catch him with the uppercut. Spider goes for the Justina freeze. He's so little HP, he isn't able to dodge the next grab, and this is Spider getting sent up against the wall, 6 feet under Realm of Yang. 1 for always Edward, and crucially Raven yet again. Ballpoint Essence still hasn't popped.
Edward showing his dominance on Liam, slowing down Spider. Remember, Spider's been steamrolling this lobby. A little bit of tilt from Spider committing to that uppercut. Now, Liam can throw his ultimate catch at any point, putting their opponents in the ball. So you can really only get caught if you go into a very committed move, like an uppercut right there. And even though Spider was in a very desperate situation, he did have 2 more dashes, so he had the opportunity to possibly back off and go for a heal. So a little bit of a misstep. Now, Spider has been super aggressive, has been really slicing and dicing everyone, so no big deals. Already up to 5 kills. That's already a huge start to the day. But with the big points is really if you're able to get first when you have these 5 points, because you're able to get that 1.2 multiplier plus the placement, and you're very looted up. Now, going to the Yang depletion situation, Spider does have a better chance right now. They did increase the timer for Yang depletion, so he can cherry pick and find a good spot right here as long as he plays his cards correctly.
Yeah, and he does have a legendary pulsar too, which is going to be perfect for a last hit scenario with the Scale Rush engagement. Edward forces out the combo break, and that's immediately going to turn everyone onto Lipo. This Lani is about to get absolutely lobbied. He's going to stop, potentially pick up the Valiant Challenger scroll just to get some information on the players around him, as well as some additional money once that quest has run its course. And now Spider has spotted the situation. He's going for the chase, and he's seen everyone is trying to kill this Lani. He doesn't need the elimination, he just needs the distance to be close enough to grab the Soul Bloom. But unfortunately for him, Yuan, the Temi, has turned onto the Justina because of how easy Temi is to be able to play up against the Justina ultimate. Out comes that V1, Spider forcing out the Stone from XY, not committing onto it until we go for one swing. Spider threatens the dash, isn't able to find it, and gets taken out by the horizontal swing. And he is not happy about that. That is a perfect game. 5 eliminations derailed. Kill score multiplier denied.
Genuine with the release champ with that pole sword. Oh my goodness. Spider trying to play a little bit fancy, and unfortunately Fancy just dies to focus attacks. Well timed. We do have Lipo on the way, and we're going to find that armor reset, but the whole lobby of stacked players, everyone juiced up with gold weapons, is going to be chasing him down. Now Lani does have a lot of those movement options, can create some space. He's trying to max range this, but Star still has him in the crosshairs, still tracked him down, and when one person sees where you're going, everyone else is going to leapfrog and try to follow. Lipo in a really tough situation. Can he really backtrack for his armor? He's kind of caught out in the open. No ultimate to his name. What is going to be his last wishes here as he's going to be closing out? Genuine with the giant damage of the RB and that pulse sword. Lipo desperately scale rushing, trying to buy some time, looking for any option. There's no loot here left, and Star is going to be chomping down, finding the elimination onto Lipo.
Yeah, no loot, no potential armor swap, no Firefly to be able to pick up and instantly get your V2 to turn onto some of those other players, as well as get some sustain on the move. Unfortunately, the second that Lani got spotted out in Imperium, it was just a matter of time. Yuan looking for the Scale Rush. Arano there, we get to see the RMB jumping gambit coming on through with engraving on that longsword, and Arano is out of that. He knows that he's going to be the next vulnerable target. The Assault Smolder connection is going to be making it even juicier of a prospect for these players to start turning in onto this Justina. Force out that ultimate. There's the V1, 1-2-, all invested in quick succession just to carry Arano a little bit further away from the fight. He's been able to pick up a great armor reset. He finds the parry once again. Yuan released the stone form. This time though, this Justina is ready for it. That parry is through, but Arano is not out of the woods just yet. With his ultimate, he was able to kite on top of Ballista Tower, so he now gets a base to be able to Scale Rush off of the back of, but he's down his ultimate, he's down his combo break, and two players are vying to get the last hit onto him. Not with a Scale Rush, but a pistol shot puts him down, and XY yet again is able to take a Justina off the map.
Gold pole sword and pistol, one of the best multi-way fighting weapons. The parry, single hit, the single hit focus attacks that you're able to move around, and that Scale Rush that you brought up, Moxie, really gives you a ton of very safe options as long as your chase down is on lock. And we're seeing Fong using that Lani movement, getting to the top of the tower right now, able to find a reset, able to find a heal right now. Fong is up, doesn't have a kill yet to his name, but is in the top 4, playing out these placement situations, hoping to find a couple free kills down the line. Edward flexing that he still has the red jade, and you do not want to mess with him when it comes to this. But Shen Yuan does not care, and the Temis are here with the vengeance. Temi ult's gonna be coming out. Wait a second, Edward, he's just been absolutely murdered. They don't care about the jade. He's up to 1,000 health. That one Temi ult absolutely murdered him with the chain Fs. Oh my goodness, Edward made the wrong move, flexing out that jade. The Temis do not care, Moxie.
Especially because it's the V3, so only one Temi needs to invest the ultimate and the other can still hold theirs for when the rest of these players turn in to contest that spirit. Well, there's the next V3. Asia doesn't actually get caught out by one of those wisps, but they're turning onto FPX's star instead. Back comes Edward, having killed off the blistering edge. Just the cherry on top for FPX's star to get taken down in the throes of that Temi wisp. And now it is just going to be a matter of these Temis controlling that spirit while going to be able to pick potentially up another V3 unless Edward can come in with a late Liam V2. He's looking for it. Asia avoids the stagger by holding on to the focus strike form of the RMB from these throwing knives. There's the dome having popped. Asia might actually be able to sneak away a free Mystic Might buff with XY playing keep away against OA's Edward right now. And I think the Liam has realized, okay, these Temis are going to be able to pick up the spirit well. That V3 is going to be coming back into the mix. And even though one of them is going to be able to get that double ult cycle, they're both going to be able to play off of the back of it. And this Liam wants to make himself as scarce as possible. Unfortunately for him, they saw exactly where he ran to, and now with a hit onto DRG's farm, trying to force the attention to turn onto this Lottie instead, he might have been able to do enough to sneak away a kill. No, Asia gets the last hit, and there goes the re-wisp. And Raven, I think we're about to see a Temi 1v1 for MVP.
I've always known, Moxie, that Temi and Temi probably one of the most broken matchups that you can possibly have in solos, because they counter each other, and if they ever find themselves on the same side, you just I just worry about how the lobby is going to react. That has to be the quickest wipeout I've seen out of all the characters in the league right now. Big Perry's gonna be coming out, and Shen Yuan is getting walked through from Azal. Temi ult is going to come out. He is going to find the wisp. Big stack is moving out. He's going to chain as much as he can. He does run out of stamina, but perfectly timing the end of that stagger. He's going to come in with the blistering. Is it going to be enough? The burn damage is coming out, and Azal with the huge advantage completely taken away. Blistering with the burn damage is going to reduce a lot of this healing right now. Azal's going to be coming back in with the nunchucks. Pop the F down, throw it through, and Shen Yuan, wait a minute, a little bit of tempo switch, switches over to the flying knives, and now Azal in the sky is no longer safe. You see Shen Yuan aiming those focus attacks into the air, but Shen Yuan does get the gold armor reset. We're into a phase 2 for the first solo games, Moxie.
Yeah, Assault Smolder attempted, but that legendary armor swap that he was able to pick up from claiming that Spirit Well is going to be able to keep him alive temporarily, but XY is able to find the Wisp Grab into that blistering edge, look for the slap to deny that parry and light attack stagger, and that puts him into the wrong side of the uppercut. Now he looks for the drop down R&B, just trying to find that last little bit of hit. We've got the F1 back on cooldown. Can he utilize it to find a Wisp connection onto Asia first? Yes, he absolutely can. It is a matter of speed between who connects first, the Wisp or the bullet, and Temi's F1 is a little bit faster than that pistol chip, and he's going to be able to walk away the winner of that 1 versus 1, but is it enough to claw out the MVP?
I think it should be enough, but I am still blown away by just a singular detail in that fight. Just excellent play from both of these players. Both of these guys known for their dueling within the league, and rarely do we get to see a heavy pole sword in a 1v1. Now Temi's one of those characters that does really, really well with pole sword, and we see Shen Yuan and Azal go back and forth, absolutely slugfesting it, and we see Shen Yuan brought that back from the depths and beat Azal again with the gold armor and with pole sword. Now, right at the end, normally when Pole Sword dashes out of stone form, when you get the nice little clanks and they blocks off, one of the hardest things to get away from is like a half charge light attack with an R&B. And I saw Azel take him out, get behind him, and at the very, very precise timing, able to tap dodge and iframe everything, able to get out of that attack. And I don't think I've ever actually seen an example of someone being able to do that. Azel doesn't find the finish up there. Shen Yuan's able to clutch it out, but it was so close right at the end, like last hit situation. Really, really cool stuff. And like I was saying, Moxley, seeing high level dueling that hasn't been seen before in the league.
Well, we got to see 2 Justinas in game number 1, but only one of those players of the 2 is listed here. Do you think it was A, Essa Spider? Was it B, WBG's verse? Was it C, Alliance's AJ? Well, spoilers on that one. I think we can rule out one of the 4, or was it D, DRG's Fong? And no, the second that we saw that there were 2 Temis in play and both of them were going for the Spirit Well in V3, was in the mix, it was like, okay, one of these poor players is about to get absolutely infinited from 100 to 0. And the camera cut back after that MVP screen popped up to OA Edwards' face. He was not happy. Remember, he was coming in, he'd won both of his Realm of Yangs without having popped that Volpone Essence. He thought that he was absolutely in the clear with the threat of basically, if you fight me, and you start winning for control of the Spirit Well, I've got Volpone Essence and we're both going down together, so it's much better for you that you let me have this buff, that you let me have this loot and this double ultimate cycle, and you don't get turned on to by everybody else. You could potentially play for a little bit more ranking points, or you could get a couple more kills before you go down, as opposed to both of us going down instantaneously. That was why he was dropping that Volpone Essence, essentially saying, I've got this, you don't want to fight me, keep moving, let me have this for free. Problem was, Temi V3. He didn't care if Volpone Essence popped. They would still be able to hold him in the Wisp.
Yeah, just that has to be some of the most ridiculous Spirit World situation I've seen so far. That definitely goes to rank 1 for me. The fact that Edward flexed the fact that he had the Volpine Jade and the Temis literally no hesitation rolled up, cut the Spirit World right in half, put him in just endless stun and started lighting him up and being like, yo, you're on the wrong side of the town, this is our territory. And I've one of my favorite matchups is when Temis are all wiping out the lobby. There was a round, I remember, one of my fondest memories of seeing Temi being picked by like 4 or 5 players in solos back when we didn't have a cap, and watching the Temis roll around and just wipe everyone out with what at the time was more of a troll pick, but it isn't a troll pick anymore. Shen Yuan with a 10.2 6-kill game, stealing that MVP away from Spider.
Yeah, Spider, who unfortunately got taken down by Shen Yuan. He killed both of the Justinas, even in like an endgame lobby too. Justina would have struggled into both of those Temi ultimates, given the fact that you can't dash through that wind wall. You have to commit one of those Justina dashes to go right out the middle of it so that it takes you above it, just the way that Syra can actually navigate around a Temi wall. But I mean, if you're Syra, you just stay on the inside of the Temi ult and you beam them regardless whether they're inside or whether they're outside. And we got to see a lot of those Temis really getting to utilize that V3 to devastating impact both on the overmap on Padoria and also inside the realm of Yang 2. Being able to swap over to the cannon was one of the reasons why Shen Yuan and Asia were both able to do so much damage by just preventing those players from getting the reset opportunities when 3/4 of that realm of Yang space is currently occupied by a sandstorm. As we can have a look and see how that has affected the overall standings, as we talked about the fact that, you know, Asia has a lot on his shoulders. There's a lot of pressure for him to keep up with that momentum. Starting off incredibly strong, 4 points picked up for him. Absolutely no slouch, but Asia, rather Shen Yuan, off of that game is going to be absolutely skyrocketing to the first page of that overall standings.
Ajo is going to have 4 kills. For the first game of the day at the top 6 though. First, starting a little bit slow. Same thing with Fong at 1.5, but their previous day, keeping them in the top 6. Genuine with a massive game. Gonna push him all the way in the top 3 at 10.2. It looks like I'm in qualifying for the 3 bi-weekly solo days. Even though everyone gets to play 2 days, it's usually around that the high 20s, low 30s will guarantee you a spot in the top 12, and usually the threshold is probably around 25, between 25 and 28 points. But to feel comfortable, you want to have at least 50 points a day.
Yeah, here's Spider starting things off incredibly strong with our replays, brought to you by China Unicom, getting to see all those new animations of the fly knives, looking for the dashes, trying to find the follow-ups into the R&B. Does get caught out by the Liam V2, as XY is able to put T225 just into the re-wisp musket shot, managing to make Temmie look as clean as possible. This is the moment that he takes Spider out of the mix, committing that stone form swing into a Spider who was not anticipating it before also getting that follow-up horizontal. And yeah, we get to see the camera. Spider went a little bit oogly with it, and here's, I was gonna say, are we gonna get to see it from Edward's POV? Flexing that ballpoint essence and very quickly regretting every single decision that he made. Hands off of the keyboard moment in full, as he is forced to just wait out the wisp into re-wisp into re-wisp. That man does not get to budge for a solid 7 seconds.
Oh my god, you see how unamused Edward is after getting just full stun lock here. Now in the last hit situation, you see the dodge, the diagonal dodge coming from Azo, dodging the RMB, and Shenyuan would have lost in that situation if not that nice F into pistol shot clutch. But really cool stuff coming out from Azao. I gotta say that normally in NARAKA, most people only dodge forward and sideways. Only in the most recent, like late 2024 and 2025, have people started diagonal dodging. It's definitely been one of Mike's staples that he utilizes that most people didn't realize during the staff meta. But now moving forward, we're seeing even more angles being created, dodging things that normally were very consistent to land. And if you can get it down to consistently dodging some of these attacks, will we see the rise of a very dodge heavy playstyle? That's how NARAKA first started out at very high level. So many people had figured out how to utilize hold dodge, how to utilize tap dodge to the point where you could really minimize a ton of risk, and we ended up seeing a lot of movement in the early days. But now in the modern day, we don't see as much of that. We mainly see stuff like with Spider going in with the flying knives and just absolutely shredding people, just letting those folks' attacks go, and using the abilities to really lock down opponents. Now no one really holds on to the abilities like they used to back in the day. Now everything is about time to kill. How quickly can you pick up these kills? How quickly can you rack them up before that third party comes in?
I mean, speaking about back in the day, looking at that MVP statistics that Xuan Yuan had, 32,000 damage, you could honestly have replaced the Temmie cutout with a Zip and told me that we were back in Zip heyday, Holoroth days, where we would see 40,000 damage go out in solo games because nothing would die for the longest amount of time. 32,000 damage in a solos game with 12,000 of it coming from the pole sword, because every single time towards the end game, one of those players got caught into that Wisp Infinite. It was pole sword, blistering edge, back into Wisp, back into pole sword slams. That pole sword was doing work, and we talked about, you know, when he picked up the legendary pole sword after being able to defeat Spider on the outskirts of Imperium, the pole sword that Spider was able to guarantee that he grabbed from his first Realm of Yang win. And we said what a notable weapon pole sword has become in the current meta of NARAKA, going for those scale rushes. But If you're a Temmie, you get to be much more aggressive with it because there is far less punishment for you to commit those focus hits on a weapon which only has a 1/2. The second swing of a pulsar, just like Greatsword, with all of the weapons in the heavy weapon family, have a guaranteed focus hit on the second rather than that third, making it incredibly risky to take into a fight one-on-one, which is another reason why it's so notable that he was able to, with a pulsar, win against Asia, who had a lot more options available to him.
Yeah, the blistering edge on Pulse Sword just turns that weapon just to be a force to be reckoned with. The singular hit with the blistering edge plus the anti-heal properties of the burn make it very reliable to land big chunky focus attacks in endgame, and you really just need 1 or 2 big focus attacks to really snowball a situation. You saw a ton of that Temmie duel end up coming down to the Temmie ult and landing an accurate wisp, finding those range attacks perfectly, managing the stamina, and really shredding down each other. The white health, the normal health, end up being a really big pressure going in Shen Yuan's favor. That blistering edge able to do a ton of damage to Azal, forcing him to an actually uncomfortable position, which we rarely have seen Azal in, and we see a lot of his technique showcasing how well he's able to bring it back. It really reminds me of a different variation of Mike, not as aggressive, but still just so efficient with his aggression. And for Shen Yuan to come out on top using the pole sword to its best abilities, definitely a sight to see, and a very rare treat to see in NBPL that one of the players using pole sword in a raw 1v1 situation.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a notable endgame for a whole list of reasons. The main one, other than that one-on-one, being this poor player right here. He really did have a streak of bad luck running into that Temmie. And I wonder if that's going to impact the hero selection going forward now that these players have been able to see how devastating 2 Temmies can be. I think he's going to become less of a personality pick and more of a problem pick if 2 Temmies get picked up in the same phase. It locks it out of everybody in the lobby, especially if 3 Temmies are able to get past the hero phase selection. Now that everyone has been able to spot out that this is the next evolution in being able to control that spirit well.
Yeah, Azal definitely filling the shoes for Alliance. Frostbus used to be part of Alliance. Now he's moved on to BBE. Azal, new to the league, and man, Moxie, like over the years, we've seen all of the newcomers to the league really show up their rookie season. When Verse first came in, he was still one of the strongest fighters in the league. His macro, his late game situations weren't as polished as the veterans, but in this modern NARAKA in 2025, the late game, it doesn't look like Azal has any of those weaknesses, and the horsepower, the amount of raw fighting ability he has is putting him in so many good situations to take things. Now, unfortunately for him, in that situation, he wasn't able to have the Spirit Wall buff with the fellow Temmie, but still, getting to that end game, the only more fearsome duo I can imagine in the league that I don't really want to run into would probably be Mike and Spider. But Temmie, low-key, that most people don't know this, in the dueling community is one of the most favorite matchups to really showcase so much technique, just because the level of versatility that his combo break gives, going into the air, being able to threaten the stagger, and also just how fast that cooldown actually is, allows Temmie to take a lot more risks than most characters.
Well, we're gonna be seeing more Liams than most characters this round of Holorath, as it's not an insta-lockout on phase 1, and it's not an insta-lockout on phase 2. There's a split, one goes Lani, one goes Liam, and instantly we're gonna be seeing the players in phase 3 snap up that Liam so we can have 3 of them running around. Edward's gonna veer over towards the Kylan, the first time that we're going to get to see him in play today. Fong is going to opt for the Cyrus. So far, no Temis. Does Lipo or Verse veer towards that direction, or are we going to see Justina comes through from WBG's Verse? What does Lipo for 521 want to go towards? Is he going to try and pick up the Siren? No, he's going to opt for the Kylan instead. So no Temis in this lobby, which is definitely going to make making it easier for this Justina to find value. What's not going to be the easiest to find value, though, is the fact that it's only one Justina. And the second that you burn your ultimate, you are very vulnerable. You lose all of your mobility, and these players understand that leaving a Justina on the field for that third-party potential with that freeze being able to catch multiple people on the V1 dash is something that you do not want to have around at the back of your head if you can help it.
Going into game 2, man, what an awesome opener. Let's look at these average points to see where everyone is at with their current picks. Now we're seeing some of those personality picks, Fong on the Cyro only at 2.5, Edward at 3 with his kind of lipo, at 0.5 on the Kylan. It's gonna definitely have to step that up. But the tier 1 picks, Azal at 3.3, but Arano 6.7. Arano has always been one of the players of the league that's really utilized like touch of death combos and just like a lot of really cheeky plays. He was known for his Liam ball throws into different hazards on the map, like different lanterns, different signs to get that nice 100 to 0. And Lonnie ends up being one of those characters that's very crafty. Now you can't necessarily put people in the signs and everything, but that hit and run play style, Arano has been one of the premier players in the league. Normally we talk about Mike, normally we talk about Spider when it comes to their raw fighting and exciting ability in the realm of Yang and in endgames when they get momentum going. But I think an unsung hero of the league has definitely been Arano, who's been pioneering a playstyle that I always kind of gave credit to Edward for, that more macro heavy playstyle, finding in the cracks, different things that most players are not really thinking about. And Arano still shows there is hope for players if you're not the best fighter in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, he was the definition. He is the reason that everyone went the direction of the Liam V2. We do have 2 Kylans in the lobby, by the way. One has opted for the V1, and the other has opted for the V2. So we'll have to see if those 2 are going to be able to match up, as Spider and Fong are instantly at each other's throats. Spider getting a couple of slaps in before he picks up that Hong sword and now puts pressure onto Diaji's Fong, who does have the advantage in terms of overall sustain, having picked up the blue armor. Spaces out away from the RMB on those halberds, but doesn't find the opportunity to step in and look for the parry, as Spider now has to worry about the third-party potential, because here comes the jump LMVs from WBG's Verse with that purple staff, and he is going to be able to find the pick. Ooh, Fong tried the drop-down parry. Verse does not read into it. Will be able to cancel out of the focus right before it connects into that parry coming on through from the Syra. And now with the armor reduced and the 1-2 into jump LMV. Verse is going to be very quickly claiming a second.
Looking at the off spawns, Edward already at 1, 225 at 1. Following Spider, hoping for some action, but we are going to be getting action from JL's AS and Lipo Azal with the big flank. Gonna get that nice stagger 1-2, forcing out that gold combo break from AS. Nice armor reset from AS, creating some space. Wants to ice off the situation. 2 of these guys getting a little bit too ooga booga for his liking. Doesn't want to be stuck in the middle of this, but Azal keeping up the pressure, already up to 56% on his ultimate. Overhold's gonna be coming out. Sends a double charge. Nice cancel from AS, but Azal does not bite, doesn't parry, stays disciplined, spaces out the actual feint from them, and we are still going to stabilize between this 1v1 of Lipo, AS, and Azal.
Yeah, it's not a stalemate though, with AS being able to connect onto the focus head, and that is all of the armor chipped away for this Lonnie. ultimate could potentially come into play. Jump hard vertical actually slams down onto AS's head, preventing him from keeping up that chase. And with opening the trophy, gets a blue armor reset, which is definitely going to embolden this Liam to keep himself focused in this fight, given both of the other two players are still on the gray. He's staying out on the sidelines with the nunchucks, could potentially be looking for an opportunity to come on for with the meter dumper. Here comes T225 rolling up to the mix, and we go from a 1 versus 2 to a 4 fight coming on down as ASC's Zhuan Yuan is currently dueling out FPX's star for control of Salvation Podium. Looked for the connection of the uppercut fan to chip onto Star if he was trying to scale rush away. Falling Roller is also a potential hazard to help or prevent that fight going the way that you wanted, as poor Aishao is not having the game that he wanted. He's had to run away from AS. He's having to run away from T225. Out comes the Lonnie V2, but it is going to be in vain. And with the connection of the horizontal whole sword swing, T225 is actually forced into burning the Syra V1, and this is going to be scaled. The stun dazzle, he is going to be able to find it on the Liam, gets the triple charge beam hit as well, and AS is now on the back foot, getting turned onto both by the Syra and by the Kyle, and T225 with the beam is faster than the fan R&B release and will be able to grab the kill, but not the Soul Bloom, and now he has to try and distance himself from the fight. Goes back to back R&B releases on the Hong Sword. Lipo lets blow through and now has to come on out with that Kylan V2. The chase down is there. The after effect dash is trying to find the Syra, who is an absolute sliver of health as T225 puts himself onto the cliff, looks for the scale rush to distance himself away from the track down chase, and it has done enough to be able to keep him ahead of the V2 slashes and put himself onto the high ground to get a reset opportunity and coming back into the fight fresh.
Oh my goodness. 225 comes flying in with the grapple LMB into the focus attack. Again, no wasted movement. Man commits to all of his attacks quickly, and Lipo gets put down in a matter of seconds. Now Shen Yuan with the purple fan versus Star. Really good lowdown from him on the Xiao. A little bit of a Xiao on Xiao violence right now going into this middle stage. Rano with the Ballista is going to put one in the back of Star, but then he's going to get a shot in the back from Shen Yuan on the top roads, forcing him off. Now Star resetting, getting back to full health. Going to be putting on the pressure on Shen Yuan again. No, he's finally going to let go of the other Xiao, and they're going to turn their attention to the two players on the bottom, slowing things down. Remo Yang is going to be coming up. I'm curious to see how the Shiles are going to be stacking up against Lonnie moving forward. Lonnie does have a lot of tools to burn through a ton of that shield and able to space it out and not get caught by that banked gold F of Shiol, but still Flying Knives also in, able to poke around on the Shiol at max range, able to keep that space, keep that distance. I'm curious to see. We haven't seen any of the players though have the Flying Knives like we did last time. We are going to get Star versus Fong. Remember, no free Yangs, Moxie. We fight for every single Yang ticket.
Yeah, he's going to be holding on to that legendary staff picked up from Salvation Podium 2 just in case he gets parried and loses it prematurely. Asia gets put into the R&B scoop coming on through from that purple focus hit of the staff. Spider isn't able to find the timing against the Flying Knives coming on through and invests the combo break to be able to space away from it, as well as the V2 grab onto T225 into pistol swap shot. Coming on out, goes for the drop down. He's just trying to buy himself a little bit of time with these scale rushes up into the sky. 14 seconds and he'll be able to put himself into that realm of Yang portal and get back all of the rage on that V2. And I think both of these players understand that the Liam should be able to find a safe passage. He's going to look to scale rush to close up the distance. That's the stun dazzle from the Syra. Spider still hasn't actually opted into taking this realm of Yang portal. He's going to wait to let some of these other players who are potentially scaled a little bit higher stack themselves into that spacing first. Rano goes in blue blue armor, purple weapons. We're still waiting to see who exactly is he going to be joined by.
Azal is going to be sitting outside playing for Spirit. Well, instead, wait a minute, 225. Sneaky ends up fainting him, saying like, you know what, you can just have the Spirit. Well, whoever gets the loot first is gonna be able to loot it up. Now, psych, we're in there. 225 with the betrayal, getting a nice uppercut combo onto Azal, and now Azal has to fight for his life right now. Even though Lonnie has so much tools, she is very vulnerable. He is going to find a light attack, look for the uppercut, not able to get a 225, able to pop that gold F, and now Azal in a very tough position. Before we go into the Realm of Yang, WZ Arano versus FPX's Star on the Shayol. Nice LMB stagger, able to catch Arano on his dodge out, but Arano is gonna put him into the Lonnie ultimate. We're gonna get that nice ball loop. Star gonna be going into the montage, gonna get clipped up and shipped from Arano on the Lonnie.
Yeah, Cheers now goes for the uppercut with those new flying knives. Verse down a lot of his HP, actually commits the RMB. Cheers goes for the overhold. Verse punishes it with the commitment of the scale rush. Now that's the combo breaker burned out from the Liam. We've got the activation of the ultimate into the next gold frame. Focus to be able to dodge some of these dashes coming through from the Justina, and she was able to find the commitment, the connection onto that V2 Liam, and off of the back of that, with the distance spacing on the flying knives, will be able to commit the focus hit on drop and finds the win. Something to note, by the way, is that Spider had the opportunity of going into that third Realm of Yang and actually chose to kite to the Spirit Well that everyone was vying over, the Lonnie and T25 coming on through. I'm not sure whether that's resulted in one of those players going down, but it has meant that there are only currently 2 players with a buff on the field and 2 players with Yang depletion on the field as well.
ASC's Genuine gonna be on the outside, sharing his location with FPXR, both of them on the Shayol. Over there at Tang, lurking around. Arano with the buff, though, wants to get some value off this. And every single time the camera seems to be on Lipo, he is always running away from some type of situation with multiple people chasing him. For now, we have Arano on the nunchucks chasing him down right now, but Lipo's doing a good job with that staff, maintaining the distance. Star and Shenyuan in the south looking around. 2 minutes and 32 seconds on Star. He has Yang depletion up. He needs to find a kill if he hopes to keep his game going. Now, looking at the overall scoreboard, we have Verse as well with the Yang depletion, but he's already up to 2 kills, and at the moment being chased down by Bauda's Chuz with the gold fist blade, purple armor. Liam 123 max range is gonna clip Verse. He's gonna get that wake up, get another bit of chip damage, forcing Verse to retreat into the building. And again, Lipo gonna take a rogue focus attack from Chuz, but he isn't gonna take the damage. Verse is gonna be able to heal back up and jump back into the fray.
Yeah, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to dash cleanly away. That is the entire duration of his V1 force. He did not cancel it early to retain some of that rage charge. And everyone in this lobby saw that a Justina ended up in the kill feed, losing a Realm of Yang. And remember, there's only one Justina in the lobby. So it looks like he's going to try and kite up towards Aquila's Crest and lose some of his pursuers with just the hassle that it takes being able to just kite around that particular spacing. There's so many different layers. The high ground provides a really good vantage point as well to see whether or not there's a fight currently going on through. And you can see that, yeah, he is amongst other players. He's trying to see whether or not he can look for a valuable target that's going to be a little bit more vulnerable, that he could potentially turn the lobby on towards him. but the person that he's currently chasing is Bowder's Chu. He's headed over to where that second realm of Yang is going to be spawning on up, understanding that there is going to be fighting for that particular spacing, but he's got a minute left. Everybody knows that Justina is about to go out from Yang depletion if she doesn't find a kill soon, which means that it's going to be a last hit situation that all of these players are going to try in time. We get closer and closer to the phony roller. Star has to burn that Shayo V1 coming on through to buy himself the distance to put himself onto those walls and scale rush into the center of this spacing. Looks for the distance control as well with the R&B from that staff. We've still got charges to be able to bank out and send against our players. This Justina is running out of time. The tortoise block finds its target, and poor Burris is not finding the thing that he desperately needs. Star is going to lose the legendary staff, and immediately Arana will be able to slip by and pick it up. And no! Fong finds Star! Did Burst get the Soul Bloom? 26 seconds left. He's still got the debuff. What could have been an absolute miracle for this Justina is denied and griefed out by another player. And now it's just a matter of whether or not Verse is going to get last hit by one of these players, or if he's potentially gonna go down to the phony roller and deny a kill coming on through. He swapped over to the halberds. He's trying to scare us out of the way, making sure with the blue armor swap, no one gets the last hit on him. Enough time has passed for him having taken damage, and it is Yang depletion that claims him. No elimination tallied, as there is a second realm of Yang, but Raven, no one's looking at it. Everyone is currently looking below Salvation Podium as the phony roller of death trundles on its merry way and stampedes over one of our players in the lobby.
Azel was able to get out of the situation and did manage to get Rebel Yang, and we are going to get a matchup from that first game. Shen Yuan versus Azel. This time, Shen Yuan on the fan going to go drop down, looking for the focus attack flank, not able to land it. Azel too good with it, too good and smooth with that pillar. He is going to get caught out, though, by the blind side focus attack from Shen Yuan, and now scale rushing away. Shen Yuan, again, playing a little bit of cat and mouse right now, slowing down the fight, not just forcing the issue right now. Azel now threatening scale rush, going to make his way to the top, go out into the open, make his way to the other scale rush again. Fishing for a situation, but Shen Yuan is going to be able to get the scale rush into a 1-2, following it up, getting massive chip damage on Azel, and now in a tough situation, no armor to his name. Shen Yuan's cranking up the pressure, keeping up the light attacks onto Azel, forcing out the ult finally, but Shen Yuan's back at full health right now. First shield's going to be proccing. That threat of the gold F coming out of nowhere, but Azel's going to take to the sky, and Shen Yuan flies up there, able to get the first one out, getting some nice value on this, but Azel doing a great job of kiting within mid-air, staying very, very airborne, and Shen Yuan finding it very, very difficult to lock him down. 30 seconds left. Focus attacks not landing. Azel making his moves, going around, able to get a nice focus attack, stripping out some of that armor, but the slap is going to come out, looking for the light attacks, able to get a little bit more chip damage. Now Azel forced to a last hit situation. Shen Yuan desperately wanting to hold him down. Azel looking for a possible timeout right now, moving left to right. He finally commits to a focus attack, but Shen Yuan is there again, able to catch it, but 5 seconds left. Azel is going to do the unthinkable. He's going to kite it out and waste Shen Yuan's time, and both of them are gonna fall.
Oh, if XI had a cannon. Oh, if XI had a cannon. Musket shells, great for precision hot swaps, not so great if your opponent is just literally perma-scale griefing off of those pillars. He was not able to. He was literally a sliver of health, a whiff of a bullet connection. Even off of a grey musket would have been able to do enough damage to take him down. But no, two players get Yang depletion, and we get to see, I believe Baudo wins his realm of Yang. So this is Chu winning up against T2 5, swaps over to that musket, chips away some of that purple spaces out of the focus, commits the L&B, turning that purple focus, trying to find the stagger, will be able to find the parry, forces out the combo break. Now we can keep up the pressure onto the Syra. 1, 2, 3. We commit the free, and T225 is not able to read into the parry nor have the combo break to space away without the lack of punishment, and now he's on that Yang depletion situation. He's been able to find Asia though, who's only got blue armor to his name, no combo break available either. So the Syra just gets to commit RMBs back to back into the jump LMB. All of that damage, all of that armor has been pushed away. Combo break comes on out from both of these players. Asia was looking to try and look for that TOD when the Syra was up in the sky animation, but T225 is able to cancel out of it by going for the activation of the V1, and now we go into a battle of kite and sustain. Ija with that trick ball is going to be able to connect onto the Syra. TV5 actually out of ultimate while the V2 for the Lottie is still in play. This could be devastating for the Syra, but now that the V2 has been removed just before he could look for the TOD, the drop down into the RMB, but Asia finds the parry to be able to set it up. We go into the grapple kick extension, but the terrain from the grief means that Asia drops the follow-up damage, and TV5 is given another opportunity. Swaps to the Flying Knives, goes for the tempo change-up. Fan versus Flying Knives with the spacing that he's been able to create off of the threat from those Flying Knife attacks. He's been able to find the pistol swaps, but unfortunately he commits the focus strike. Asia denied the last hit until just now. Will be able to find it from that Hongsword commitment, and he's able to pick up the Soul Bloom, cleanse the Yang depletion, and also absorb all of the loot that T225 was holding.
Class of 225 there, just back to back focus attacks. Azal spacing out the situation, very disciplined, and closes it out with the clutch parry. Really cool stuff there. Really seeing the utilization of the Lonnie spacing out against the old school super oppressive Syra. When Syra was dropped before, her ultimate just did so much. No one knew how to deal with it. Now Lonnie with her ball and her dash is able to space out that situation and get tons of value to burn through the cooldowns of Syra. That gold F, giving that heal, giving that stagger situation, plus a lot of verticality. And the name of the game now, Flying Knives, is here, and all of the characters with that combo break that sends them to the sky, Faria, Syra, Temi, a lot of those situations aren't as safe as they used to be because Flying Knives can aim up. Now, you can use Flying Knives in the way that 225 did, just kind of holding the RMB, moving around left and right, just looking for that focus attack. But definitely underutilizing its capabilities, and Azal really picks that very straightforward playstyle in the clutch. Parrying in the clutch, definitely not one of the easier things to do, but Azal does not flinch, reads the situation perfectly, and closes out 225, spacing out with those knives.
This time around we don't have two Temis, so the Spirit Well is going to be much more hotly contested for the White Tiger's prowess buff that it is going to contain. Edward is currently getting focused outside of the dome. He is going to go. Shu has already been able to pick himself up legendary armor as well, so he's going to be a very valuable target for everyone to try and turn on to. There's that Kylan V1 coming on out from always. Edward XY actually committed that Shaol, taking advantage of the amount of players that are here, which is going to allow him to bank up one of those charges coming on through from that V1, and he's chasing away Edward down. He wants to try and absorb the loot that this Kylan is currently holding. He knows that the V1 is about to burn on through, and with his ultimate still in play, he can punish a lack of Kylan God, but he's not the only player who's thought about that. The Tortoise block actually catches two players, one stacked directly behind him, but unfortunately XY is still not able to find the kill. Asia denies him from it, and now everyone is instead turning on to Lipo. XY could potentially be on the chopping block too. He's down his ultimate. He's got 50% of his armor and 50% of his health, and now with that parry as well, everyone is going to be turning onto this Kylan to try and force out the ultimate. The V2 comes on out from Lipo. XY commits the combo breaker, but he's in the zone. He's eating the corruption tick damage, and Asia, eyes in the back of his head, perfectly times the turnaround range shot to be able to claim that kill.
Now Lipo on the Kylan, again in a situation with multiple players chasing him down. as the camera always seems to be on him when he has to live these situations out. Nice movement from him. He's going to cut noise, try to avoid any of attention to him. No healing and sound means that everyone's going to lose sight of him. He is going to be able to switch sides right now. Everyone is going back and forth, but unfortunately for him, no! The Moonbane is going to take him down. It looked for a second. He was able to get the reset, but no. Moonbane has another thing for you waiting. Just unfortunate. The 80% Moonbane taking all of the center of the map, being the saving grace for him to get that space, but it was taken away with a blink of an eye, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, Moonbane is a hide-and-seek champion 2025. Oh, he is running. Every single time you think you've slipped away at this point in the game, Moonbane always has something to say. As Shu is definitely going to be having a whole lot of flying knives to commit to. He's got a legendary set of them and a purple pistol to be able to punish once you try and distance yourself away from the hit coming on through. And he's also got the White Tiger's prowess buff on his side as well. So 2 cycles of the Liam V2, but with the Moonbane having snuffed out, we are going to head into a little bit of a lull. These players trying to just keep themselves out of the Liam's focus fire until the White Tiger's prowess buff has been removed. Everyone has spotted out DRG's Fong as well. You can see him just running off on the right side of this map. He is on Syra, so he does not want everyone to figure out that there is a Syra still in this lobby and try and force out this V1, because you want to talk about players that are really frustrating to fight multi-way. Syra is absolutely one of them, especially if you allow her to hold on to that ultimate as the zone itself closes on through. Ishai puts himself underneath the awning. He's also going to try and keep himself out of a fight until we go to that heal-off situation with that Lani V2. JL's AS going to be showcasing one of the soldiers that he has, Tuna, on his side to be able to keep himself taking health and armor up when he's on the move. As 5 players left, all is up for grabs. No one wants to over-aggress and extend a foot wrong in fear of everybody turning into the fight that will be kickstarted and losing the potential kill score multiplier with so many of these players having access to heal-off situation wins.
Yeah, this was actually the most stacked endgame of the day. We started off going into this endgame with 8 players, 3 falling to that spirit wall, but still 5. Definitely one of the more stacked endgames. Almost half the lobby still alive. DRG's Fong with the tried and true, the dagger. The OG dagger player of the league going back to his comfort zone, staying out of line of sight, trying to avoid a lot of this chip damage from Arano. A little bit of poke damage with that cannon in the endgame, but Fong finding a nice angle right here, able to avoid it. Now, unfortunately for Fong, Arano does have that Rupture Gale, so every single time he's going to get hit, that AoE burn damage is going to put a ton of pressure on him, but it doesn't look like anyone is going to try to force the issue, try to get someone to all in versus before this endgame situation is. But I spoke a little bit too soon. Now, AS and Arano are both looking down at Fong, who's just desperately trying to use his melee attacks to iframe to slash some of these cannon shots from actually hitting them. Baudas Chuz on the top. We're seeing the verticality of some of those knives, Mox. That's what I wanted to see. Not that impactful, you know, just a little bit of an R&B, a little bit hype, you know, not super technical, but maybe there's a little bit of legends right here. Look at Chuz throwing the knives out. He does have gold knives. Cannon shots are being thrown out. He is able to pressure Fong on the high ground with these knives, but you can see Baudas Chuz body language is feeling a little bit uncomfortable with so many people sitting behind him that he's not going to keep up the pressure. And like you were saying before, Moxie, it looks like everyone is very, very content to play out this heal-off situation and just to see how they can get a little bit more kills. You know, as the Shadow comes in, the Shadow can be an ally or can be the enemy doing damage to you, but you can push your opponents into it as we close out this game 3 on Holoroth in a heal-off situation.
Yeah, the Liam's definitely not going to be in the best situation as both the Cyrus and the Lonnies have sustainability from connection of their ultimates, but no one really wants to get on top of DRG's Fong for fear of that stun dazzle CC turning the rest of everyone around them against them. Zone is going to close them through. Players take to the sky. No one wants to be on the low ground because that's where the Cyrus stun dazzle and Lonnie trick balls are going to be concentrated. In fact, one player I think just goes all the way out to the right side trying to win heal-off situation without getting focused down. Urano on top of absolutely everybody. We really are going to go down to the absolute wire. There goes DRG's Ponk's ultimate, but he's now outside of it. Assault Smolder connects onto Shu. That zone damage starts ticking away the health rather than the shielding. Liam is able to come on through with a V2 connection, and a Liam and a Syra will be left standing. No one is going to be able to confirm the kill score multiplier, and it's instead going to go down to overall kills picked up as well as ranking points. And for that, Asia will be able to claim another MVP in his breakout NBPL season.
This is definitely one of the end games, so possibly gonna look at more the character spread of who was on who. If it's gonna go to a heal off and we're just gonna get that much of a tie, I gotta say, I disagree with the cannon play. When you have Rupture Gale, you really get to dictate the end game as far as who's gonna get focus fire, which characters you want to get focus fired and involved, and you don't really risk as much since you're using a ranged weapon. But as the zone closes in, your ability to create that situation definitely goes down. Azo kind of plays it perfectly on the Lonnie, one of the more vulnerable characters. Even though she has a ton of offense, she can get picked apart as long as you deal with her dashes and ball very effectively. So a little bit of a stalemate there, Moxie, going to the endgame, and something we normally don't see as much. Usually the pros are very, very aggressive, finding different plays, finding different ways to kind of backstab and work together in order to get more kills. But Holoroth, we did get a sacked endgame with the 8 people going down to the last 5. I was hoping for a little bit more fireworks, but you know, all strategies are valid.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll return to that point in a little bit. First of all, we have to make sure that you and Chad are getting your opportunity to get your spring split. Random gift, how many players chose Liam in game number 2? Was it A1? Was it B2? Was it C3? Or was it D4? But returning to that point, like you, I was expecting a little bit more fireworks and a little bit more application of flame breath, if I'm being honest. But I think one of the factors was that both of the 2 players who had that Rupture Gale Soldiered were only running grey cannons, so it wasn't doing all that much damage. And also was the constant worry in the back of your head. So many of those players behind them and close to them had flying knives equipped. And if you're running a ranged weapon, you can't parry. So the fact that those flying knives could potentially have punished if they did overcommit with those cannons trying to referee the situation, everybody could potentially have turned onto them and shocked them down before they had the opportunity to save themselves.
Yeah, especially like you're saying, flying knives. Chuz on the Liam had the gold flying knives, and he is on Liam. He does have a gold F, so he could have pressured a little bit more with the flying knives, possibly finding an interesting hit using that verticality. But like I said, going to that heal off situation, all of them felt like their game plans could win it out, and we see the lowest kill score for the day, 4 kills on Azal, with 5.5 on the Lonnie. YZG225 at 3 kills, getting a 3.5. Chuz at 2 kills, also at 3.5 for the game score. Edward as well at 3.5. Now looking at the overall standings, Arano and 225 finally getting going. Veterans of the league. Star at 4, Chuz at 5, Spider at 6.5. Now Pace isn't playing right now. Lipo at 2.5. Climbing up the leaderboard. needs to I feel so bad that every time the camera gets on Lipo, he's always in an unwinnable situation where it's just a formality of him having to kite 2 or 3 different purple armors with gold weapons. Now at the top 6, we got WBG's Verse at 2, having a slow start to his first day of the week. Shenyuan at 10.7, 24.7. DRG's Fong picking it up at 4 kills and at 25.
Mike and Wufong both getting to stay ahead of the pack, 42.3 points. Mike was able to pick up in day number 1. That position is probably going to be secure for a little bit of time yet, as we have a look at our replays for game number 2, Portuguese by China Unicorn. This was one of the kills and eliminations that T5 was able to find that microwave beam coming on through from that Syra V1 just a little bit faster than the release of the focus fan that Lipo wanted to be able to commit, and there back-to-back the RMBs coming on out from the Hong Sword. One of the reasons that he was able to come on for 2nd overall in the lobby, given the fact that we didn't have that kill score multiplier. Here's the TOD combo that Arana was able to find. We talked about this guy coming on through and looking incredibly clean in his 1v1s inside the Ram of Yang, getting to show the work that you can put in with the Lani V2 stagger into the back-to-back releases of the RMV coming on through from that staff. As we got the Realm of Yang timeout, yeah, smiles on both of those players' faces as they realize what exactly just happened. One of them getting to kite for 30 seconds straight around a musket shot threat. As Shu with his fist blades able to find the parry, forcing out the combo break, tracking down where exactly this Siren has been able to run off to before sending it home with the 1-2-3 commitment as we headed into the heal-off situation. And we get to see this time from Asia's perspective how many of those players were actually left standing as that zone fully collapsed.
A nice job from Chus, able to catch the stagger on to the Syro, but you just see how much having full Jades, full melee resistance, and gold armor and gold weapon just gives you an advantage inside Yang. Oh my goodness. 8 MVPs. Azao is going to pick up another one. 11k damage, a lot of it with that fan, and like you were pointing out during the highlights, Moxley, his kite there versus Shenyuan, sometimes a win is not necessarily just a kill, but just a display that it's either I get to win or you don't get to win, which is, I think, is even a bigger flex, showing Shenyuan even with a sliver of health, you cannot finish me off, and he manages to kite Shenyuan. And I would say Shenyuan's chase down game is probably one of the stronger wins in the league. So the fact that Azao was able to ice him off, keep the pressure off, and bring it down to a tie is definitely a statement of like Azao's mechanical skill. It's not just in fighting, it's not in the Boyi or his like gambit and predictions, it's also in his movement. My man is looking like a very, very complete player, and I'm excited to see more of him. At first I thought maybe it could be beginner's luck, it could be that no one's really gotten to study his playstyle, but 8 MVPs is an absolute stellar performance. Now, I don't think anyone has had such a big rookie season of 8 MVPs this early into NBPL.
Potentially Spider, but we're going to be headed off to a break before we come back and bring you the second half of the day. Well, flying knives are in play, and just like the new weapon, we are going to be flying into game number 3 of the Nbpl spring season for 2025. I'm Gut Moxie, I'm joined by Raven PLZ, and Raven, we just saw Xiao crowned MVP for the 8th time running now of his breakout rookie season. I think he might actually have more MVPs this season in his breakout season than both Mike and Spider had in theirs. So definitely looking like a player to watch as we head into the wider year.
Yeah, this is only the first season as well. So like 8 MVPs rolling out, especially in this hard of a meta, this hard of a rule set, the actual 8 rounds MVPs that you're going now. Technically, because there are 8 rounds for every weekly finals, he's playing a little bit more rounds than all of the veterans before him. But still, all those veterans are still here. We still have a very, very strong Spider, a very, very strong Mike in the league, and tons of really, really strong fighters. And Azal is still showing us a lot of new things. And like I was saying, after looking into him and hearing about where he comes from and seeing him in really, really big dueling tournaments versus the dueling side of NARAKA, like most people, when you watch Pro League, you see a lot of the highest skill in the game, but it isn't necessarily the highest form of fighting. Where in customs, there are people who literally never play Battle Royale and really only play out the fighting style. We're seeing more players coming out of that side of the community and making their way to the league, because it's the only way that anyone's able to compete with these old monsters that Mike, Spider, Wang Lian, who's now Edward, Fong, all these guys have so many reps in fighting that the only way to catch up to them is you have to be in a custom just going over fights over and over and over, and then eventually you catch up to their thousands of reps. And not only do you have to catch up to them, you have to pass them, because the amount of reps they have in these end games, these very, very high tense situations that you see. Like, you look at Spider's face, there's zero pressure in his eyes, like he's been here before. It's another day in the office. We're just going through these players like they're NPCs, and he's making his way through them. And his average damage throughout all of his career is absolutely insane. He just takes almost every single fight, almost every single opportunity to try to take down his opponents throughout the day.
Yeah, I mean, when we had Wu Feng do an interview when he was talking about his experience last year when he was a rookie, he was saying that there was a lot of pressure, a lot of stress to prove that, like, you deserved your spot, because these players, like, they get trained up. Many of these organizations actually have multiple players that they are currently in the middle of training academy teams into, and also so that they can contract them out to some of the other teams still in the league in the next year. So for a lot of the rookies coming in, when they do make it onto that NBPL stage, they have to make an immediate impression, otherwise their spot is at risk. They could potentially get swapped out into something else. And we saw last time multiple teams actually would have 2 solo players that they would rotate in and out of. So there's definitely a lot of pressure for Xiao to be able to keep up with, while also being able to maintain consistent value in his 1v1s is definitely a mark of a very strong player who could potentially become a new staple of the CN side. We could very well be looking at a new pillar of the Chinese empires and emperors that we refer to so often. You know, Fong, Tier 5, Spider, Mike, if Fong does decide to retire after this year, Xiao is definitely throwing his hat into the mix to be crowned one of those next pillars of the game. But we're going to be having a look to see which heroes of Game 3 we're going to be getting in rotation. And yet again, it is a split. These players in Phase 1 still unsure of whether they think Lani is the premier pick or whether Liam is stronger.
It could be, looking at the picks, that the players don't necessarily want to be the same characters who they're grouped with. Because I'm seeing Spider and 225 choosing off. Now, Lani and Liam, you could argue, are interchangeable. Just the amount of experience the players have on Liam. It's almost been a Liam meta for almost a year now. And even though he's steadily been chipped away, nerfed over and over and over and over, his combo break is just one of the best in the game. It reminds me, it's not as strong, but of the old Valda combo break where you would win neutral versus Valda, but you would actually be losing because she'd put you in a TOD combo, which was an absolute insane time in NARAKA. Now, Liam doesn't have the TOD combo, but what he does have is a combo break that never has existed in the game, where you can get parried, and normally you would eat at least the first hit of a parry stagger, but he's able to get away and also keep his weapon for freezies. And what this has done for the league and the game in general, at least for the competitive side, is really stepped up the focus attack game. Just because early NARAKA was all based on dodges, and now a lot of what you see as far as the offense in the league is landing these very, very well-timed and very sneaky focus attacks around pillars, while you're chasing down. In third-party situations, everyone is a lot more accurate and deadly with their focus attacks, and it's really because of the character Liam.
I'm seeing 3 Justinas make it past the pass. They're all going to be running, no surprises, F2 V1. Not seen the new rework Justina V2 in Nbpl just yet. The V1, the mobility that it affords, as well as the freeze connection onto players into a TOD combo. If you are in a 1 versus 1 scenario, just too strong to pass up for the potential of blocking some of those hits, and a little bit of a safe space. As we've seen, safe space isn't necessarily always a free fight win. Is if you don't have the means of confirming the kill when the fight goes longer, you are definitely going to be in a spot of bother. As we can see that there is going to be one Temmie. I thought potentially we could have seen XY. He had the opportunity, if he wanted to opt for the double pick of Temmie, which would have been his double pick for the day, but no. He declines and goes Justina instead, so we can have a look and see where all of these players are going to be dropping. Celeste are going to be seeing some activity, as is a little bit of space towards Money Spot. And Shadow Jade Mines currently entirely ignored, as we have WBG headed towards Waterfall to be able to pick up some of the loot in those cave systems.
Everyone taking an ISO duos fight. Only really in the north are we seeing a little bit of a cluster. Looks like YZG's 225 going to be claiming up the Firefly timing, going into that Eventide Temple. We are going to get Fong, Edward, and Spider going at it. Spider with the greatsword off spawn. Not the best, probably the worst weapon right now in Solo's greatsword. Fong down in a 1 HP situation. It's going to get uppercutted in the background. Spider going to make his way in. Edward keeping up the pressure onto Fong. And now Spider sensing blood in the water. He's going to go for Fong, but Fong able to get that white armor at the last second, securing his position. But Edward is going to keep lurking him down, walking him down, spotting out any weakness. Fong going to pop the heal, and Edward just going to make Edward come in, find the first light attack, able to get a double crouching LMB, shredding Fong's health pool. Now falling down, looking for the parry, back to back, switching to the nunchucks for that single hit. And Edward is going to cleanly wipe out Fong, with now Spider chasing him down.
Yeah, Spider did that last hit, wasn't able to find it off of the bow snipe attempt. Does have to be careful. That shield is going to be very close to ultimate, but so too is Spider close to that Lani V2. Edward back-to-back scale rushing just a little bit faster with the charges because of the fan in that pocket rather than the dual blades. And Spider actually, unfortunately, mistimes the next scale rush and goes for the horizontal jump instead. The F1 is foresight from the shield. Back to the cliffside we go. Spider trying to stay on top as much as he possibly can. Closes up the distance, knows he has the advantage. Waits for the horizontal to come on through before dropping down onto Edward and managing to find the kill. He wanted to keep up the pressure. The second that the shield burned that F1 combo breaker in front of him, he knew he could continue pressing the advantage. Even if the situation went south, he had his combo breaker to be able to escape. as we now head into a 1 versus 1. Verse down his combo breaker, but that stun dazzle is going to detonate and buy the Syra back all of that blue armor health. And T5 now is trying to put himself onto the rooftops, create some distance so he can look for an armor powder situation. Goes for the focus hit. Verse not able to find the drop down jump parry. Will be able to start chipping down some more of this additional health, but there's the combo break activation coming on through into that Liam V2. And Verse now is gonna be on the back foot, 3% away from the Syra ultimate. The hit into the CR Syra F1 is gonna buy the spacing for that V1 to be built safely up. A great armor reset comes on through from T5. He can't actually confirm any follow-up damage off of the catch of that Liam V2 because of the third-party invasion coming out from FBX's star. And Verse with the space now feels the comfort and confidence to go for that Syra ultimate and turn it onto T5 instead.
Verse in the ultimate, gonna be able to heal up a little bit. Syra, not as strong as she used to be, but still a force to be reckoned with. FBX Star and 225 going to be surrounding Verse in this situation. Gold F is going to be popped out for Verse. Both Star and 225 kind of spacing out Verse. The bleeding out white armor. He is going to be able to get that heal off. And Star waiting for the right moment to look for that focus attack playing. He dips his toes in and he ends up backing out like, ooh, a little bit too soon. But Verse trying to make his way from there. Against the corner, nice crouch cancel going to come out from Verse. Doesn't want to get parried. Instead, he's going to send a parry into 225, but 225 on the Liam, able to gold combo break out, taking no damage from it, and Star going to keep up the pressure, but Verse does find another armor swap. This fight going on forever. Nice job by Verse, able to find his armor friends around the map. Now, Verse keeping up the pressure, looks for the scale rush, chips a little bit of 225, scale rushing through, but 225 not going to be flinching here, not going to commit right here until he gets around the corner. Big damage coming out from that purple Hong Sword, and back-to-back focus attacks is going to take down Verse quickly.
He forced the 1-2-3. It's okay. We got parried. We've got our Liam F1 into the grapple extension, into the R&B commitment. Can't get parried if you're mid-stun in that uppercut grapple kick. And T5 will be able to find the eliminations back to back. What a wonderful usage of the side of that building corner to be able to obscure the connection and charge up of that RMB coming on out from the focus hit of the Hong Sword. He does go a little bit eager to try and finish off the fight with the 1-2-3 mix-up, but like we talked about, right? Liam, the gambit on the focus hits with the combo breaker is allowing you to be able to go for plays like that. So we're going to have a look at a replay coming on through. As he's Juan Yuan going up against JL's AS. Juan Yuan with the read, the parry off of the blue focus scale rush, will be able to open up this fight nicely into the drop down katana mix up now that you can have either the focus strike hit or that light attack. And there's the Justina dash, is able to find the first, is looking potentially for that second, the overhold from the fan into the parry on the run back, and XY now might potentially, yeah, there it is, freeze into 1-2 horizontal crouch cross, and we're going to be able to pick up the elimination. XY looking clean as he's already barreling towards another ultimate, getting ready to set up for that Realm of Yang, which was directly at the base of Ballista. Is someone currently on top of it, or have the players been able to rotate fast enough to not get caught out?
A nice job from Genuine there, and Justina's always part of like the 1v1 zero banners, the people who love dueling with all of your abilities. Justina has one of the best kits in the games to neutralize a ton of pressure, and Genuine perfectly makes his way around the Liam ultimate, but Lipo is actually giving a run for Spider's money right now, keeping up the pressure. Nice, finding the stagger again. Spider's going to take to the sky and is able to stall this out. No free Yangs, but like I was saying before, Moxie, 30 seconds. Everyone, around 20 to 30 seconds, everyone is down to pop their ultimates just to guarantee that they get into this Realm of Yang. And you're seeing Spider perfectly use the ball to stall out in midair to guarantee his way in. To get this fight, just being able to go into Yang, especially at the right time, allows you to really scale up and cherry pick your opponents. Now, first Realm of Yang has 3 different Realm of Yangs. So depending whether or not you go in right away, second, or third will vary on which players are actually fighting against. Now, generally, the first pick is the Chads of the lobby, the people who do not care who they fight. They're just clicking in as fast as they can. And then generally, the third pick is also another monster who is trying to ISO out one of the more desperate players who have blue armor, who's just trying to mash and get in there and take a gamble and go for a fight. We are going to get JL's AS versus Spider. We haven't seen a lot of AS. He's back in the league from the off season. What can you show us that you've prepared for us this year, AS?
Spider looks for the overhaul before going for the early commitment, trying to mix up and finds the parry opportunity. Liam F already going to be forced, as Spider does lose a lot of that purple armor, so much so that he actually backs off of the fight onto the pillar to be able to find the skill rush into the 1-2, doesn't commit the third, goes for the ultimate. AS not able to dodge out of the trick ball, and there it is, the stagger into constant harassment from that spear. Spider spacing the night, make sure that he doesn't get caught out by that V2. We'll be able to find the jump horizontal into the skill rush to keep up the distance and make sure that AS doesn't find the opportunity to, behind the pillar, get a heal off. And Spider, with a very clean and fast win of his Realm of Yang, will be one of the first to pick up that buff. As always, Edward is also going to be able to claim that Realm of Yang win. As on the outside, all of those players who didn't get into one of those portals and are in a mid-recovery state of that game are going to be drawn towards that spirit well, but they're going to have to be careful with how fast those Realm of Yang wins were won. If they stick around this space a little bit too long, Raven, they're in very much danger of the players with buffs rolling up to the scene.
Yeah, ferocious play from Spider, Moxie. Just like you were saying, just super, super fast time to kill. He doesn't even use the last little bit of ball. He just chooses to go out and use his spear. Just a nice, clean, jumping LMB, well spaced, and closes out. And we saw earlier, 225 with the betrayal at the Spirit Well onto Azal. Now, going back to the Realm of Yang, we are going to see Flying Knives of Edwards going to catch out Balda's Chuz as he comes out of the F. Now, Chuz going to create some space, dash out right now, looking for the blind side light attack, but Edward is going to roll around and immediately throw the focus attack. Tough situation. Nice shot from Edward to use his Shio ult to iframe one of those dashes, and with the cannon, another very, very clean fight. We see Edward make quick work of Chuz.
Yeah, Spider and Edward actually now going head-to-head outside of the cave entrance. Both of these players having buff. We don't typically tend to see them exhausting that buff duration against each other. Shell has utilized the combo break, but so too has the Lani. AS is going to try and play interruption. Spider, so low in health, is going to throw out that trick ball all the way up to the sky to be able to teleport over to it and give himself a disengagement option, banking on that third-party opportunity, turning onto the Shell instead as he charges on up. The Dragon Slayer is not to turn onto a player, but again to keep up the distance between himself and the other. Edward is still holding on to that Shayol ultimate. Spider finds the parry, doesn't find the means of being able to commit the damage though, because there are so many players here on the side of Jade Pond, and Spider is still low, still the target for everyone to turn on to. If he does go down, it's not going to be the worst for him. He does still have a million bird smite for another 50 seconds or so, but he doesn't want to lose that buff if he can help it, especially if he can potentially find a kill off of the situation that is currently occurring. But no, Lipa with the fan is going to be able to take him down. AS was able to grab the Soul Bloom, so that is his Yang depletion cleansed. Some of these other players, though, still in that state of desperation. As we look at Celestra, a lot of the players amongst the mix having that Yang depletion, no one wanting to make their first move, but unfortunately for Shu, that V1 on the Justina has just ran out. He does cancel it to retain 60% rage charge, and he has found a situation he could potentially third party, and with the drop down fan R&B attempt, he's looking to try and remain in this lobby and find a player to drop and keep this Yang depletion cleansed.
Light attack going to be coming out from Shenwan. He is going to find the kill inside the zone onto Arano. That's gonna be coming out. He freezes Fong and Chuz as he makes his way back to the zone. He needs to get a heal off, and it looks like Chuz is gonna switch targets right now. Sees that Fong's in a tough situation. He's not able to get the stagger off, and now for his trouble, Fong's like, okay, we're switching targets to me right now. You're about to eat one of these gold Fs. Gets a little bit of damage onto Chuz, tries to fade away, but Chuz finally sends the R&B focus attack and closes it out, and able to pick up the kill with Shen Yuan on the outside, picking up the loot. And looking at the leaderboards, we got Shen Yuan with 2, Burst with 1, Lipo with 2, finally getting his game going. Edward fighting Lipo at the spear realm. No free Yangs anymore. Lipo needs to pop some heals off, although he is on the Syro with a couple seconds left. He can pop the ultimate and guarantee his way in. Really hard to burst a Syro as she's waiting for that realm of Yang. We are going to get Spider in realm of Yang. Now, I was talking about this with Moxie off stream. I was hoping to see some Spider versus Azal to see how he really matches versus for what we've seen the top fighters. Now, when we think of the top 3 fighters in the league, it's always been Mike, Spider, 225. But I gotta say, after seeing a lot of what Azal is bringing to the league, and even like up-and-comers versus Shen Yuan, Wufang, and Pace, I would be very curious in just like a raw, no macro and everything, just raw fighting, dueling tournament of all the pros of where everyone kind of stacks up. We are going to get Spider versus Lipo. Unlucky, but Lipo has a lot of momentum, and we are going to be able to see a Syra old school meta character versus a new meta character, Lonnie.
Yeah, both of these characters being able to sustain themselves in their ultimates while on the move. Spider getting to utilize the verticality of the LMB from these flying knives, getting to keep up the pressure as Lipo was on top of that pillar. Looks for the skill rush, actually goes for the F2 rather than the skill rush commitment. Now he's been able to go for the mix-up blindside. Phantom Step also comes into play on those dodges that we get to see into the mix, and Spider is able to find the parry, forcing out that combo breaker behind the pillar he goes so he doesn't get stun dazzled. And now the Syra is just gonna put up into the air. Doesn't have the combo break, isn't able to utilize the ultimate under attack. Lipo dies with V1 100% charged.
A little bit of a facepalm moment. You see Lipo kind of facepalm his head, knowing that he could have popped ultimate, knowing he was just a little bit greedy, but it was Spider. You're seeing such airtight play coming out of him, even with the new knives weapon. It feels like out of today, at least, we've seen the best knife play really coming out of Spider, finding those light attacks, finding those staggers, and I would say Spider has moved to a very focus attack gameplay. He's able to utilize the threat and pressure, keeping his opponents honest with those focus attacks of knives. We are going to get a 1v1v1 situation at the tower between Edward, Chuz, and I believe Shen Yuan. But these platforms, one of the best kiting, infinite kiting positions on the map, just because of those 3 layers of platforms. You can kind of circle around the tower over and over, but each time going to a different level to find a heal safely from even 2 chasing opponents.
Yeah, I believe this is the replay of Asia versus TW5, given the fact that TW5 has Yang depletion. No spoilers on who wins that one. Already forces out the combo breaker from both of these players, but Asia, ooh, there's engraving. The jump LMB is into the mix-up jump RMB, will be able to start chunking down this Liam's armor. Goes for the dash, will be able to find the freeze, utilizes the second dash to dodge out of the Liam, attempting to grab with that V2, gets another dodge into a full freeze to be able to dodge out of that V2 second catch. And Asia, the Justina, just looking absolutely pristine.
Yeah, really good punishes there from Asia, just really giving no option to 225. That's one of the downsides of the V2 of Liam. All of it is very slow. That throw for the ball to capture opponent is very easy to react to, and you're seeing the gold frames deny any of those captures, and when Justina pops that ultimate, she does have 3 dashes, and Aso perfectly uses all 3 to basically completely neutralize Liam's kit. Now 225 is gonna get opened up with a parry from Spider. Spider with a ton of light into Cross is gonna get slowed down by the focus attacks of 225. The momentum was in Spider's favor. He's gonna have to pop ultimate now onto 225. The blue armor, even with the gold armor right now, but the stagger from the ball is going to put 225 in a tough situation. Unfortunately for him, that tough situation is going to get uppercutted from Spider. He is going to slow him down, pop a heal off, get an uppercut onto Spider, and immediately Spider releases, giving back some of 225's own medicine into them. But Spider with the drop down parry, big time parry from Spider. He's going to close out 225, but a valiant effort from these 2 rivals.
Oh, Lipo, yet again, cameras on him, and he's running from a multiplayer situation, forced into burning the combo breaker. This time we do manage to hit our ultimate and try and find the pressure to turn it on to another player in the area. Out comes the stun dazzle spam, just looking to get a heal off. He knows the second that this ultimate is done, everyone is going to be after him. He's going to try and utilize the side of that building to scale rush. Has that fan, will be able to chain those together as he heads into Shipwreck, going deeper and deeper, trying to utilize the corruption tick damage, going all the way wide of zone to deter players from following up onto him. He can't go too far away though, because we can see on the left side he's got Yang depletion. Unfortunately for him, the player who is the closest, who spotted what is up, is Ajiao, who is more than happy to wait for this Syra to have to pop out from that zone and just hit that last little bit of chip needed on the health bar to find the elimination. Lipo might actually go down to the corruption tick damage. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Silver lining for him, at least, he didn't give an elimination away to some of the other players on that leaderboard, so they're not going to be able to add to their score point off of the back of that kill. And with the Moonbane coming and a chunk of it cutting directly through the Spirit Well, early posturing to get the hands on Mystic Might is going to be very risky indeed, as you can see everybody dancing around, not wanting to get hit by that AoE and paint themselves a target for the rest of the players to look at.
Very risky indeed, Moxie. Now looking over at the leaderboard, Spider having a massive game here on the game 3, up to 4 kills on the Lonnie. No surprises here. Getting the first pick, doing super well on it. Edward keeping up the momentum himself at 2 kills on the Shio. We are going to get the Spirit Wall where everyone wants a piece of this. Spider's going to make his way to the middle already, circling around, looking at everyone, even pulling out his bow, shooting Chuz as he enters, and now Justina taking the center of this. Shenyun finding the 1-2, and ooh, spoke a little bit too soon. Doesn't want to be in the middle there. Spider immediately comes back and starts cooking with the focus attacks, and now Shenyun in a tough situation on the outside. Edward is gonna jump onto him, but nice shot from Shenyun. Gonna kite back through the Spirit Well and line of sight, and it looks like Edward isn't gonna see where he ended up going.
I mean, remember, there are 2 other Justinas. So costume change very much in full effect. The next time we see him, he's probably going to have swapped to a different weapon, as we're going to be keeping a very close eye on Spider indeed, because he just got his hands on Mystic Might, and he is not going to allow Ajiao to get a full reset off. Hector does come on through from that longsword, which is going to give a little bit of health back, but he is not going to get out of the way of every single player looking at him. He doesn't have the ultimate, unfortunately for him, and Spider has the trick ball directly aimed at the Justina, but it's not enough. Edward with the musket shot will be able to steal the elimination away, and Spider's not going to be happy by that one. He committed his ultimate to be able to pick up that elimination.
Yeah. Edward picking up the scraps, getting all that loot ready for this end game. And unlike the previous one, we did see 8 people going in this end game, this time 7. And now we're going to get 6 who are going to keep going forward. I don't imagine, like last time, where we're going to go to just a pure heal off with 5 players. I feel like there's a lot more aggression in this lobby. Now, with an even 6, each player can kind of find a buddy system, a homie, as Taki likes to call it, to try to close out this game. Now, Spider, AS, going to be searching for a genuine. Now, Spider does have the blue buff. He's not going to be slowing down. I've never seen Spider slow down when he has momentum. It's all gas coming out from Spider, looking for the focus attack on these dual halberds, trying to chase down Chuz, but Chuz doing a good job icing off the pressure of Spider. And immediately Edward thought we were going after Chuz. No, don't turn your back on me. Gonna have his Shio ult forced out, and now Spider is looking to eliminate Edward, and Edward is gonna take to the races to try to get away from him.
Yeah, that is one stagger coming on through, and Spider will be able to avoid. We've got another stagger, so Spider is going to be holding on to that F to be able to escape out of the tortoise block. Cheol gets another hit, still holds on to that last charge. Is Edward going to be able to find a player to be able to find a connection? No, Spider dodges out of it yet again, and Edward now knows he is entirely on the back foot. He's got to just try and kite around, but Spider with the bow will be able to take him down. No Shayo left, no one going to be able to play third-party Havoc Maker with those tortoise block counters coming from absolute nowhere. And Spider now turns onto Shu. Instead, he's going to try and put enough pressure onto these Justinas to force out that ultimate, but he doesn't want to overcommit, especially since that zone is going to be moving away from that legendary armor reset swap that Spider has gift wrapped to him still on the ground. He does actually pick up the fresh armor, so there is a potential swap there coming on through for some of these other players as he tracks down where WBG's verse is. Now he's found an even bigger threat than the Justina to allow to come through in a heal-off situation. He needs to put enough pressure onto the Syra to force out that ultimate before he can feel safe enough to back off from the fight.
Spider keeping on the pressure, has the gold armor, but doesn't have the buff anymore, has to be careful. The blue buff really allows you to identify where everyone is so you don't get flanked in situations. Spider's navigating this perfectly, but Verse unfortunately hasn't been navigating this endgame very well. Is going to get taken down to the point where he's forced to pop the Cyber ult, using the heals, not using it offensively. Everyone's going to be backing off. They don't want to take the full aggro from the bedazzling of BWG's Verse. No one wants to get lobbied after that stagger. Verse up to 1 kill. He's going to make his way into the house, line of sight from all the range. It looks like Spider with the stanchion menacingly waiting outside the door, just like, you going to come out first? And Spider, a little bit with a bluff, doesn't want to overcommit in this situation. And we saw the same thing before on Holoroth. The last 5 players not wanting to overcommit to their situation, willing to play off the heal off. But I would say in this position, though, Spider definitely has the most amount of incentive to slow down. The only one in striking distance to passing him and taking the MVP is Shenyuan. He needs to find 3 or 4 of these kills to close this out. And now we're getting Verse just absolutely barrage. Remember, Spider's going to enjoy the party.
Oven. This building has become an oven, and Flame Breath and all of the cannon shots are just absolutely frying this poor Syra, who's having to commit back-to-back RMB hits off the focus from the staff just to try and live some of that range pressure coming on through. But it is by the cannon that he is undone. Verse goes out of the lobby. Spider claims the resources left behind on the body with the stanchion. That silence proc just being enough of a threat to chase the others away from the body and the resources within. Xuanyuan saw the stanchion, instantly goes for the F2 combo breaker on that Justina. Now he's got to go for his ultimate. Back into the house he goes, but just like it was a little bit too tight a space for Verse to be able to keep himself safe from all the cannon fire from. It's a little bit too hot for the Justina's blood, and out into the open space Xuanyuan is going to kite, cancelling that ultimate early to try and hold Ravik. He holds on to it. He goes for a dash, attempting to turn it on to Spider. He uses the next 2 to be able to put himself up into the sky, hoping to lose track of everyone around him before dropping into that building and trying to proc Tuna. But unfortunately, not enough time is able to pass for that rest of mode. Xuanyuan is absolutely being relentlessly hounded by Spider, who's going to be able to claim another elimination. And we go down to 3 players left, and Spider very much still in the driving seat.
Spider at 6 kills right now with JLS and Chuz sitting on the high ground. A little bit of rocks, a little bit of stairs to work with. Now Chuz trying to go in. Spider looks for the parry. His combo break is going to be popped out. He is going to pop his ultimate though, sending the ball to the center right now. Stalling out, able to knock both players into the zone and bouncing the ball one more time. Gonna stay in the zone for as long as possible, taking no chip. He is gonna fly out and teleport to his ball, send it back in, trying to get the last, but AS with the Rupture Gale is able to find a kill, gets a ton of hits on to Spider, and he almost clutches it out, but it's not gonna matter. Spider is gonna get that last hit and the first place and one more kill. Massive, massive game going to Spider.
Oh, it's close. It's so close, especially when he gets grabbed by that Liam V2 and just sent absolutely spiraling away from the fight. Because if a kill had come through at that point, he was so far away from the body, he would not have been able to get the Soul Bloom and the heal proc off of that pickup and could potentially have lost the kill score multiplier just due to dying to corruption tick damage. But no, it's actually a little bit of a silver lining that he gets hit by that Liam V2 and sent out of the fight, because it means that he's taking 0 damage from any of the other players still stacked on top of each other.
A little bit of contemplation you see from Balda's Chuz there, just thinking like, man, I keep getting into these end games. We're not capitalizing though so much. And Spider just reviewing that even though there's a little bit of glaze in his eyes, just thinking to himself, satisfaction, just like that's what I like doing, just going through the round. Edward just bobbing in Spider, hey man, can I get a kill? Like, can I get one? Can you share some of those kills, my man? 225.
He did grab one from Spider, remember, with the musket.
225 rolling with them. He's just like, I know you just focus attacks, really? That's my style. Can you go to something else? Throwing blues out here like hotcakes, like a free bird flying through these blue skies. Spider just non-stop aggression and looking like his old Terminator self, just rolling through the lobby. Really, really tight timings on everything, and just playing that end game to perfection, is going in and out using Lonnie's kit with the ball, with the dashes, with the teleport, and holding on to that center. The name of the game in those end games is how long can you stay in zone before the actual zone fully closes, and like what tools you have to your disposal to push your opponents out so the zone does a ton of damage to them. And you see Spider give another masterclass on how to win these end games.
Not just getting to utilize the Lonnie V2 to that effect, but also the Stanchion Sky Pillar. Like, we saw him utilize it. No one really gets hit by the Soul Jade, so they don't get silenced and denied their kit. But it basically buys him a giant Zorb bubble of no one wanting to close up the distance because they know the threat that Spider poses with that staff. So like you said, it allows him to maneuver the situation so that when the zone fully closes, he is dead center of it, and the rest of the players are on the outside already taking damage from that corruption tick damage, which is the perfect opportunity for Spider to be able to throw in that trick ball and get to play absolute havoc with the fight that's going on around him. 6 kills he's going to be able to net on his Lani game. With that kill score multiplier, it's also going to be tallied on up to 10.2 points. So another very large game for Spider coming on through to showcase that he has been probably one of the fastest at being able to adapt to the new Lani meta, but he's also by far looking the most precise with the new weapon too. So you really can see, like, he's a world champion player. The speed that he's able to get to grips with new things that come into the game is absolutely astonishing.
Yeah, SR Spider 10.2. Woo. Edwards at 3 at 4 kills. JL's AS at 4 points as well. Now looking at the overall standings, Star at 4 kills, Rano at 5 points, 225 at 7 points. A little bit of a slow start from 225, but he's one of the slower starters of the top players. Later on, he always just bursts ahead with a big MVP round. Balda's Chuz, consistency, always known for his consistency throughout the rounds, with small lights of brilliance. Jason, CDY, not in right now. Lipo, a little bit of life in him, but always with the caster curse of spectating him on his last leg at 11.5. Edwards at 12. Spider at 16.7. Halfway through the day, Shaw at 18.5, AS at 20.5, Frostivus down to 7th. Now remember, we started out the day at 323 points, so still nothing to scoff at. Now at the top 6, Azal didn't have the biggest first day at 13.5, but today on fire at 11 points, 24.5. DRG's Fong at 4. A little bit of a slow start. Same thing with Verse at 4, but both at 25.1 overall. Shen Yuan, massive day at 4.2. And at 28.2, most likely going to be able to pass Wu Fang at 28.2, but still at the top, Mike's 42.3. Now, all these points do matter. It's not just about getting to that top 12, because for finals, you take a percentage of those points, and every little bit counts, especially when it comes to MVP rounds.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have a look at the replays, the fights that really did count. Xuan Yuan getting to come and prove this. Justina, P1 in Junction, finds the parry on the return back of the fan RMB. Dodges and spaces out of that Liam V2 attempted catch before being able to come on through with the crouch horizontals of that katana. T2-5 here getting to utilize the back-to-back commitments of the 0.9 RMB from that Hong Sword, managing to find one elimination and then forcing out the combo break into the uppercut grapple kick extension. This is the moment that Asia was able to perfectly play that Justina versus Liam. Dodges every single potential catch, also goes for the jump RMB, showcasing that engraving for the vertical jump mix-up. And here's that point that Spider showcased why Lani is so strong in these endgame moments. Every single time he throws out that trick ball, you can see the knockback stagger that it's chaining onto both AS and Shu, so that he's able to come on through and get the heal off on the hit and win the endgame situation.
Another caveat to the Lani ultimate, it does give you a little bit of that health heal. So the name of the game in those heal off situations, getting that health back to the maximum before the shadow closes down. And we spoke a little bit too soon. The Spider has 10 MVPs this year. My bad, OG. Azel still has his work cut out for him to pass one of the GOATs. Needs 2 or 3 more. But Spider with the Phantom Step, with the Hepta, with the Sap, just super stacked going in his endgame. We see him utilize almost everything with exception of that Hepta. We never see the engraving or Hepta. No need coming out from Spider. Keep it simple. We did see that stanchion when you were bringing up the oven house, where everyone was ranging at the house, the Rupture Gale coming in, and we saw Spider, that fight selection, that high IQ gameplay, navigating these end games, where it's not as simple as a lot of people like to think these end games are. It's not always that you just find the same character or you just go after the lowest HP target. There's a lot of calculation of when and where you go, and then how other people react to the situations. Do you really want to get committed in these situations because of the chain reaction effect, where the whole lobby is a bunch of opportunists all trying to get enough points by finding these good situations in the endgame? And Spider gives another masterclass of these endgames.
Yeah, we'll obviously be getting to see more Nbpl action with the second half of the day, but we'll be right back after this interview with one of our players.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with Spider and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧 ，Spider 先跟观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 SR Spider。
欢迎 Spider 来到我们的赛后采访，哇，真的欢迎欢迎，而且也是刚才这把打的真的太精彩。So first of all, we would like to say congratulations, you just get an MVP in the latest game, and I would like to know, because it seems like you're really in a good status, but like Game 3, you're like just different from like Game 1, Game 2, and I would like to know why. 首先我这边要再一次感叹一下，刚才这把五边形战士啊，真的打出了非常非常的精彩，感觉跟第一把、第二把完全跟换了一个人一样。哎，怎么给你一下子激发出了你的这个胜负欲出来啊？
因为本来有个约定，然后前2把忘了，然后第3把苹果上来我才想起来我有个约定，然后确实前2把打的有点随意了
啊，所以今天有了一个很好的目标，很高的目标，现在也为了自己这个目标在猛猛的努力。Okay, so for me, because today I have an ambition with my friend, and because I have this ambition, and Game 1 and Game 2, I just forgot it, and Game 3, I just remember, yeah, I have ambition today. That's why I really have good status and really aggressive in the game 3.再次我们还是要再说一下第3把真的打得太精彩了，再次恭喜你！我也觉得应该 Better 准备好给我们选手发出福利，不是给我们的观众朋友们发出福利了。我们接下来进入我们的有奖问答。Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 来看一下今天的题目。So today's question is, which hero did SR Spider use in Game 3? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中啊，我们的 Spider 到底用到了哪个英雄啊？哪个英雄真的是猛猛的杀 ？So we know you're really aggressive in the game 3, and I saw that like Edward and like T225 they are like chatting with you after the game, and I would like to know what they talk about with you. 这边我也想问一个问题啊，就是刚才这把比赛哇。拿了这么多人头，兄弟们刚才比完赛是马上搂紧了 Spider， 对不对？刚才我看你是被王良跟 T225架着下来的，哎，他们那时候在跟你说啥？
他在骂我。
我说什么了？
压力我说我为什么要打他？
说你拿的人头分太多，我觉得就是应该这样压抑他，才能展现你的实力，对不对 ？Okay, so for me, because we are friends, we are not only the opponent, we are friends, and they are like talking with me because I'm really aggressive and in the game 3 and just killed them, and that's why they are talking with me. 哎，也是非常有趣的一段兄弟情啊！那我觉得应该选手准备就绪了，我们准备进入倒计时。Okay, I think our players prepare, and let's start counting.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot.Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请我们的 Better 给我们公布一下正确答案是哪一个。
C.
Yeah, the correct answer is C. And congratulations, our lucky guy. You will pay attention because if you are the lucky guy, you will be whispered. Okay, at last, we still would like to mention about the bi-weekly final because we know that Spider, you have got a lot of like championship, and we know you are really aggressive and you are really like a strong player now in the solo game. And I would like to know for the last bi-weekly, so how you comment on yourself. 那我这边也是要问一下，其实 Spider 在我们眼中也是一个非常非常强的选手，我们也抱有了非常高的期待。但是在前2个双周呢，我只能说真的是非常非常的可惜。那 Spider， 我想问一下自己对于前2个双周的周决有怎么样的评价，并且这个双周的周决有没有说法？
前2个双周周决犯了一些非常低级的失误，然后希望这个双周调整一下，好好打一下。
那我们就只能祝你加油了，好不好 ？Okay, so for me, I think like the first and second bi-weekly final for me, I just did some mistakes in the matches, and for me, I really feel pity. And this week, I will adjust myself, now psychology and my skill, and I wish I can have a good score in the bi-weekly final. 那我们就一起期待了，今天还有3场比赛，祝你加油 ！Good luck to you, good luck to Spider, and thank you for today's interview. And we will take a break and be right back later.
「するステージ」「視線を集めて」「キラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう」「一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ」「ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語」「ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよ」「どこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA Pro League Bi-Weekly 3. Game 3 in the books. There's still a lot of NARAKA to be played. I am Nbpl. I am joined by the cutesy Moxie, and it's been an exciting day with Lonnie absolutely dominating, and we're seeing old school Spider terminating this lobby, running through everyone, steamrolling the competition with non-stop aggression.
Yeah, 10 MVPs Spider has been able to log so far, and I mean, we're just over halfway in the season, so probably gonna be a lot more to come as he is looking unstoppable and potentially could be able to match up to the scoreline that Mike was able to leave the last time that he played, which is over the 40-point threshold too. So a lot of pre-purpose points already on the cards, Raven, in terms of points to take forward into this bi-weekly final, which means everyone else is going to have to be playing catch up if they don't want the day to be ending early anytime soon. But we're starting to see a lot of these players being able to pick up the pace, some of them a little bit lower in the leaderboards, able to claw away a couple of those kills, as well as playing the macro game to make it all the way to the end game and live and scavenge off some ranking points too.
I'm hoping by the end of the day we at least see one Yang fight between Azel and Spider. Both of these guys definitely in a league of their own when it comes to fighting. Now Shenyuan as well showing us some cool pole sword action for the day, showing that Temmie is still there and Justina is still very much there. Both a Spider, Azel, everyone who's played some of these personalities picks, these 5th round, 6th round picks are still getting a ton of value, even though Lonnie and Liam are both the S tier picks in this current meta. We're still seeing the character choices. It's not so lopsided like we saw at Worlds, where like Syra was just going to absolutely crush the lobby, or the previous Worlds where Hadi just crushed the lobby because of how strong they were. Lonnie is very, very strong, but I was talking to Tryhard about this, that she's probably one of the most balanced strong characters that's come out, where she has a lot of things going for her in her kit, but she is still very vulnerable as long as you know how to pick your spots and pick her apart. So really, really kudos goes to the dev teams of adding a character that even like the strongest players in the game feel is actually very balanced and very fun to play.
Yeah, and I mean, she also only really gets her TOD if she manages to catch you in the V2 extension when you're like in the air off of an uppercut. So because so many of these heroes in solos have a combo breaker, the only way that you really get punished if you're up against Alani is if you make mistakes back to back and end up in the air the first time around, burn your combo breaker, and then shortly afterwards end up in the air a second time, which we're starting to see in terms of the Realm of Yang fights. There's a lot of ways that you can play around being able to dodge away from both the Liam V2 and also that Lonnie V2. Something that we haven't got to see, which I'm a little bit sad at, but not all that surprised about, is Viper. Viper rework has come through. The pros are playing on the patch that Viper has been reworked. Last time we got to see Xuan Yuan actually pick up the Viper on game number 3. Didn't find that much success for it though, so I feel like it was very much a sort of like experimenting to see whether or not she was an option or whether or not it is just going to be sticking to the staple pool of heroes that we have designed for solos.
I would like to see Viper definitely played by one of the pros to kind of expose some of her vulnerabilities. Previously, we have seen short instances of Viper being experimented on and seeing like even drop down stuns in solos, getting that V1 stun and finding kills in endgame. Now her kit can be very strong in 1v1 situations, but at the highest level you see a lot more multi-way fights going down, and it ends up being around like 30 to 50% of your fights. So if your character can't really weather the storm or doesn't really find a ton of value, like scales very well, so even though you may be very good at 1v1, does Viper really scale as well as other characters? Her F2 does scale. Better weapon means bigger nuke out of your ability, but if you're going to play the silence into a combo game, chaining it with the additional silence of the new change, it really depends on which Viper you play. And then what do you do afterwards when you have a Kylan, a Lonnie, an Akos, all like the staples of these like all-in characters all waiting for you afterwards? Yeah, you can have stellar movement, but even in this modern day of NARAKA, the 2025, having this insane movement with all the armor swaps, with all the new kiting paths being created, it's just not enough unless you have some type of ability that really supplements you and makes up for the movement errors that even the strongest players will make getting caught on ledges and stuff. I want to see Viper just to see how it's countered, but I don't see it being one of the top 5 or 6 picks in the league, just at this moment at least.
Yeah, I mean, the mobility affording her ultimate, like, as well, even if you want to go for, like, the V1 or the V2 where you can... It used to be the V3, now it's the V2, where you could attack when that chain is tethering, as opposed to the V1 where you can, like, still dash around, but you can't, like, really go for either attacks or for the full movement in comparison to something like, say, a Syra in her ultimate, or a Lani in her ultimate, or a Justina dash where you can literally just burn one of those dashes and be halfway across the map, essentially. Especially if you utilize the attacks to be able to carry your momentum forward. But I think that's like another shortcoming that Viper has, like you said. Even though there is potential for her in the 1v1 situations, if you get hit with something like Yank Depletion, or even in the endgame fights, we're seeing like a lot of those heroes get turned on to, and being forced to burn their ultimates, everyone is then happy with the fact that they've burned their ultimates, wait out the duration, and then go back in again. Viper, I feel, would suffer a similar fate as the Syras when they get spotted out, where everyone remembers how oppressive Syras were in the endgame fights from Jacob, and they just want her out of the lobby before she has the opportunity to find that momentum.
Looking at everyone's stats, you see the satisfaction. Over the years of watching Spider, the subtleties when he's actually having a good time. He talked about it in the interview that last time when he didn't do as well, he was a little bit getting into his own head, and this time around he wanted to focus more on his mental, and you definitely see it throughout this week. Just not many mistakes coming out from him, and just especially with the speed and ferocity he's playing, for him to be that flawless, it definitely shows how much he's worked on his game, and how much it's changed over the years. I would say this version of Spider, last year he reinvented himself, and then again this year he is also reinventing himself, playing closer to what I see Azal playing, like a lot of hole dodging, a lot of mixing up in that mid-range, moving in and out to kind of scope out what his opponent is doing, but only doing it once, and then immediately committing back to the pressure, finding that chip game, that very, very safe gameplay, forcing his opponent to decisions, and really min-maxing every situation. When you're talking about getting light attacks in, most of the time people kind of scoff at it. They want to go for that focus attack, they want to go for that parry, but if he lands 6 or 7 light attacks throughout an entire fight, that's almost most of your armor, just based on light attacks, where he's sneaking them in, or he's peppering in range attacks at all these different positions, and that makes a huge difference because it forces you to these high pressure situations where you will have to choose a focus attack, you will have to parry, and Spider has a very, very good beat on what his opponents are doing when they are pressured to these tight spots.
Yeah, both Spider and Azure, it feels like a lot of the time when we observe their fights 1 versus 1, do tend to finish it and close it out on a parry, because like you said, their opponent has been forced into those tight positions where they are forced into committing a focus attack, because it's the only like chunk of damage that would be able to be enough to even the health lines, as we're going to be having a look to see 1 Shaol, 2 Lanis, so far 1 Liam. So Lani is the only one currently out of play for everyone else in these phases. Asia and Shoes are immediately going to back up that Liam, so we're going to have 3 Liams running around Padoria. Chuan Yuan is going to be opting for the Kylan. Rano is thinking about what he potentially wants to pick on up. Remember, the rule of hero points in solos is that you have to play on a regular day 5 different heroes you can only double pick once, and even then your double pick is also beholden to the lockout ruling, where if 2 players in a phase before you have picked that hero, they are entirely shut out as an option. So we can only have a maximum of 3 of the same heroes running around the map now, as opposed to in the past where we would sometimes see 6 of them.
Looking at the personality picks rounding out the lobby. Christina's shy also going all the way to the end. And I was saying before that 225 and Spider seem to be always on the same character, even though they're in phase 1 and 2. And I don't know what Star is doing, not wanting to pick the same characters as 225, considering 225 is probably one of the most friendly when it comes to being the same character, really playing a lot of homie status situations. But we did see a rare side of 225 where he faked out Azal at a Spirit Well, kind of showing no hostility. Usually around the first Spirit Well, it's not worth it to take an engagement there, just because you end up burning each other's cooldowns with Yang coming out with the Yang depletion. So it puts you in a very vulnerable position. Instead, it's just like a loot off, who can get the loot the fastest, because you're not really getting much more out of it. But 225 with a cheeky play ends up catching Azal lacking, a little bit of a veteran play, letting him know that there isn't an agreement here. We will betray if we think you are not paying attention. And Azal still makes it to that endgame. We didn't get to see how that situation played out, but 225 got him down to 1 HP, and it looks like, again, Azal's great kiting gets him out of it. Now, one of my favorite things, Moxie, looking at the average score of everyone, Spider 6.1, the highest out of everyone here. Everyone else around 3, which is very respectable. 3 kills, very, very high. Rano second highest at 3.9 on his Syra. Now Syra has fallen out of the meta, so the fact he's able to keep it that high considering everything. And Shen Yuan, actually known for how good his Kylan is. I've seen a couple MVP rounds reviewing Shen Yuan's playstyle when he plays Kylan. One of the trickier characters to play, just because his ultimate, even though it's very oppressive, does put you in an awkward position as it consumes some of your health. They did buff it that on hit you're getting a little bit more health, but still going into end games, I would say Kylan is mainly one of those characters that does super well when he gets into Yang. And Perdoria is actually when Shen Yuan plays his character the most, so he definitely look to him. I would say if I was gonna bet on someone, I would bet on Shen Yuan this round, if not for my dark horse. But Spider, with his momentum, with the top pick, are we gonna see another stellar performance of him in another masterclass for endgame?
Well, what we're not going to see is Arcadia, because it is grayed out, so no one was able to land there. Instead, it's going to be Spider and DRG's Fong going head-to-head. Spider already getting both a spear and a pistol to be able to play in the pocket and at a distance. They're going to interact with the tree, which is going to give continuous heal tick coming on through to combat that zone damage. The Spider looks for the parry, doesn't manage to find it, goes for the overhold before cancelling out into the 1-2 light attack, jump horizontal uppercut extension. Will be able to get so much damage off of Fong because of this. Fong does manage to throw out the LMB to be able to buy himself a little bit of spacing to escape out of those stairs, but Spider is still going to be able to win out the fight overall, as we're going to head back and look now at 08 Edward, who is currently in a very precarious position, caught no armor, 50% health and below, directly in the middle of Bowder and Alliance.
Because on the Liam has an opportunity here with the purple musket to steal this kill, but he has to be worried. Azal also on the Liam with a weapon swap pulse sword, but we are going to go over to Shen Yuan versus Arano. Arano with his armor stripper. Now Shen Yuan going to grapple in, trying to find the opening, but noticing Arano with the armor pickup is going to be put in a tough situation. Jumping LB going to put Shen Yuan into a wake-up situation, but he's able to scale rush. I saw the pressure. He's looking for an armor reset. Does finally we're back to an even fight, but Arano immediately takes advantage with that fist dash in, gets a sneaky little focus attack in. Now Shen Yuan prepping with the focused scale rush, gonna be forcing out Arano with that gold F, and now Arano gonna pick up the blue armor. Cheeky little play right here. Shen Yuan doesn't want to give up this blue armor for free here. Able to close the distance, get that jumping element, a little bit of chip damage, and now Arano making his way off to the side. But surprise attack comes out. Focus attack on the corner is going to put Shen Yuan in a tough position right now. And Arano wants to take this fight, has momentum right now. Shen Yuan makes his way back into the room, goes for a scale rush up, not able to get it. He is going to pop his ultimate. Gold F gonna come out from Arano. He isn't gonna panic and pop ultimate in response. He's gonna hold on to it until Shen Yuan gets close. He is gonna pop it this time, but the V1 is gonna combo up Arano. He's gonna make his way outside to the rooftop, getting away from Shen Yuan, throwing out the balls though. Shen Yuan looking for an opening right now, but the iced off pressure is going to slow things down. Arano comes back in, gets the bedazzled, looks for the stagger. A little bit of ult left for Shen Yuan. The V1's going to come out, but wait a second. This dodge across and a double charge is going to put Shen Yuan out of his misery, blowing him up with that 2-charge R&B.
Spider's going to be feeling pretty miserable right now. We'll be able to dodge out of the first Liam V2 attempted. The grapple kick extension dodges out of the follow-up with the combo breaker, but now he's Alani with no combo breaker, and Azure absolutely saw that investment. Goes for the clank to be able to prevent the focus strike from connecting. Manages to outlive the entire duration of the Liam ultimate, and Spider kites towards the other side of that pillar to get a heal off as Asia steps up to keep up the pressure onto Shu, who is going to go down to the RMB coming on through, sweeping him before he can hit the ground. Spider gets a blue armor reset off of the trophy he's on, and instantly is equipped to be able to continue this fight against Ajao. But here comes the Syra rolling on up to the scene. Arano on the outskirts with that pistol is starting to chip down all of that armor that Spider was able to pick back up, and unfortunately for him, he is going to get caught out before he can scale rush out of there and look for the disengagement. DRG's Fong with the pistol will be able to claim the elimination, but Aja was able to come on through with the Soulblend pickup to build into this V2. Fong invests that Justina F2, puts himself onto the wall to be able to disengage away from a potential grab attempt coming on through from that Liam, as now Aja wants to try and take down DRG's Fong, chasing him a little bit further away, but not going for the full commitment because he knows that Arano on the Syra is on his back. Syra investing that combo breaker. Aja gets stunned, but Arano isn't actually in the area to take advantage of the CC, and Aja, still on grey armor, is going to go back, pick up the broken blue that he knew was still on the ground, and heal that up as opposed to looking for the elimination. As no surprises, FBX's star is out in the zone, rolled all the way up to Arcadia, and entirely uncontested was able to pick up the 7 Thunder Coins and get full point essence.
Max Corruption here, he is going to space this out perfectly. Looks like Star has done his homework to make sure that you can grab all the coins in a quick fashion and get out very, very safely. Edward, usually contesting Star for that Vampire Essence, is going to be already setting up on the Justina, waiting for this Realm of Yang with the knives. Are we going to see that same success that we saw Spider with his Justina knives? Now, we saw Wang Lang day one of the premiere of the league really pop off inside of Realm of Yang, showing what he's been working on for the off season, but he's been a little bit iced off. Now, he's always been one of the most dominant players in the pro scene, and it was very strange not seeing one of the old guards at the J-Cup. But now, with the rename, with the rebrand from Wang Liang to Edward, he's definitely shown a different side of him. And same thing with Spider, really reinventing himself. Speaking of which, Shen Yuan and Azal are going to be fighting off for this Realm of Yang. Remember, no free Realm of Yangs. Shen Yuan in a tough situation because of the Kylan ult, down to 1 HP with Azal pressuring him.
Yeah, but Zhuan Yuan did have the Yang pass, so he will be able to go with that V1 and the Kyling guard, the 4 seconds of immortality, giving him the opportunity to drop down, go into that portal, and then immediately getting the full heal as well as the replenishment of the 100% race charge to take the fight versus Arano on this. Syra getting to grapple as well and chip down a lot of that purple armor with just light hits coming in from that spear. But Arano with the jump LMBs on the fist blades, returning the favor, and Zhuan Yuan losing pretty much all of that blue. Combo breaker from Syra is invested. Stun Dazzle will be able to connect onto Zhuan Yuan, but Arano is forced to board the ultimate and pop it now. Given the amount of damage that the spear was able to do when he was stuck on that pillar, Arano gets the Stun Dazzle into the 1-2-3. He cancelled his ultimate early to commit with the fist blades, understanding that Zhuan Yuan did not have the opportunity to recover.
225 versus Verse. Max range LMB focus attack with the knives is going to get parried out from Verse. Tricky 225 goes to the sky. We saw this a little bit earlier with the Shio versus Lani. 225 with a ton of options, able to kite out this very, very oppressive ultimate, able to get that advanced heal off, take back to the sky, not proccing any of this Shio ult, using his range to go past that shield, getting a little bit of chip in before he comes down to fight after the ultimate is down. Nice kiting again from pillar to pillar, finally throwing out the ball, getting the teleport off, doesn't get the last hit off, and we're back to full health situation. But 225, nice 1.5 charge, gonna get that one through, but Verse is gonna come around the corner, get that stagger into the uppercut. Now 225 on the pillar, verticality of the flying knives is gonna knock him down. Big parry's gonna be coming out, big damage right now, tap dodge and the follow-up focus attack. We haven't seen it all day, but Verse is gonna throw it out there and clean up 225.
I mean, we talked about it at the beginning of the day, how instrumental those pillars are in the realm of Yang, especially in solos. We do see it in trios, but definitely in solos, pillar play is one of the metas inside realm of Yang. So having a weapon that has verticality tracking to interfere with those pillars is definitely going to be mixing things up, and that's exactly what Verse was able to take full advantage of. 2-5. Versus on up is actually almost had to take a fight against the player that bested him inside the realm of Yang. As Arano, missing all of his armor, does have a legendary Hong Sword, is going to try and close up the distance. Asia on only blue armor, but no Yang depletion. Is not going to be forced into taking this fight if he doesn't want it. Stun Dazzle forced out from the Siren, wanted to go for either a drop down or the jump horizontals into the ultimate, and Asia gets stunned up. He is not able to utilize his combo breaker to frame out of the CC. This time around, he will be able to utilize the activation of his ultimate to frame out of the stagger from the triple charge Syra V1, but that means that Arano is just free to keep on beaming, and Aja goes out of the lobby early.
Arano, Syra, you can't sleep on Arano. Throughout last year, he was always within the top 5, almost sealing so many tournaments away from Spider. It came down to the last point over and over. Even though he's not known as that a dueler, he is still a very, very strong fighter, and he picks his spots effectively. Now AS is going to get a juggle onto Shenyuan. Nice scale rush in, trying to cover the wake up over here. Shenyuan tries to create some space, but AS denying the space, denying the scale rush with a nice well-timed uppercut. JL's AS is also going to pick up a nice kill. Arano up to 3 kills, Star up to 2 kills, and now AS up to 2 kills, as well as Verse.
Yeah, 2-5 is not the only player on Yang depletion. Lipo is also going to be, as we head and look at Imperium, the scene where so many of these players have been drawn to, like moths to a flame. Realm of Yang is going to be up, as well as the cluster of players inviting a potential opportunity to grab a Soul Bloom and cleanse that Yang depletion debuff. Lipo has not been able to find an opportunity, though. He's trying to keep the fight going, putting a little bit of pressure on the players around, trying to keep the engagement because of the health bars being so low, forcing out that investment. Unfortunately for him, a lot of them are going to have that buff. Good news for him, though, is that a couple of patches ago, they changed it where the players with Vermilion Birds might do not drop their loot the way that the buff has always worked, but they do drop a Soul Bloom And off of that player who had the buff, Lipo will be able to pick up that bloom and cleanse the Yang depletion without having to invest his ultimate and turn the entire lobby up against him. And we can have a look and see how exactly he found himself in that predicament. Ooh, we get a nice little uppercut into grapple kick. And unfortunately for him, though, he isn't able to find the full extension chain. It's not a TOD. He gets parried, has to burn the F1, picks the knives back up, burns all of his stamina, trying to dodge away from the chase down coming on through, has absolutely nothing left on the bot to dodge out of the V2 catch from that Liam grab and gets sent into the montage from FPX's Star.
Yeah, Star with the weapon swap, just covering everything. You see Lipo desperately trying to dodge out of the situation. Nothing you can do with that weapon swap covering. Once you commit to that role, you are for sure cooked versus dual blades and dual halbies. The amount of range and coverage they can do. Definitely really a decent opener. He gets a nice bunch of clogs, able to get those uppercuts onto Star, but the inevitable ends up happening. The second Star gets momentum, Lipo's defense just cannot stand up against the weapon swapping of Star. Unfortunately for him, he does fall in that realm of Yang. Look like he's able to, I believe, cleanse by the end of that. 9 people left alive. Spirit Wall is going to be coming out of the situation. Edward looking for the kill onto Star. A little bit of overcommitment from Star, and Edward smells blood in the water, looking for the stagger onto him. But Edward, with that fan, is going to be moving out here, and we are going to go back to the realm of Yang of SR Spider versus Bauda Chuz.
But absolute chat move. Blue armor, blue weapon. Man still takes a realm of Yang. He is going to get hit and lose a lot of that blue armor in the air before swapping over to the musket to try and even things up. Scale rushing in, closing the distance, wanting to try and take this melee 1 versus 1, dagger versus flying knives. Watch going to be able to find more value. Spider continues to keep applying the pressures of the flying knives. Do not get the opportunity to take advantage of a downtime distance in this fight. Spider with the LMV around the pillar gets interrupted by the gap closer coming through from the flying knives. This time she actually commits into aggressive. Spider now goes for the V2, looks to try and send out that trick wall, will be able to get a little bit of spacing bot and heal off of the back of it, dodges out of the Liam grab attempt coming on through with another trick ball catch, and we go back to the scale rush coming on through. Spider this time isn't able to dip away before the V2 comes out. Up into the air he goes, but he manages to evade the follow-up stagger with the gold frame of his own trick ball catch and throw. And Spider now on the pillar, no! Gets sent back again into the grab. Ultimate's out of play. Spider against the pillar and invisible has absolutely zero distance to back off and kite away from the flowing knives. Connection chase down, and he is blue armor and blue weapon sent back to the Soul Altar to begin again in the lobby.
Nice job from the Chuz, throwing 4 follow-up blues after that initial focus attack. My man, which is out there release champing into Spider. Spider not ready for it, and that's where like Fancy kind of just dies to very, very simple, well-timed focus attacks that are tricky, end up slowing it down. All the Fancy dodges and light attack chip game. Now Star, down to half health, has multiple purple armors chasing him. He does have a fan and a ton of building to work off of here. Nice kiting path going up from the top, grabbing onto walls, making his way back to the window, cutting out to the side, but Verse keeping on top of him. But wait a second here. New little path right here. I see you, Star, making up some new areas. The tough part of kiting in this building is all the pillar situations there. You don't really get that instant scale rush that you want. You get like that tree upward animation. So knowing these little spots to keep that scale rush going, especially when you have fan or dagger, that's ideally where you want to be. Unfortunately for him, and fortunately for Lipo, he's finally able to pick up one of these kills, and he gets on the board instead of the one being chased in these situations. 1 kill for his Justina. Fong is going to get choked out from AS. Everyone's going to be piling in right now. So much damage going down. Blue armor swap though. going to keep us going, but Fong is going to make his way to the top of the roof and over. But Verse, he's been doing all the heavy lifting of chasing everyone down, sticking onto him, not letting him bend away. And Fong has his work cut out for him. He does get that blue armor reset and turns it around on to Fong.
That's not good news for GL's AS though. That Sheol invested ultimate and has Yang depletion. Spider does also have Yang depletion, but he's still holding on to that V2. And there's still a fight going on because everyone knows the AS is down those resources. Spider closes up the distance, but oh no, the White Tiger's Paras, the knockback, I think actually meant that Spider wasn't close enough to the body to pick up the Soul Bloom. And that was the most vulnerable target in the lobby that everyone was going to turn on to. Removed. Spider now has to play that he's not in that desperate position where he's the Lani that lost that Realm of Yang fight and has that depletion, because that would mean that every single player around him would just kite the timer out until we went down to the sub 10 seconds mark and would then look for the last hit connection. And now Spider just has to try and hope for the next 2.5 minutes that he plays in a way that isn't immediately going to be recognized as this is a lost hit potential situation. Rano is going to roll up to the body, just trying to pick some of those resources. He spotted Spider. He's seen that Spider was blue armor. Spider actually picked up the broken purple armor off of the body, but hasn't been able to find the opportunity to drop an armor powder and heal it back up, and has to go for the gray. The 1-2s are coming through from the fist blade. So does the combo breaker into that ultimate. Spider has absolutely no other thing that he can do except desperately make a play and hope that other players in the area inside this building turn onto the Syra instead of him with the force of that ultimate. He's still got 2 minutes. He can afford to space out of this fight, look for a disengagement, and try to make a play if Arano gets contested. But unfortunately for him, he's still the target that everyone is looking to focus down. No one else is fighting each other, and with 1.5 minutes left and Spider burned out of his ultimate, I don't know if he's going to be able to make a recovery from this one, Raven.
Always winnable. Moxie's going to make his way back to this armor, you know. We got 4 armor pots. That means we can heal this armor twice. We're chilling. We're still looking for a kill right now. 1:13. It's not dire, you know. 10 seconds. It's looking cooked, but we got a minute to make something happen. And unfortunately, Lipo does get grappled, but Spider feels like this is not a good target to go. He's shopping around, but how long can he really shop for? Only a minute left now. It's pretty unlikely to be able to close out someone, but time to kill. Spider is known for killing players very, very fast. He is going to make his way to the Liam of Chuz. E2's going to be invested. He's going to scale rush out to the top, but Spider guesses his landing. He is going to get captured. Take a little bit of chip damage here, but Arano comes flying in with the light attacks, and Chuz just gets stabbed in the back with the LMB focus attack. Spider is not able to get the soul wound either. He gets all of his armor switched up, and again he has to do the heavy lifting coming through. Arano with the backstep of flying knife. Spider is gonna hit his ultimate one more time, and it looks like Lipo is gonna be kiting out the situation, being able to kite to the left, but Spider realizes it's unlikely and ends up raising the white flag, not wanting to give any kills, but everyone searching over, trying to get that last hit to pick off the free kill from Spider retreating into zone.
Oh my goodness, disaster. I wonder if we're gonna get a POV camera from Shu, just having to deal with the fact that that Lani just straight up drop kicks onto him, and everyone in the lobby immediately turned onto Liam, who knew that he was down that combo breaker to pick up that legendary pulse so and keep the blistering edge in play. Lipo, unfortunately, having to invest that Sheol V1, looking to try and break the ankles and disappear amongst all of the different walls that hedge the outskirts of Imperium. Fong went right over the top, might not have heard the armor powder. That, or he's content to just wait for the zone to push Lipo more out into the open space. Fistblades, we've got the Scarish out. We're chaining them together back to back, trying to put as much distance between ourselves and the rest of the players in this lobby as possible. There is another Sheol, so if he can try and break that distance and just drop away, hope that they turn onto Verse, thinking that that's the Sheol without the ultimate instead, or he can hope to be able to space out between the Moonbane AoE that's currently cutting all of the players left in this lobby, as Edward, with the swap over to the range, actually pressures his opponent into walking into that AoE and taking the additional hits of damage. Edward more than happy to go Moonbane surfing, breaking out the boogie board because we have the Mystic Might and the damage reduction that comes alongside it, as well as the information gathering intel of where all of these players are, even if there's a wall between himself and them.
Now, Bird's doing a really good job of kiting around with this dagger. 5 people left alive. Kind of the standard we've seen throughout the day, Moxie. 5 people getting to this end game. Spirit Well situation where Edward does have the blue buff, trying to move it down. But the Moonbane, the ultimate third party, the paid actor is going to take down Verse. Big hit's going to come in. The Shadow ult's not going to matter as Edward gets that chip damage in. Now Fong with a little bit of high five as Edward makes on his way with the backup gold armor. But at the top right now, Arano at 5 kills, Lipo at 1, Edward at 2, Fong at 1. Will Lipo try to weather out the storm of these Justinos with Arano, or is it going to be Arano versus these 2 Justinas? And wait a second, Fong is using the knives. Are we going to see Fong specialized in a new weapon? He's very much known for his fan and dagger play exclusively. Not that he can't play other weapons, but he definitely is he's one of the most developed in those weapon matches. We're seeing Arano in a tough position right now. Gets his gold armor switch from them. Nice kiting going to be coming down, sticking to the edge of this roof. Going to be able to pop a heal. The Justina's trying to keep on the pressure on him. Edward with the nunchucks, trying to find the closeout on him. And Fong with the max range knives right there, trying to sneak up the hit. A little bit of a cheeky roll parry from Arano, using that F to come down. Look for the hit, and now Lipo's going to be engaging with 3 minutes left alive. 2 Justinas, a Shayo, and Syra left standing for this game 4 on Perdoria.
Yeah, the Syra might not be standing for long, though. You can see that Fong is still trying to apply the pressure onto Arano. The rest of the players, too, were stacking on him, wanting to try and put enough pressure onto the Syra to force out the ultimate. Then they would be able to disengage and turn back onto the Syra when she did not have that resource. Unfortunately for them, Arano was able to kite around it and keep that V1 still in play, and Lipo is actually the one who is now getting turned on to Edward, chasing down with the Phantom Step. We're gonna see the fist blades interrupted before they can finish off their target. Edward with the F2 combo breaker coming into play. Arano, in the meantime, has been forced into burning out his ultimate. And now, with the Stun Dazzle turning onto Fong, he closes up the distance, throws out the fan R&B. Can't stay in the corruption tick too long. Does still have a combo breaker, and that's gonna buy himself the space to go for a potential armor powder. But we can see that the Justina ultimates have come out into the mix since the fighting is occurring. And both of them are looking to see if they can find some cheeky dashes without you having to try and frame through the freeze connection. There's the Syra stun coming on out, and there goes Arano without that combo break setup, and we go to a free player now. We've got 2 Justinas, 1 Shaol. Lipo still without his ultimate, was able to utilize the threat of those tortoise block counters to keep himself alive. Goes for the jump LMBs with the fist blades as he drops down from that cliffside, throwing out the RMBs to buy himself a little bit of space to climb back onto the cliffside and scale rush into his opponent's combo breaker comes into play. Not so we can escape an extension, but so that we can get damage reduction and put pressure onto Fong. He's trying to utilize the speed of the RMB to force the Justinas to betray each other, but it is not to be. Edward, the pulsar, will be able to take the Cheryl down, and it's a 1 versus 1, but Edward has a clear advantage. He's got the ultimate, he's got the uppercut, and he's got the jump horizontal in mid-air. He doesn't need the dash to be able to find the damage to do the kill.
Yeah, Edward just full pedals to the metal, gets the Spirit Well buff, and runs through the lobby on that Justina, and we're seeing pretty much like either Lonnie or the bottom half of the character picks around 5 and 6 closeout lobbies today, Moxie. Lonnie, Temi, Justina absolutely crushing these situations, and we've seen the meta kind of round out and settle down. Lonnie at the top, Liam second, and then Shayo in third. But that fourth, fifth, and sixth peak, something we haven't seen at all today. Valda used to be everywhere before. It's one of the staple picks. She does very, very well at heal-off situations. Even after the nerf, she's still very, very tanky. She still has a lot of options with the spear to kind of create opportunities. And then her gold F was still very good in a lot of like CQB, a lot of close quarter situations. You could find nice combos off of it. But today, no Valdas anymore. We're shifting away from that meta, and we're seeing that the characters are so close right now that we see Temmie's winning the lobby. We see Lonnie's winning the lobby. We see even Justina's able to win this lobby. It seems like Spirit Well and how you play those situations now ends up being a very, very big. So everything leading up to that last Spirit Bowl really dictates who's going to win these end games.
Yeah, I mean, Valda, like you said, very strong here, prominently in the Nbpl solos meta, but something else which is going to be prominent is the Spring Split random gift. How many players chose Shayol Wei in game number 4? Was it A1? Was it B2? Was it C3? Or was it D4? But now, returning back to that point, like you said, we're currently in a heal-off situation with like the last Spirit Well definitely having a major impact in determining who is going to be able to win that endgame situation. But I think just the way we're seeing the Sires get lobbied out the second that people realize that there's a Sire still in play, Valda would have fallen under the same problem because her V2, very, very strong, gives her a lot of additional health to be able to win the heal situation. The spear throw as well, there's a lot less space for the players to be able to dodge around it. If they dodge out of the spear, they're probably dodging into the corruption tick damage. Valdas would always be able to levy that choice, and the fact that you always lost no matter what you selected as a way of coming out on top. But just the way we saw as we headed into Jacob in December, Valdas were getting spotted out and pressured, and players would actually be able to time when they pressured the Valda really perfectly. They would get it spot on to the point that they would pressure a Valda before the zone had fully closed, to the point where the Valda did not have enough time to be able to build up another V2 and then win the heal situation. And because we have so many heroes coming to the forefront who can win that heal situation, Kylan with his 4 seconds of immortality because of Kylan Guard, Lonnie with her sustain, Shayol with the fact that she can CC chain you so that she can always prioritize picking up the soul blooms and stop you from being able to grab them, Liam with his V2 who can always grab players and throw them away from the zone and again away from the soul blooms. I feel like Valda would just get out-tempoed in terms of the heal situation. There are so many people who could win it that it actually cannibalizes your chances if you go specifically for that style of play.
Now, speaking of out-tempo, the tempo of the lobby right now, Lipo at that threshold of 12, top 12 at 14 points. Shaw did not play today at 18.5. Spider, massive day so far, 18.7. Edward as well, massive day so far, 21 points for the day, climbing up the leaderboard at the top 6. Azal, 25.5, getting to that secure, nice like 30-ish points, high 20s. Fong picking up. So we're seeing Fong always in these end games, but he's not able to snowball, and I would say getting kills is a big part of the modern day rule set and strategy of doing super well. Shenyuan getting a ton of kills, so obviously score reflecting it. Now, going back to the highlights of the day, verse NAS off spawn, light attacks coming out, but verse sending the RMB, sending AS packing, nice overhold. Nice focus release from AS. The chip damage is coming out. Verse making his way around. Classic one hold 2 to close it out. Now inside the realm of Yang, Arano with the bedazzled. Following it up onto Shenron, finding the closeout. Verse with the flying knives. That single hit, and this is the mix-up. He hit 225 with so many follow-up blues. You see 225.
Yeah.
The tilt from it just eating so many rando blues, it definitely eats at your soul.
A little bit of a taste of medicine, because when 225 debuted, he was probably the player who committed the most outside of CDY back then to those focus hits, as we can see the LMV on those throwing knives and being able to win that last round of Yang. This is the moment that Edwards was able to come on first, swinging down that Shao all before getting to turn into the 1 versus 1, getting the Soul Bloom 2 to deny Fong the opportunity of getting some of that heal, as well as replenishing the V1, the knockback on the Justina ultimate activation, the 1-2 light stagger into the uppercut chain, into the jump LMB, as well as the corruption tick damage, more than plenty to be able to confirm the MVP coming on for the second Justina of the day. Because like you pointed out, Liam so far not getting a single win. Edward though, this will be his second.
Edward 16k. Looking at his Jates, he did have Merciless Havoc, Skyforce allowing him to roll through everyone, and the glitch in the Matrix Ripple Step, that Phantom Step, making it impossible to hit my man out of his dodges. The Scion Fang, the 1-2-3, and the advanced heal. My man was super stacked going into this endgame, and I don't remember seeing him so much. We saw one clip with him with the Pulse Sword by doing 8.4k damage with the Pulsar to dash through in a light attack. One of the most consistent things you can do with Justina on the low ping, able to go through, get that big chip damage, and cover yourself with the Stone Form unblockable over and over, setting yourself up for bigger situations, trying to find those times. We've seen a lot of interesting timings from Spider and Azra. I didn't see so much from Edward this round, but he's all the Justinas today. Even though V1 is not a true freeze, you have to catch your opponent not holding focus attack. I saw a bunch of unique situations that aren't very obvious that the Justinas were able to get a lot of freezes off today onto opponents who weren't really ready for it, on top of all the really good gold frames from the heads-up matches versus Liam, and even versus Lonnie.
Yeah, a lot of the Justinas getting to utilize those freeze dashes with the gold frame, very similar to the way that you would see Valdez utilize not throwing the spear, but holding the spear in the V2 to be able to escape out of some of those connections coming on through. So really nice to see the evolution of Justina gameplay coming into the mix, because she's been a hero that's been in and out of Solo's meta all the way back in, 2021? We used to have Solo's meta purely being Yodos and Justinas, and my goodness, what a time it was to be able to experience those endgames. There would be 16 players in one lobby. You would have like 8 Yodos, 8 Justinas, and it would just be ultimate after ultimate lines popping on off, and whoever ulted above everybody else tended to be the one that came out on top. So a lot of those players really did wait for the heal situation and the zone to fully close on through before looking for those CC frames. We've moved away though from endgames like that, and Justinas have had to pick their moments much more wisely, as we're getting to see them get a lot more value from those dashes, given the fact that there are so many ways that, like you said, you can avoid away from getting frozen out. One of the solutions though is for Justina to just dash into multiple players, because someone's probably not going to be ready for a dash, and if you find a successful dash, you get another dash, which is one of the reasons we saw when Spider was on the first map, was on the first round, was on that Justina. He was able to change so many of those dashes back to back.
Yeah, the crowd control potential on Justina makes her even a strong character in trios. I can't really recall many situations where I've seen Justinas on the off spawn do what Spider did. You saw like the level of accuracy through the dashes, and with the most recent patches, I know a lot of the Justinas mains out there really enjoy how they've reworked the character, brought her back to life. For the longest time, like her combo break was a big vulnerability to her, just because you could sit on top of her and kind of guess when she was going to cancel. Now that there's a knockback to it, it makes it a lot more reliable getting out, instead of just being forced to double jump or tap dodge. On top of the fact, in her ultimate, having that extra freeze that comes down at close range gives her a lot of mix-up potential. She was already very deadly just because of her resets, her uppercut combos that allowed her to just freeze and extend things to the moon. But now I would say Justina is in a very good spot considering how many strong characters there are. And I've always liked metas where the top 6 characters, even though there is like a top tier and S tier, it's not like an overly dominant position. Like they have some type of vulnerability, and there ends up being a ton of counterplay you can see, and especially with the new rule set that NARAKA or Nbpl have created, it's a lot more exciting. The kill heavy playstyle has really forced all these players to evolve their game to the point where almost everyone is a really good fighter and can at least hold their ground off spawn, inside Yang, and even these end games. We're seeing one of the new bloods, Azal. He's definitely been bringing a ton of new ideas to the league, but he still has his work cut out for him. Spider, hard at work, very vigilant at the new blood coming in, having an excellent day. I'm still hoping, I'm still crossing my fingers, Moxie. Give me a Spider versus Azal before the end of the day. I want to break down that Yang fight to really see how their playstyles match up.
I mean, you're not the only one hoping for it. I want to see it too, Raven. It will be an absolute cinematic treat if we do get to see it. The RGs Fong and Edward are going to be able to get first round selection coming on through. It is later in the day though, so we're going to definitely be seeing the fact that a lot of these players might potentially have already burned that double pick, starting to make a impact in terms of whether or not that first phase is going to be able to insta-lock out a hero. And just the way that we've seen in some of the previous games too, even before that was coming into play. There's still discussion and debate. The fact that not everybody needs to make it to those end games, you just need to be able to bag a couple of kills to still score highly in these games, has meant that even though Liams haven't been taking MVP positions, they've still been a sought after lock for phase number 1. And surprise, surprise, there it is. Edward is going to be picking up the Liam, Fong on that Lonnie, and now we get to see the split potentially between Lipo and Verse, and it is going to continue. 2 Liams, 2 Lonnies, both taken off of the board.
Yeah, it looks like it could be a combination of who is on which character, but we've seen this trend throughout the day. A little bit of a pickle when it comes to that first and second round pick of which is stronger, either Lonnie or Liam. Now in the third round selection, Shenyuan gonna go with the Syra, Arana with the Shayol. What will the Chuz and Azal go with? Shayol on Baldus, Chuz, Alliance. Azal is going to be going with a Child. The triple pick is very deadly in solos. You're just more likely to find someone that looks like you. And Shayol is one of those characters that struggles in endgame. Her shield is very vulnerable to range attacks, and especially when one person gets Rupture Gale going. We are going to see a triple Justina between Star225 and AS. Spider on the lone Akos, the singular kitty cat out there. Will he be able to survive? Now, Mike and Spider are known for their Akos, and we always see this character come out, especially on MVP rounds, just because you are forced to that last phase. There's not much left to pick. I'm curious to see what Spider has available, just because Lonnie does really well versus Akos, can easily find a TOD onto him. So I'm curious to see if Spider has worked out the kinks. A lot of the early VODs that I watched was a Spider instant dying to Lonnie, so we'll see if my man has it worked out. And I'm crossing my fingers. Shayol versus Akos actually is a decent matchup for Akos, considering the amount of buffs he's gotten for his ultimate versus the shield ultimate of Shayol. The Tiger does go through shield.
I mean, Spider is definitely going to be looking to secure a realm of Yang wins, because Akos is very strong in the 1 versus 1, but definitely significantly falls off in terms of overall impact in the multi-way fight. So is going to be struggling to pick up value in the end game scenarios. The V2, of course, with successful grabs does come through with a little bit of sustained siphon, but it's nowhere near the level that is going to be cleared by either a Syra just spamming out the stun dazzle orbs or that Lonnie being able to throw and catch the V2 coming on through. We're going to have a look and see what the drop locations are going to be coming on out. East side of the map is going to be seeing a lot of action, as is plumed for some of these players. FPX is still always liking to run points of interest, becoming very similar to GG in terms of their trio teams. Very easy to see where he's going to be landing. If it is Holoroth, he's going to be on Salvation Podium to try and solve that puzzle as quickly as possible. And if it's Podora, he'll always go towards Arcadia to pick up that Volpoint Essence. So no surprises to see him there, but that is a very large stack of players landing on the east. Asia, Spider, and TDD5. We might not get to see the realm of Yang 1 versus 1 Raven, but we're gonna get to see the hot drop fight between the two.
Yeah, definitely a ton of hot drops going down. 4 people on each area instead of that normal just 1v1 situation. We got 225, Fong, Spider, and Azal. We're getting that nice fight that I did want to see. Azal versus Spider. Unfortunately, no armor to their name. A little bit of a light attack, but Spider gonna opt to back off, look for that first armor off spawn. He is gonna luck out. My man is juiced up, ready for that Realm of Yang, getting that lucky purple armor off spawn, but he has to be careful. 4 people around him. Akos is a very good target to go after off spawn, just because he doesn't really have that combo break, but he does have a huge amount of damage reduction on the F1, and Spider definitely knows how to utilize this very effectively. Now Fong and 225 going to be spacing out. We're going to make our way to the other side of the map though, versus Edward.
Yeah, Edward commits. First goes for the overhold so he doesn't get staggered. Edward has burned the combo break, now has to go for the activation of the ultimate to get a gold frame focus. Throws out the second stage of the LMB, catching Verse on the space out, and will be able to confirm the kills. We go back to see that Spider has indeed been targeted by everybody in the air. The good thing about the F1 is that the damage reduction stacks off of the amount of players hit on that knockback. The bad news for Spider now is that it's out of play. Everyone saw the purple armor, and everybody wants to take the Akos down so that they can absorb the loot from his body. Turns around, throws out the LMB. T5 now potentially gets turned on to, given the fact that he's broken out of that Justina F2. But no, everyone is not taking the eye off of the prize. Spider does not want to go for an armor swap, because then he loses the purple armor, because I guarantee you, if he goes for a gray, someone breaks away with that purple and goes full disengagement mode. But Spider has been able to do enough damage to turn it on to Fong. Out comes both the Lonnie and the Akos V2. Spider not getting the opportunity to find one of those pounces. Has to be careful that he doesn't get staggered out by that Lonnie trick ball coming in through. Kites back to his original drop location. Still hasn't had the opportunity to fully reset this purple armor, as he's being peppered by cannon spray coming in through, and has to burn the last little bit of his ultimate. That last Tiger Pounce taking verticality to create even more distance between himself and the rest of these players. But T5 is not giving up the chase. The bow shot will connect, taking that last little bit of purple armor down. And with the Justina V1 still in play, T5 can play for keeps in this fight.
And nice job from 225. That bow shot happens to hamstring Spider, so he can't get away from the situation. He shoots and trying to max grapple. He does have 13 grapples. I don't imagine the others have as many grapples as him. They're desperately trying to chase down 225 again, trying to deny all of these grapple aways, but Spider doing a really good job of line of sighting, scale rushing repeatedly, conserving some of these grapples. Everyone's going to be invested. Nice parry going to come out onto Azal. Big damage is going to be coming out. Will they switch targets, or will they keep going for Spider? That purple armor is just too juicy. Everyone wants a bite of it. Spider doesn't want to give up this purple armor. He refuses to armor swap, fading out, getting a nice light attack on the 225, but the 1-2 from 225 comes in. Spider fades out, gets the uppercut stagger, but gold combo break going to come out from 225. Spider still doing a good job of kiting right now, even with the nunnies. Not the best at scale rushing. And Azal with the knives, able to yoink the kill away off the juggled Spider in midair. Who's going to be able to get that purple armor? It looks like Fong has it. Now it's the cursed purple armor. Everyone wants a piece of it. And look, Spider revived. Really salty respawn. Wait a second. A little bit. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of sody in the system. Getting that salty respawn, getting the blue armor, and we're back. We want our armor back. I feel you, Spider.
It 2v5 commits the R&B from the throwing knife. Spider still in the mix. Is forced out of the fight because of that Lonnie trick ball coming on through. Fong has a lot more mobility in his ultimate than was afforded to Spider with his Acres V2, as well as sustainability, which is going to go into keeping this purple armor intact. With Realm of Yang spawning on up too, he's going to be given an out to disengage from the fighters. Unfortunately for Jails AS, he's not going to be given an out. He's going to be sent the traditional way, losing all of his health bar to a multi-way fight that's going to claim WBZ's Arano too. And this is not a good time for these players to go down. Yes, they're going to be able to continue in the lobby, but unfortunately, they're not going to have the opportunity to recover and try and make a play for the first Realm of Yang. As Edward, with the combo breaker, does still have that Liam V2. Now gets parried, won't you be able to pick up his weapon. Will be able to pick up the grab onto Bowder's shoe though, and gets the Soulblum heal off of the back of it. Another grab is attempted to go towards Xuan Yuan, but the Sora dodges out of it with that F1. And now with that zone pushing these players, it is going to be Edward getting caught out before he can skirmish with the R&B coming on through. The grapple kick into the follow-up R&B chase down, and Edward without that combo breaker is too vulnerable. Xuan Yuan will be able to take the Liam down.
I love the fake out. Just like, whatever. I'm gonna die anyway. I want to get my second res in. Stand still and last second parries, turning it around, making it super awkward for everyone else. Nice play. Fong fading out with the focus attack. 2-5 using the block on the Nunnies, but nice armor swap going in Fong's direction. Now the pressure going back to 2-5. He's gonna zip out of there, dashing left and right. No more ult charges to his name, and he has Fong with the Lonnie ult engaged, chasing him down.
You got the armor though.
Grapple?
Fong blue armor swapped in 2-5, grabbed the armor, immediately popped the ultimate, and just dashed out of that.
That's true. Purple armor. It seems to be there's a cursed purple armor going. Oh, this is that same purple armor.
It's the same purple armor from Spider. Yeah, it's past the parcel with purple armor.
That purple armor has many owners at this point. I don't know if I would want it at this point. That purple armor has a lot of sweat on it, and it has been cursed because no one seems to survive, even though they get that armor.
Well, the Justina ultimate, again, with mobility, and he did kite towards the Realm of Yang, so I would imagine he was trying to pick himself up a Realm of Yang pass to get that ultimate recharged up. Arano has already put himself into that Realm of Yang. Xuan Yuan has also been able to get his hands on purple armor. Wonder if that's jabbing for the staff that he has currently equipped. Spider is going to go into a Realm of Yang too, but we're going to get to see Xuan Yuan and Arano go head to head, both of them taking to the sky. Xuan Yuan trying to deny the pillar plate coming on through from Arano on the other side. Charges up the scale rush, closes up the distance. Has to space out of the fight though. Investing that Syro F1, not confident about when the focus connection would come on through from those flying knives. Goes for the focus launch, gets clanked against it. Now goes for the early investment that forces the F1 coming on through from the Cheryl. Ultimates from both of these players still in play. And Xuan Yuan has been able to buy enough time for that Syro F1 to cycle back into the mix too. Bow shot comes on out. Arano dodges out of most of the damage, saving that blue armor, just holding on to the focus hits with those fist blades, closing up the distance. We're still seeing in the pocket play. Another Shell F1 is invested, still holding on to this ultimate. We're down to under a minute left, and both of these players still having the ultimates to be able to kite this fight out just a little bit longer. There's the Shell ultimate, there's the Syro ultimate, looking for the chase down. Can he find a stun dazzle? The rolls are coming into the mix. Around and around the pillar Arano goes. Xuan Yuan hasn't been able to find the opening that he's looking for. It's not going to be that because the Sheol gets the stagger into the block throw, and Xuan Yuan is about to be out of his ultimate, but just before it times out, he gets a stun dazzle onto the Sheol, leading to another stagger. Dodges with the double jump out of the next tortoise block. Goes for the pillar. Make sure that Arano doesn't get a heal reset opportunity. If he gets to utilize a combo breaker, he's going to get a little bit of a heal off situation going as well. Into the uppercut, but the Cyrus got the F1 up into the air, into the bow swap, and with that vantage point, Xuan Yuan will be able to finally win the fight against Arano.
Again, we see Shen Yuan close out a fight with the combo break into the jumping range attack. The same thing happened in the clutch up versus Azao game 1 on the Temi. Players are going to have to start taking note of this and dodging out the second that gold F comes out, especially in these 1 HP situations. There's definitely a vulnerability he has there if you spot out this tell, but nice shot coming out from Genuine. He looks automatic in those clutch situations, getting that nice chip to close it out. Very, very close fight between those two. Nice pillar play with the Shio. Chokes through the pillar. Very, very sneaky with all the attacks. And unlike other rounds, everyone survives their off spawn. We're getting a full stacked game 5. I always like to call this like championship rounds. Everyone's warmed up. This is a clutch round of the match, especially for these players who are on that cusp. Looking at the leaderboard, top 12 is going to make it to that third bi-weekly finals. The Chuz at 2 kills on the Shio needs to get over this threshold. Now he needs to be a little bit more confident. He needs 2 really, really solid games somewhere in that mid-20s. That's going to be very comfortable for you, but anywhere on that edge, it's very easy to get past on that day 3 because everyone has 6 more games to play. But still, we have a chance as long as we keep trucking along. Arano at 11.5, almost at the cusp as well at 14 kills. Being the threshold, we are going to get Spider on the Echo, sending the 1-2-3. Azao's ready, but reacts to it, gets that nice parry. But Spider gonna go with the overhold again. 1.5 release. Tricky Spider letting Azao know you cannot just pressure me with chip attacks. I will release into you if you get too close. You're gonna exchange armor swaps. Nice dodge from Azao, denying the F1 of Spider. Really, really clean stuff and cutting edge technique coming out from both of these players.
Yeah, but it's not a realm of Yang 1 versus 1. It's a multi-way out in the open world, and you know, everything goes. Yang depletion is up, and soul blooms are up for grabs if you can drop a player. And both Spider and Azure are saddled with the debuff currently. We're going to see a lot of players as well kiting around the base of Ballista Tower. Realm of Yang tantalizingly close, but out in that open, definitely a target if a player does position themselves up onto that hot seat to be able to keep up the range pressure. Arano looks to try and barrel on through DRG's Fong, but he is so low in terms of that sustainability with the blue armor. He's very vulnerable, has to drop down and try and put himself close enough to this absolute brawl that's occurring on the low ground. Spider, I think, was able to grab a bloom. He has to be careful that he doesn't get CC locked by the Shaols in this area. Remember, there are 3 of them in this lobby currently, and he is out of there. Just trying to escape the situation, break the ankles, cut the noise, and hope that there's enough attention left at the base of Ballista Tower that he will be able to escape unscathed. Unfortunately for Ajay, 40 seconds left. The Shell has not had the opportunity to pick up a Soul Bloom, and he is the lowest health player with the least amount of resources in this fight. Everyone is turning on to him, and that is him sent out of this lobby. With those 2 eliminations picked up and those 2 players, both with Yang depletion, having been able to either cleanse or go out of the lobby, the matter has been resolved regardless of which way it fell. That should mean an end to the fighting, especially since the tension now turns to the second realm of Yang.
Matter has ended indeed, Moxie. Now, Shenyuan, we've seen him in the realm of Yang over and over, but everyone is on this tower looking for this kill onto Arano. He's done a good job of icing off this pressure using the flying knives. Now he gets a little bit of movement error, a little bit of caster curse here, gets stuck for a second. We are going to go to the realm of Yang. Shenyuan versus Star. Shenyuan going to the high ropes, looking for the bow shot, switching immediately to his weapon. Fakes the bow shot this time, drops down with a focus attack, ends up sending it, but Star's ready for the parry, gets a nice arm, steals away that gold spear from Shenyuan. Wait a second, back to back, wait, triple, wait, quadruple, 5, what? We're just eating jumping LMBs for breakfast right now. Shenyuan just gets destroyed on the pillar by the non-stop jumping LMBs of Star.
slightly salty breakfast, given the fact that that was your own legendary spear that you ate all of the jumping LMBs from. As TDD5 with the Cursed Purple Armor does have that Lani ultimate to contend with. The F tier is going to come out, the knockback allowing for the spacing for the activation of the Justina V1. And we do find one dash. We don't much connect the second, but we have enough pressure to be able to come on through with the 1-2 light attacks from the fan. And TDD5 will be able to find himself a Realm of Yang win and pick himself up a White Tiger's Prowess buff. A lot of these other players now are going to have to be contending with the Yang depletion situation that is going to force everyone into overdrive of aggression. You're either hiding from the players with buff, hiding from the players who have depletion who are going to be trying to force to take a fight. You've got a buff and you're wanting to take a fight because you're super scaled up. Or you've got Yang depletion and you're going to have to take a buff or a fight rather, no matter what situation you find yourselves currently in. So these next couple of moments are going to be action-packed for sure.
We're seeing the Justina super stacked again. A round 5 and 6 pick going into this end game, looking super dominant again.
Well, Star is not a hide-and-seek champion of 2025. There were 2 players that were both just nestled inside Invis bushes, right where he was kiting to, and he doesn't clear it, and just about turns. Xuan Yuan is hot on the heels, though, of someone. A little bit of a misconnection of one of the grapples does mean that Verse is going to get a little bit further ahead of him. However, Xuan Yuan, it looks like, doesn't want to take the fight currently against WBG's Verse. There are better targets in the lobby for him to turn onto. That, or potentially that wanting, yeah, they wanted to take a fight a little bit further away from one of the points of interest. Red flash comes on through as they were banning to signal that we're ready to start this fight. Unfortunately for them, Hyoji's Fong is actually in the area and has spotted the commotion, is looking for the third-party engagement. No fair 1 versus 1 here, no siree. They have to contend with that dagger LMB entrance coming on through. And Verse and all of his armor having to try and turn in, take advantage of Fong intruding into this fight, forcing the combo breaker from Xuan Yuan. The Sir has actually had the ultimate force. And Fong now happy that he's been able to burn those resources, disengages from the fight, allowing it potentially to play out. But now Verse is at such a huge advantage with his ultimate still in play.
Genuine forced to pop the ultimate. Now in a tough situation with everyone seeing his desperation. Probably the Yang depletion player. He still has a little bit of armor left with the overhold. Verse on the outside. Not wanting to take the risk here. And Fong just being that fly, that just mosquito that's always looking at third party. Just a nice wall timing coming out for him. Showing up in 2025, still doing work. Jumping LMBs, chipping away at Genuine. And Fong is able to pick up that kill. Rising up to 4th place at 29.5. Nice job from Fong to spot out these 2 dueling off on the edge and taking advantage of it. And now as the dust settles, we have one of the bigger end games we've seen today, Moxie. 9 players still alive. Spider again using the knives. Like he's been using the knives all day today. More than I would say any other player we've seen today. Purple knives as well in his end game. And Star immediately just being so aggro onto Spider. And then 225 taking advantage of the 2 Justinas, taking advantage of the solo echoes. Wait a second. F1 into R&B on the floor, into the follow R&B. New technology with the echoes F. Not really possible with other weapons to do that. Normally when people are on echoes, they go with F into range attack. So extra chip damage going towards echoes with flying knives. Nice tiger gonna come out. AS, get off of me. Spider doing a good job of creating some space for himself, but Star staying on top of him with the double charge, sending him for a ride right now. His ult is gonna be out. Justina ult's gonna get invested. He's trying to make his way away from here, going back and forth, out in 110 through another, smoothing cutting noise for a second. Gonna be able to pop a heal right now. 225 and Star end up taking a ton of damage right here. And nice kiting path from Spider. Quickly able to disengage out of there and get a couple heals off.
Yeah, and cycle back into his next F1 connection too. Unfortunately for him, all of the heals that he got are disregarded by that massive bump of damage coming on through from the pulse of first stage RMB. And that is going to be Spider sent out of this lobby. Star now going to be taking a moment to go for a little bit of armor powder. Fong also going to have to make sure that he is having a disengagement option because he's down all of his armor. Actually takes his chances against Moonbane. Is he gonna be merciless? Nope. There is no mercy from the RNG. Fong has been able to build into that V2 and he will utilize that trick wall to be able to dash his way over towards picking on up that little bit of armor reset coming on through. And T5 now is going to be chasing him down LMB into jump horizontal into RMB. Fong with his staple blue dagger, no matter what rarity, he will always have a dagger and a fan in the back pocket. 2v5 can't stick in that fight too long. He has to make sure that his attention does not get swayed away from what actually matters in endgame, which is control of this spirit well. Star with the blustering edge is going to be making it incredibly difficult for a lot of those players to hold that position. And off of the back of that, actually is going to be able to confirm the pickup burst. Now potentially going to get taken down, has to drop the armor for a gray reset. Picks up from the 10. Merciless Havoc is going to be interrupted. Affixes Star utilizing the combo breaker to break away from that massive hit of CC, giving himself a little bit of time. He's also got the White Tiger's prowess buff, so a lot of these players not really going to want to contest him. As you can see, just a little bit of a tap coming on through from the LMP of that dagger, making sure that 2v5 doesn't stay too close in case the Justina decides to twist the knife into the back.
Star and 225, both very, very good Justina players, and 225's having a slow day. And I was saying before, Moxie, this is usually the situations that we see 225 snowball crazily, but he does have to deal with the Liam of Edwards, and Edwards, one of his best characters, very, very explosive on Liam, able to pick his spots correctly. 225 playing with fire, going through the Moonbane. We've seen the Moonbane one-shot Frostivus with a little bit of 4-piece gold armor. I don't know, I don't feel safe anymore with gold armor going through a Moonbane. Now everyone just piles in on the opposite end. Lipo in the center of two Justinas right now. Burns his gold F. Tries to go for the armor swap, not able to. Star's gonna find the 1-2, goes for the 3, ends up getting grabbed from Lipo, and immediately Lipo just vaporized by the lobby. Everyone just switches sides. Doesn't really matter. The fight goes down, and we're down to 6 players. And again, kiting across. Fong doing his best to try to ice off this pressure on the Lonnie. Doesn't want to get put in the middle of the two Justinas, and Chuz is going to get hit by the Moonbane and put into a last hit point situation. Can he get away? No, he cannot. Star with that White Tiger bust keeps up the pressure, picking up another kill, going up to 3 kills now. AS has 3, Edwards has 3. MVP is still up for still up for grabs with the 4 minutes left in this round.
Yeah, always Edward playing very, very quietly on the opposite area to everybody else. Fong absolutely stacked out in terms of staff soldiers, even though it's only blue rarity. He's got stanchion as well as Merciless Havoc with all of the distance that is going to be able to cleave and buy up for him. No one wanting to get close enough, or potentially they try and close up the distance and go for the parry before it can hit the gold frame focus, which is one of the ways that you deal with Merciless Havoc. You either parry it out before it hits the gold frame, or you give it a very large berth and the respect that it deserves as a Soldier of Destiny. Looks like everyone has chosen to opt for the former, not wanting to be too close to that Justina, because if you're close enough to parry a Merciless Havoc, you're probably close enough for that Justina to be able to freeze dash directly on top of you. Whereas Edward has gone from hiding on the other sides of the zone to hiding at the top of a tree. He is currently on 3 eliminations, sharing the kills for a lot of these other players in potential MVP positions. He does not want to get spotted on out before we head into that heal off situation, as Liam is such a valuable target for everybody to turn on to, especially since we still have 3 Justinas in the mix, Raven. This is very much a game of hide and seek between the Liams and the Lonnies, and the Justinas are the ones currently running the show. Unless DRG's Fong with this Lonnie V2 can get one of them low enough to entice them into turning onto each other. Fong with that legendary armor is going to be looking like a very enticing prospect to take down and absorb that vein of sustainability as well. But always Edward has been spotted on out. He's climbing now to the other side of this tree. JL's AS could potentially look up and see him squirreled away on up there. But no, this Liam has rolled a critical pass on his stealth check, and everyone turns on to Fong instead. There it is, Merciless Havoc parried before it can hit the golden frame focus, and Fong now denied his main spacing tool, has to pull out the dagger and kite to disengage instead.
And Fong has been doing a really good job kiting the triple Justina in this endgame. He does invest his Lonnie ult early to keep a ton of his armor up. The name of the game here is don't get low, because if you do get low, you are going to be going out. The lobby picks apart anyone bleeding a little bit too much. Edward, like you were saying before, Moxie, using the squirrel technique. I haven't seen it in a while, that a tree being very reliable, hiding away from everyone. He's able to get to this situation. Now we have a very, very, like, clustered and claustrophobic situation with the fence and a tent and a couple of trees. There's not a lot of places to go now, but a lot of movement choices. Star gets knocked into the zone, and now AS sitting on the outside with the knives, those purple knives, sitting right on the corner, gonna set up that double charge, ends up shredding Fong for a ton of damage, and again, back-to-back double charges. Now Fong in a tough situation, forced to pop his ultimate, looking for some heals from this, sends to the sky, trying to make his way to the other side, trying to sneak a heal off, then teleports back. Tricky, but he's gonna go right next to Star, who is popping that tuna, ends up taking the sky again, gonna drop through the 10, see if he can get a heal off right now. Justina is gonna drop down, knocking him off that grab, and 225 is gonna look for this kill. One more ball to his name. Edward's going to use that gold up and sneak the pistol shot in, taking down Fong.
Edward goes up to 4 eliminations. He's on the inside of this tent too. Anyone who tries to run in is at risk of the fan R, and B25 takes a little bit of time to go for the proc of the tuna before we go to the very, very top of the tent. Everybody knows that Edward is eventually going to be forced to go out of it, or potentially we could see a drop-down situation with the focus attacks. We talked about knives being able to track verticality, and it applies upwards but also downwards too. Edward goes for the Liam V2, gets caught out by one of the freeze dashes from that Justina V1, but finds the grab onto FPX to start into the zone. He throws them into the fan R&B. He commits. He doesn't get to confirm the second grab follow through though, because the dash comes on through, griefing from TW5, who with his F2 will be able to preserve himself away from damage brought on by players, and allows that tuna to continue ticking that health bar. Edward with the kills walks away the MVP, but TW5 playing the long game has been able to bag himself a tasty amount of ranking points too.
Yeah, a nice amount of composure coming out from Edward in that endgame. Even though he is on Liam, he doesn't have to, go out there, use some fierce fighting skills or the stellar kiting skills. Running away, Fong being able to kite 3 Justinas is extremely difficult. Now the terrain definitely favored him to do it, but to pull it off, Fong did a stellar job. Instead, you see Edward just go with a classic play of just a little bit of hide and seek, going on to that end game and staying very, very composed with a vertical heal off situation. Ends up having a 1v1 situation versus Justina, mono e mono, holding the center for as long as possible. And even though 225 comes over with a veteran play and yoinks some of those kills at the end, still Edward shows resolve, shows his veteran experience, and ends up navigating that end game perfectly and just having another solid check mark for his Liam gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him hiding one tree, then hiding a second tree, and then hiding just in the tent as well, being able to basically play gatekeeper to anyone who tried to go in because of the speed that the fan R&B comes out from. If you try to parry, you're gonna be definitely eating some hits of light attacks coming on through, and if you don't manage to parry, that R&B focus hit is going to be able to chunk down your armor. And with the situation as tense as it was, with so many players as close as they were, if one player goes low, everyone is going to turn and immediately try and take advantage of that weakness. Which player killed ASE's Xuan Yuan in game number 5? Traditionally has been question number 2. That is the hardest of the day, but I would definitely say that this one is the hardest to get your hands on the Spring Split random gift so far of the day. Was it A, Alliance's Ajay? Was it B, OA's Edward? Was it C, WZ's Arano? Or was it D, SR's Spider? Get your answers into Twitch chat and keep your eye on the whispers so that you do not miss out if you are chosen as that lucky winner. But Raven, we've had some very interesting and exhilarating end games coming on through. We've seen the double Temmie raining absolute terror through the spirit world. We got to see the triple Justina this time around take it to that heal-off situation, which could have been a lot more chaotic if the terrain had been a little bit more forgiving and actually favoring that Justina. The fact that there was so much like terrain, the tent being in the way, the fence being in the way, the trees being in the way, did mean that we didn't get to see the Justina dashes coming from absolutely nowhere. So it very much was, as it traditionally is in Hollow, a game of verticality. But what do you think is in the cards as we head towards game number 6, the last of the day?
Well, I always call game 5 the clutch game, the championship round, just because game 6, usually as a competitor, you're pretty burnt out of this situation. You're done with the day, you're pretty heated up, and heated up in different ways. You could be a little bit tilted, or you can be pretty satisfied with the day. So a little bit of a slowdown going to the last game. We'll have to see how everyone plays out this last little bit. But looking at the overall standings, Lipo right at the cusp at 14.5. Shaw still has one more day, but at 18.5. Spider, massive day, 19.2. He still has one more day to go. AS has to secure some more points, wants to get into that top 12, but showing up very, very big, back to the league, back to old form, right in the middle, like right at the top end, close to the top 5 right now. Wu Fang isn't playing today at 28.2. Fong showing us that end game performance, that movement he's known for, that unkillable nature when he has that fan or dagger, his ability to kite, almost second to none. But looking at the highlights, we are going to get Edward versus Versa Spawn with that double charge, max range. Ramen noodles is just instant. The instant noodles at max range, able to get that attack off. Shen Yuan gonna get juggled by Edward. Now going into the realm of Yang. Azal getting the juggle onto Star, the new optimal flying knives combo, the LB R&B or R&B LB into that focus attack. Ooh, Azal with the face slap, trying to lock himself in. Nice parry from Star, the drop down from Shen Yuan on opener, not gonna go out for him, looking for the scale rush and getting denied by this just jumping LMBs. It looks ridiculous. Shen Yuan just like, oh my god, I'm trolling. What am I doing?
He's so happy. He's so happy. You know that's going on, Dillian. You know that's going on, Dillian. Here's the moment that Badashu unfortunately gets hit and made a target by that Moonbane coming in through. Edward with the back-to-back ban. 1, 2, 3. We commit 3 times with the ban R&B, both times getting value before swapping over to the pistol to be able to confirm that kill. Here's TW5 dashing on through, griefing out Edward from being able to confirm that second grab of the Liam V2 as he's able to sustain long enough to deny that kill score multiplier. But it's not long enough to be able to deny the MVP, and it will be always Edward with the Liam getting a back-to-back MVP. Remember, he just MVP'd with his Justina, so in the space of one day, he's gone to 7 MVPs with a lot of damage reduction stacked up to guarantee overall survivability.
Wang Liang, or now Edward, was one of the first players to really stack health games, to play heal-off situations. So he's been mastering these endgame situations for a very long time, and we see the different forms that you can do. Like you can either just be one of the referees, someone who's going around initiating a lot of the action, or you can be one of the people who just is unkillable and everyone kind of wants a piece of, like Fong. But Edward just plays it as smart as he can in this situation. Lots of cover, lots of trees, lots of line of sight to deal with. He's able to kind of navigate this endgame, staying away from the triple pick Justina. And this is what I was saying earlier, Moxie. It's interesting that some of the 5th and 6th round characters are still doing so well versus the top 2 picks, which really shows like the balance of today's meta. Liam and Alani both are very vulnerable. When they start snowballing, it's not as oppressive as other metas where like a Liam or a Syra with really good weapon, really good armor, just so much damage, just has so much tanking ability that they're almost impossible to kill. Both Lonnie and Liam have vulnerabilities, and we're seeing a lot of really exciting endgames because of it.
Well, we'll see one more exciting endgame with the last game of the day, but we'll be back with a break first. Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. It's spring 2025 season. We're just over halfway through. And Raven, we're not just over halfway through our day. We're about to head into the last game of the day. So what do you think? Taking predictions now, which hero is going to MVP?
That's a tough one. Which one is going to MVP? I mean, I have to go with the S tier pick, Lonnie. Well, one thing that's been strange so far, Moxie, is that Lonnie and Liam have been like splitting up phase 1 and 2 every single time. The lobby is still like a little bit disagreeing. I thought there might have been a pattern that certain players didn't want to pair with another player, but it looks like some people came prepared with their Lonnie today, and other players are more comfortable with what they've worked on with Liam, but there isn't a definite better character so far, because we've seen so many different characters MVP going in endgame. I think a lot of what ends up happening is just what weapon you get for the terrain situation. Flying knives has definitely showed up big. We've seen that verticality come into play on the pillars, and we've seen certain players having a lot more tricky play styles with it. I think so far today, an MVP round, not worried so much about the MVP round. The one thing I need to see before the end of this day, Moxie, is I need to see Spider versus Azal in the realm of Yang. I need one. We saw a little bit of their skirmish, and we saw them like really evenly matched out with the Yang depletion and a little bit up off spawn, but there's nothing like the pillar meta that they would both be using, and especially like how they would deal with each other's aggression, because both of them are very aggressive rush down players that really have not much wasted movement.
Yeah, and I mean, we also didn't get to see the combo extensions that they would be able to lock each other into because they were interrupted. Oh, we almost got the 1v1. We almost got the 1v1. But Raven, as we traditionally see when players have Yang depletion, everyone knows there's a situation which is going to be boiling on the map. And if you can find the players that have that depletion, you can make it just a little bit harder for them to find that recovery and a little bit easier for you to be able to get an elimination, because chances are if you run into a fight that's already occurring, they might have already burned their cooldowns, combo breakers, and ultimate, which allows you then to put them into the montage as opposed to vice versa. But no, you are not alone. I want to see it. I'm sure chat wants to see it. It is by far the matchup that we've been hoping for the entirety of the day. As you can see that Spider is very happy about something on the screen. Potentially the phase that he's found out that he's going to be in as we head into the last game of the day.
Yeah, the Spider in high spirits is definitely a force to be reckoned with. I feel like last year he worked out a lot of his shortcomings and the things that he was struggling against after being in the shadow of Mike for so long. And I definitely had him as one of the favorites going into year 2024. He was so dominant going into the last J Cup, and he was definitely right on the cusp going into it, but Mike somehow pulls it through, and he just has that clutch factor going in. Now Chuzeng, and now the Chuz, as I like to call him, has up and downs, but he's definitely been one of the most consistent players within the league, and you can see him working through his gameplay this season. Like he's definitely doing a lot right. You can tell that he's just missing one or two steps that just make it all come together and click. Normally 225 at this point brings it all together. He has such an explosive play style. He loves the gamble. He loves getting in and risking it all, and he feels out those situations very well over other players. Now he still can have a massive last game and just kind of skyrocket up the leaderboards, which he's kind of known for. Consistency is not his thing, other than consistently having a giant round.
Yeah, and consistently taking second place. We don't talk about that. He's definitely motivated though. I think he came in and immediately got the reality wake-up call in the first bi-weekly that he didn't even qualify into that bi-weekly final. So he properly locked in for the second bi-weekly. He was never within a chance of getting dropped out of the top 12 and failing to qualify. Now we're seeing a similar situation start to develop though. This is much more in the vein of bi-weekly 1 to 5 than bi-weekly 2. And there's definitely going to be a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Like there's a lot that is meant to be for the players that we traditionally see make it into the bi-weekly finals, right? It's a talking point. If Mike doesn't qualify, if Spider doesn't qualify, if Fong doesn't qualify, if T25 doesn't qualify, like those are all extra pressures that these players have on their shoulders. So hopefully T25 will be able to lock in and finish up this last game of the day with a nice chunk of points. Because like you said, he is known for having those pop-off games that just come out of absolute nowhere.
Yeah, just like there's no free Yangs, there's just really no free qualify to the weeklies. Like you were mentioning, Moxie, there are a lot of players who are almost expected to go through quals very easily. I think with the new rule set change, a lot of those like situations where the veterans could take advantage of it, that they could coast based on playing this very like slow, methodical, macro play style with a lot of like aggression. And no one was really able to challenge them for the first year and a half, 2 years of Pro League. But now with all of this talent coming in, it makes me wonder what other demons are out there right now who are just not in Pro League. Because Azal, outside of this, I've never heard of him coming into the league. And I heard there's another player on OUG outside of Mike that his backup is another monster coming into the league. I think that's the only part I don't like about the 12-man lobby is that it limits the amount of spots then of what talent is out there. The 14, the 16-man lobbies, and even my favorite back with the chaos of the full 48-man lobbies. Like I liked how big of an opportunity there was for so many players to possibly be in there. Now for a Pro League, that's probably not as feasible to have so many pro teams into one league, But it would be fun to see some of the old days and what used to be Azal, part of the new school. And now it's interesting to me that seeing Star as one of the staples of the league now. I remember when he first came in, having the name Star, everyone had high hopes for him. See Azal with the double charge, able to get that nice fry off spacing out again. Azal is going to take a double charge. Star fades back, trying to ice off this Shayol pressure. And again, with classic fashion, Azal has the space out, waiting for its opponent to make a mistake, but Star doesn't make a mistake right here. Oh, wait a second, I spoke a little bit too soon. What was that max range parry? Nice 1-2. Goes for, Azal goes for the jump parry, but Star with the Hong Sword dash goes around the pillar, binds his time, and catches Azal slipping as he turns the corner and gets deep fried by the focus attack of the Hong Sword of Star.
Yeah, not often we get to see the LMB focus hit come through from that Hong Sword to be able to utilize that dash and space behind the player. It is definitely getting to see it now that the Hong Sword has had some time to settle as well. With the expectation when it came through, everyone was like, oh, this is really, really cool because you could get that extra shadow step dash off of the back of it if you followed it up to have some movement options, but Hong Sword was never quite the same kiting weapon as something like a staff dagger and fan. As we're going to be heading now into game number 6, getting to see what the hero selections are going to be. Does anyone still have a potential double pick in their pocket? Shu is going to be able to claim Lonnie. Ajao has also gotten Lonnie, so this is the first time of the day that we're getting to see that immediate blanket pickup come through for that hero. No 50-50 split on the Liam. Chuan Yuan double picks Temmie. Is Arano going to run it back? And are we going to see a return to the double Temmie terror reign of Spirit World that we saw in game number 1? Yes, we absolutely are. Temmie is taken off of the field. Everybody sees that that hero has been picked up, and now they have to react around it. I'm going to be very surprised if I see a Justina pick come through from any player in this lobby after that.
Everyone's smiling like, wait a second, Temmie's banned? Oh no, everyone's remembering that round 1. The spirit well split up of that Temmie ult. I know Edward. I want to see Edward's reaction to this when he sees because my man flexed the red jade and immediately regretted it. Just taunted into get bodied instantly. What is his answer gonna be to the Temmies? Fong on the Kylan. Definitely want to observe. Oh no. Echoes into Temmie. Temmie actually has a big edge on Akos. As long as you place your ultimate correctly, you can guarantee the stagger onto him. Little bit of old school tech at this point. Star's going to be going with the Akos too, so he will not be alone. 225 on the Justina again. Had a lot of success on the Justina that last round. We're going to with a double pick. And this is what I'm saying, Moxie. A lot of the personality picks are leaving open a lot of the meta picks open. Like the Shio was open. Spider ends up getting a pick. The Shio. The character picks are just so close. There are a lot of good counter matchup picks, but definitely the thing to be looking out for this time is, does Shen Yuan, who is the Temmie GOAT of the league, make it to endgame again with Arano, and do they just lay waste to everyone in a matter of seconds? No,
I mean, I'm telling you now, I'm treating it like a bi-weekly final. I'm coming in with 2 objectives. I'm gonna do good if I'm in this lobby. I want the kills, I want ranking points, but I'm also gunning it for these Temmies.
Last time like, Azza was actually one of the Temmies, though.
Yeah, last time Azza was indeed one of the Temmies, and you could see that like Arano was immediately, he saw Joanny unlocking that Temmie, he was like, okay, I'm in. If there's 2 Temmies running this lobby, I want to be on the side of the Temmies, not on the side of everybody else.
Wondering how Arano knew that Shen Yuan would do this. It might be scouted info, a little bit of like a head nod, like a Temmie wink through the hallway, like, yeah, I'm gonna go on Temmie. Yeah, you want to go Temmie? Dude, I saw what you do at Azza. I'm a fan. Big fan over here. We are family now. Going to the last game on the classic Morris, I think a lot more hot drops. Like the day started out with a lot of ISO 1v1s, But as the day progressed, a lot more ooga booga, a lot more multi-weight fights going down. Everyone comfortable with swinging for the moon. As out to the left with 225. Lars 521 at the center. Ooh, wait, does this spider ever land to the right here? Man, this like bottom right spot is more of like a recovery spot.
Fireflies.
The weirdos are over here on the right side. I never liked this landing location, the weird cliffside. But we are gonna get Spider versus AS.
Spider has been able to get blue staff, hasn't been able to find grey armor in any of the trails that he's often, though. He is trying to slide and slip through as many buildings as possible to pick some of that loot up. Both of them looking for the parry at the same time. Means that we go right back into a neutral fight. Looks for the overhold, doesn't commit. Kylan forces out the combo breaker. Spider goes for the overhold of the focus to avoid the light attack. Stagger coming through from the scale rush, but AS with the chip will be able to find the damage with the honk sword and take Spider down, but Bowder's shoot rolls on up to the mix, and now he's had an opportunity to loot up better. He's got blue armor and a blue weapon. AS has to kite and disengage until combo breaker comes into play. One of the advantages for AS though is the fact that he was in a fight. He's got his ultimate, but Shu took a little bit of time because he took a detour to grab some of those fireflies, and the Lani's got the VT ready to go as well. Both of these players at an even stalemate as always Edward rolls up for a potential third party.
Judge has his ultimate, but AS has been on top of these attacks over and over, just immediately light attacking, getting nice staggers. But they both have to worry now. Both of them no armor to their name, and Edward is lurking on the outside. He's going to choose to chase down Baldas. Chuz making around the corner, trying to pop the heel. He does greed out for it and gets it, but he does get uppercutted. Looking for a cheeky R&B reset with the flying knives. I see you, Edward. See what we're working with, but the ult from Chuz is going to ice off this pressure. He's going to make his way back to the cliffside, see if he can replenish his ultimate, finding any of the leftover fireflies. And it looks like JL's AS slowly working his way over there. Does have ultimate to his name. Wondering if they did commit to the fight. Can he get a free cleanup? Maybe not. We are going to move over to the other firefly location of the map, where Arano, Verse, and Star are duking it out.
Max distance fan R&B commitment finds its way past the parry opportunity from WBG's first. Temi ultimate is invested as well. Is anyone going to get caught out by the reverse coming on through? Star is playing right in the center of it, overholds the blue so he doesn't get wisp stunned. Arano stays in flop state as long as he possibly can, but he's still going to get tech chase. Huge double parry, managing to find the focus attacks coming through from both Star and Verse on either side of him, but it is not enough. His health was at such a deficit when that fight began. Star looks for the uppercut into grapple kick, does not manage to time the grapple kick extension, so Verse will be able to slip away from the combo. And now Fistblades versus Flying Knife. Star this time is going to be able to use his ultimate activation to dodge out of the uppercut that the Hallies were looking to set up into a grapple kick R&B follow through. And we go on to cliffside. We go into scale rush. Star gets to break out the claws and start swiping. The first Tiger Pounce is going to be able to find its connection onto the Liam. The claw swipes afterwards will not, but the scale rush might be able to into the F2 roll. But Star has nothing in the pocket to dodge out of the V2 grab into the R&B halberds. Jump LMB tracking down Star as well when he's in that flop state, and Verse will be able to claim the win.
Verse up to 3 kills, moving it up to second place. First overall for the day at 34.6. JL's AS though has his ult activated V1 onto Edward, not getting him the 3-piece. Chuz on the background, able to get a nice ball off and a little bit of stagger, trying to steal this kill away, but he has both these kills possible. But JL's AS able to get that half charge R&B, sneak in, steal the kill away. Lots of dodging coming out from Chuz, but AS unfazed by the nice accurate focus attack, gonna slow down all of that fanciness. Now Chuz with the scale rush ends up backing off right here, making his way to the cliffside. Counter grapple is gonna be coming out. JL's AS with the advantage, but nice job from Chuz to ice off a ton of this pressure, getting away, but the grapple stagger is gonna come out. The blue armor reset. Wait a second, I thought AS picked it up, but Valdez Chuz with those fast hands, able to steal back-to-back armors right now. AS having to go through so many armors right now, and then getting deep fried on his cross, returning the favor, and out of nowhere, another target coming out. Parry's gonna be coming out. Edward on the backside, but AS wants his kill on the Chuz. Now, unfortunately for him, Chuz was able to get max grapple distance, so AS is gonna switch targets right now, looking to keep on the pressure onto Edward. Nice follow-up coming out. Big bow shots coming out, but Edward with the cannon looking for the shot. AS is all in, looks for the bow shots at range, but it's not going to matter. Edward immediately closes his distance with the flying knives and takes him down. And now Chuz versus Edward going at it. Big parry's going down for Edward. Chuz trying to wake up, trying to get away from the situation. Now stuck in the zone. Tons of pressure come out, but still unfazed from it. Is going to get that parry with that nice big parry damage. Edward as a tiger, though, keeping up the pressure. Akos going on the board, and Edward up to 2 kills, climbing up the leaderboard.
Yeah, but Edward having to burn that ultimate and now not in a position to vie for a Realm of Yang portal pass. Won't have the ease of access to that ultimate. He's going to have to build it up the traditional way. Verse does have the portal pass, but not for long. He's forced out of the zone by both Spider and TW5. Spider having to slip away because of that purple armor going lower and lower. Verse committing the fan RMB as well, turning it onto TW5, who also slips away from the fight far enough away that Verse might be able to just grab up that pass. But for easies, no, Spider still was able to hold on to it. Just burned that Cheryl F1 and then took himself up onto the sky with the cliffside, letting him set up these skirmishes back to back with this blue fan so that he doesn't get punished for not having that utility available to him. Everyone now gonna have to make a play to be close enough to the portal that they don't get grooved out of engaging into it. Spider more than happy to play Gatekeeper currently. TW5 forced into burning the F2, gonna cancel it early so that Spider doesn't get a prediction punishment. And with the Justina forced away, Spider is free to take himself into the realm of Yang. Are we going to see it? No, Spider versus OA's Edward, Asia versus WBG's Verse.
That's not that bad. Verse versus Astro is gonna be a very cool fight. Verse actually one of the best duelers in the league as well, and actually more passive than Azo. Verse likes to play very, very slow, and this was wondering how Azo picks apart this playstyle. He's able to weave through the light attacks of the fan off Clank. Nice from Azo. Fades out, goes with the double charge cancel, but Verse just chipping away right now, just keeping up the pressure. Azo's gonna have to pop his ult sooner or later. He's gonna dive in, get that ult up, dodges the actual ball, and keeping up the pressure. Ooh! Double charge is going to be coming out. A little bit of a misstep, though, because Verse's second shot was able to come out, and he is going to be able to close it down. A little bit of an overcommitment from Azal. I see the vision. Unfortunately, Verse is able to come out on top.
Juan Yuan, once again, Realm of Yang, once again on Temi. Still holds on to that V3 too. Kylan's also still holding on to his ultimate. Funk gets sent into the LMV uppercut, into the dagger break. And now the Kylan ultimate has come into play. Out comes the Temi V3. This is Kylan V2. The after effect and the dash is going to be somewhat nullified by the wind walls, just shutting down so much of the space for this Kylan to be able to play around with. Juan Yuan with the cannon as well, stopping Fong from being able to find a reset opportunity behind that pillar. But the Kylan ultimate is outlasting the Temi until Juan Yuan with the drop down parry into the soul break. Continued pressure forcing Fong back closer towards that pillar into the cannon. He swaps to the pistol to make you think that you have the time to space out backwards into the pillar to get a heal. And then there it is, the mind games, the juke, the double back over to cannon to punish the second that you think you have that space to go for a heal.
FBX's star on the ankles and the pulsar chopping away at Azal. Double charge is going to be coming out from the dual Halbies, but the combo break from Star is going to minimize a lot of the damage now, forcing Azal into zone. Gets 2 pistol shots, and now Azal in a tough position right now. No armor and barely any health to his name. He is going to opt to not look for an armor assault. Tries to pop off 2 heals, but Star is going to come back. He does miss the Tiger. Nice job from Azal to iframe that situation, and Chuz does not care to really go after the other Lonnie. Instead is going to be chain going for Star. Knows that Akos has no ult up right now, but Star making his way out of there, trying to scale rush over and over, but for his trouble, not able to get him against the wall. And now Chuz is gonna find the uppercut into ultimate, but Star does a good job of using the terrain, rolling away. It's not gonna matter. The pressure from Chuz is absolutely gonna decimate it, and now Azal gonna be turning that aggression onto him. He does have Yang depletion.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a soul bloom that the Akos can drop because Chuz took it. So now it is Lonnie, every single Lonnie for herself. Chuz without his ultimate. AJ is still holding onto his, getting a little bit too close to that next Realm of Yang entrance. Chuz intentionally kiting the fight over that in the hopes that someone would be able to turn on to Azar and get the Lonnie off of him. Spider on the back foot goes down. Lipa with the bow shot takes him down, but he's still going to continue in this lobby. He had Vermilion Birds, mate. Azar now gets caught out on the wrong side of a Temi V free, and there's the infinite re-wisp. And unfortunately, he's going to go down. Juan Yuan of the RMB off of those fist blades will be able to have the speed to claim the kill. Spider ran it back. He just died in this fight. There's a soul altar literally about 10 meters away from where his Ken dropped. And he is more than content coming back to make a play and try and get an elimination off of the fight that's currently still going off. Understanding that the Temi is going to be down that V3, though. Zhang Yuan is going to be getting that V3 very, very quickly once more with all of the soul booms that he's picked up. 1, 2, 3. We send those, we commit with those fist blades. And Spider now down all of his armor, might be regretting the speed of run back that he came into this fight with.
A Spider with the gold knives. No free Realm of Yang. So many people here, and this is a tough part for Shayo. In the shield animation, she ends up getting grabbed up, and now Chuz with another kill, climbing up the leaderboard, up to 3 kills on his Lonnie picked. And unfortunately for Spider, even though he was very, very sacked, that's the tough part of the Shayo. She is hard countered by the V2 Liams. Anytime she actually throws that choke out, she can still actually get scooped up and thrown into the ball. Now Chuz on Alani up to 82% for his ultimate, trying to keep the pressure onto Fong. But Fong, one of the best to do it as far as running away. The R&B is going to come out, trapping Fong on exit, earning the combo break right now. Now Fong down to a 1 HP situation. All these flying knives are just doing too much damage to him, and jumping LMB is going to come out. Chuz wants to kill, but 225 is going to snipe him out of the air.
Yeah, Xuan Yuan, in the meantime, res at the same soul that Spider took and probably puts himself into a realm of Yang. Chuz, I don't think is going to get the opportunity to go anywhere near that spacing. As T35 is trying to turn onto this Lonnie, but Chuz with that V2 and the movement that it provides, being able to teleport over to the distance that you threw out that dash ball, is potentially going to be able to escape. Xuan Yuan now versus Verse. Xuan Yuan once again trying to force Verse to distancing out of that fight before swapping into the pistol. Verse is going to think that it's a pistol in play for the range, not the cannon that we know that Xuan Yuan is holding, and trying to bait Verse into taking advantage of. He's down a lot of his armor. He loses actually all of it off of that cannon shot coming through from the other side of the pillar. And again comes the pistol trying to chip away some of that armor. Has to invest the F1 as well as the ultimate. He's looking for the wisp. Verska doing a very good job of utilizing the lunges from that staff to keep himself in focus mode so that he does not get CC'd out until the Temi ultimate is done. And now he can apply that same level of pressure. But Xuan Yuan knew when he went went behind the pillar. This was swapped to the cannon. Therefore, he can full send the focus hit. Understand that he doesn't have to worry about getting parried. He does have to worry about the Liam V2 that Verse is still holding on to. Temmie's got his F1 back. He will be able to avoid falling to the ground and eating the consequential damage of that Liam V2 connection. And now becomes a matter of kiting, but unfortunately for him, he gets clipped before he's stuck on the side of that pillar into the next iteration of V2 grab. And Zhuan Yuan goes down. The Liam triumphs over the Temmie inside the realm of Yang.
This game is going by very fast. Already down to 6 players, 1 person in Seoul. We are going to get AS versus 225 on the outside. Tiger Buff is on AS, so 225 trying to ice off this pressure, trying to use that dagger. Drops down quickly. AS with the same technique, trying to catch up. 1, 2. Staying on right on top of 225, but 225 is going to release into his face. Wait a minute, get off of me, AS. You don't want this right now. Fades back, goes to another 1-2. Ends up going for the parry. AS doesn't bite. Now Justina ult is going to be invested. AS still does not care. We got White Tiger's buff. We're chasing you down. Going up the cliffside, 225, making a ton of space. But on the other side, we got Shen Yuan versus Verse with Dragon Roar.
Yeah, Dragon's Roar coming out yet again. Verse holds that focus so that he doesn't get whisked. Yet again, Zhuan Yuan not able to find the opening he was looking for with that Temmie V3. Everyone remembers the pressure that the Temmies put this lobby into. No one is going to let Zhuan Yuan free from the focus, but another Temmie ultimate comes down. Zhuan Yuan gets a re-wisp opportunity. Everybody thought that it was safe to turn on to the Temmie, but no, the Temmies will be able to peel. And Zhuan Yuan finds the re-wisp opportunity, but still not the Soul Bloom. He's got 3 minutes 47 seconds to be able to drop another body and pick up a Bloom, and he's gonna look to do it against JL's AS.
Does need to get this kill. 3 minutes 30 seconds. Has the purple dual halbies, but still the gold knives on Arano. Will Arano kind of try to pick a spot here, or are they gonna back off? The White Tiger's buff makes it very hard to finish off someone with sustain, and we got AS and Verse traveling down. Now this wide open area really sets you up for a Temmie ult infinite, and Verse smells the trap, ends up backing up to the safety of the cliffside, and AS on the outside. Now AS does not care. My man's already in. Double headshot onto Arano. No armor to his name already. Drop down from Shen Yuan, but AS with the gold knives and Kylan wants to get active, wants to get one of these Temmies those at least, but is it worth it? The Dragon Roar is going to be coming out, and Arano is going to get flanked, and out of nowhere, one of the Temmies is going to go down, and the Temmie alliance has been softened.
Yeah, Zhuan Yuan too, not able to get the Soul Bloom from the other Temmie. So even though they were able to get one Temmie out of the mix, they might not have to worry about the second one. Another drop down. This time TDD5 comes on through with the meter dump blue nunchucks, and Zhuan Yuan caught in the crossfire between every single player who, like we talked about, remembered and prevented the Temmie alliance from forming the way we saw it in match number 1. And in a blink of an eye, we're down to 3 players, and I don't think we're going to a heal-off situation. TDD5 caught right next to AS coming through with this Kylan V1, forced to utilize that Justina F2 inside that corruption tick damage. Is going to have to try and get past, but no, AS gets to commit the RMV from the throwing knives. Verse was waiting for his opportunity, lying in wait on the sidelines, gets the Kylan caught up in the Liam V2, and with a little hit, a little tap from the nunchucks, he's going to be able to do the damage necessary to finish off the fight. And Raven, that was such a huge anticlimax. We were posturing it up. We were thinking for sure there's going to be a double Temmie Spirit Well. Spirit Well didn't even get to come into play. The Temmies were such a problem that everyone in the lobby knew that they had to go before it could even occur.
And you don't want that nightmare situation off of game 1. That was an absolute nightmare with the double Temmie and just wisping everyone to death. Now, Genuine didn't have Azal this time, which I think was key to their success. Arano Definitely a very, very good player as well. I'd like to see Arano versus Azo. Like I was saying, it'd be interesting to see how every player matches up versus like each character map out. You don't really get to see every single matchup just because everyone's phases are kind of going everywhere. Unfortunately, I'm very sad, Moxie, because I didn't get to see the one matchup I really wanted. It was so close. Azo versus Spider. We did get to see versus Verse versus Azo, which did not disappoint, but I would like to have seen some of that aggression. But the name of the game today was definitely Flying Knives. Frost has brought up the point that a mid-range weapon basically is always going to be very, very dangerous and very, very strong. That double charge just doesn't have a startup really, even though it has a million distance. The second you release that double charge, it instantly hits your target. Now, at the same time, if someone's max range and you release that double charge, you can parry safely. So it's really just getting blindsided. The dangerous part of this weapon, though, is that for third party, we've seen pole swords coming out of nowhere, like game one, just the chopping RMBs coming down, stealing kills. But now with like accurate flying knives, we saw that same idea happen, except at even longer range, where people are just kind of lurking you with these double charge flying knives. And I see that being more part of the meta moving forward, and maybe an adjustment moving forward. But for now, flying knives looks like a really fun weapon to use.
Yeah, and I mean, it's only going to get stronger because like they're playing on the previous patch, they're not playing on the patch that went through yesterday, which actually adjusted and made the flying knives tracking and accuracy much easier to be able to pinpoint down. Does mean that it's a little bit wider, so easier to parry in theory. However, giving them more accuracy when the pros are already at the level where they can accurately aim them to the point that we're seeing them currently is definitely going to make them an even more dangerous concept when we see Nbpl move on to the current patch that everybody else has current access to, as we're going to see Verse absolutely skyrocketing it up the leaderboard. 9 eliminations coming from him. Another Liam going to be able to claim the MVP. So we got to see 2 Liam MVPs today, being able to outwit and outduel all of the flavor picks coming in from the likes of the Justinas and the Temis.
Not bad at all. Verse waking up the last round and showing that Liam is still very, very strong, that the Temis kind of got it going. But I would say any of the top 5, top 6, even top 6 characters can really have an MVP round. So super exciting stuff. Now the overall standings after 6 games of this game 2. Ace didn't play today, 8.5. CDY at 11, but Star did play today, 13 points. Rano 13.5, 225 with 14, and Lightboat closing out the day. Unfortunately, will not be making the bi-weekly finals at 16.5, right at the bubble of making it through. Now, getting around 15 points is very, very difficult. Around 20-ish points, you can sit comfortable to go into that last day, but Chuzeng or Chuz at 17.5, shot in play today. Spider, massive day at 20.7. Frostivus at 23, sitting comfortable, is going to be able to tap it in to make it across. Edward, 29.5, delicious. That's a big day. Fong at 31.5. He got 21 points the other day, and then 10 to really tap it in. Any of the top players, 10 points is a light work for them. JL at 14 first day, a little bit more nerve-wracking, having to get past that 15 threshold. Same thing with Shenyuan, but back-to-back days. And you saw how dominant these players are. Like, getting 14 points is so hard in one day. So you really see how crazy it is that Mike got 42 in one day. Like, what is that? All these players, we've seen such great plays today, but Mike 42, it's insane. Yeah.
Probably going to be, well, definitely going to be overtaking Verse, given the fact that is Verse's second day of players. We can have a look and see how game number 6 spiraled on down. A lot of these are going to be picks coming in through from OA's Edward. This is him getting to fight in the zone against Spider's Shu. Urkus Ultimate coming on through the Tiger Pounds off of that V2, setting on up into the claw swipe resets. Just being able to catch him here. Spider now inside his realm of Yang, getting caught out, investing that Shrill F1. Getting closer, committing to the focus hit of the nunchucks, as this is the moment that Verse decided to just all in on those Tammys. Sidelines himself, swaps over to that pistol, will be able to hold on to the meter dump from those nunchucks too, before he's able to take advantage of JL's AS and TDD5 fighting inside the zone. It is going to be AS who claims the kill on TDD5, but as Verse he gets the last laugh. He was waiting, he was withholding that Liam V2, and into the zone he forces AS to be able to get another elimination, as well as the last player standing for the ranking points and kill score multiplier total as well.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from Verse. I think 9 kills was the highest points of the day, right?
Yeah.
MVP 6 times, 22k damage. A lot of it, a mixture of everything. Nunchucks at 4.4, dual halberds 3.6, and then skills and ultimates. A ton of damage. He did have velocity in Dragon Roar and Cyan Fang and Phantom Step. I think a lot of the MVPs today, they almost all of them, at least half of them had Phantom Step, and it just goes to show like how difficult fighting is now in the league, that if you have that huge edge of Phantom Step, you're able to ice off and kind of deny a ton of situations and make your way and like really pick your spots accurately to give yourself the most advantage.
I think as many of them actually had Sap as well. Like Sap, a very useful soil dread coming through, especially in multi-way fights. Now that parry isn't just forward facing, it's a whole 360 cone effect, rather circle effect, right? It's a sphere all around you now. So having Sap in the multi-way fights where you're anticipating someone just coming on through with a pole sword or throwing knives, being able to get a parry and get sustain is going to be absolutely crucial. But crucially, we're going to be hearing with our interviews with one of our players.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with 轩辕. I'd like him to say hello to our audience. 来吧，轩辕先跟观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 ASE 的轩辕。
欢迎 AS 的轩辕，也是很久不见的老朋友了，欢迎欢迎。Okay, so first we know like this week you just used the Viper, and you know at that time we're just like guess if you will use it again or not. So I would like to know how you comment on this hero. 那首先这周其实很神奇的一点是，轩辕也是拿出了我们单排当中久违的看到了逆红叶。特别想问一下自己对逆红叶是怎么看目前的版本，因为今天其实也没有用到，我们还有点遗憾。
我感觉逆红叶在现版本应该是就是能出嘛，但是强度并不算太高。
I think Viper in the match pass is like it's a hero like we can use in the solo game. But for me, I think it's not like that strong that we can always use it in the solo game. That's why I didn't use the Viper today. Okay, let's move on to the next part. Answer for treasure. 我们来看一下今天的题目是什么。Okay, so now we can see the question is which hero did ASE 轩辕 use in the game 6? 这道题目呢是今天刚才的第6把比赛当中，轩辕到底用到了哪个英雄？哇，说到刚才那把比赛，其实真的非常的感慨啊，因为前5把的整个状态下来，我感觉，第6把轩辕又拿到了自己其实算是比较强势的英雄，感觉还有大有作为，但是那波落地是怎么回事啊？我先来给大家翻译一下好不好 ？Okay, so because mentioned about the hero, we will really like to know. So what about like happened like in the beginning of the game in the game 6? Because I think you really good at use this hero. 当时就是第6把的时候开始，怎么就虚了呢？
没有，也没有。第6把不是回阳也赢了吗？出来也杀人。但是那个落地架的话，我太心急了，我想快跟他打，然后被溜了嘛。
真的有点可惜。So like I think I still really good at this hero because like in the Realm of Beyond I just won the Realm of Beyond. But for me I think in the beginning of the game because it's the game 6 I'm really like in a hurry. That's why a little bit hurried like make some mistakes in the beginning fighting with the opponent. That's why I just died once in the beginning of the game. 没关系啊，其实这把其实打的还是很不错的。那我觉得应该也挺准备就绪给大家送出福利了，对不对？准备好了 ？OK, I think I'll please prepare and let's start counting. 给我们倒计时吧。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. OK, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请轩辕给我们公布一下答案到底是哪个。
答案是 A.
Yeah, the correct answer is A. And congratulations. Okay, and also we would like to know, because it's like the half of the season, and I would like to know how you look about the like bi-weekly final. So how you comment on yourself, and so far what's your ambition? 那这边我们要不得不提了，其实对于轩辕来说，这一个双周的2天征程已经打完了，常规赛的征程。接下来我们即将面对的又是一个周决，前2个周决觉得自己打下来感觉怎么样？然后对于这个即将到来的周决，自己有没有说法？
看状态和运气吧。名次越高越好。
那肯定，有没有一个目标？比如说前多少名是你的一个目标？
那肯定是冠军嘛，其他的都是感觉还好。
我觉得这个心态就很好，对不对？我们电竞选手的目标永远是奔着冠军而去的。Okay, so for me, I think for the upcoming bi-weekly final, I will try my best as much as I can to get the score in the matches. And I think for me, my ambition in the bi-weekly final still is the championship, because like all the esport player, no one don't like the championship. 我觉得这个状态真的非常好，既然奔着冠军，我们就期待一下你的表现，因为其实这个赛季对于单排来说也是个大洗牌嘛，那就期待接下来你的表现，好不好？那我们就说加油啦 ！Okay, cheer up. We would like to say good luck and cheer up to 轩辕 and thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are completing our second day of the bi-weekly 3 solo genuine. Just like all the competitors, they say, I just really care about the championship. That's what we're working towards. And all this is really practice going into it. And you just see how fierce the competition is with the latest patch. He even talked about what you were saying, Moxie. Viper. I was like, what is the chances of him running it one more time? There's a little bit of limit testing. Now, it is his day 2, so I understand why he didn't want to bust it out. Now, if he was like a little bit more points, he probably would have kept it going. And maybe in next patch, if they update it for Nbpl, he might bring out the Viper again.
I love that ASE, like the new team, just experimenting with really strange things, like Zhanyuan in solos with the Viper, and then if you caught it, trios. The trios team have been trying to figure out whether Lani is going to be fitting in a trios meta anytime soon. And now that we've, moved patch and that V2 has been having a lot more value, I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that we get to see ASE maybe again reattempt that Lani trios composition, because it's always fun to get to see what the trios meta is going to be heading in with the CC chain that they've been trying to set up with that composition and flying knives thrown onto the mix. I feel like that's a recipe for a lot of really nice eliminations.
Yeah, flying knives, Lani, definitely the staple of this current meta. And I would say out of all the metas I've really seen, kudos to the devs of bringing out really fun weapon, really fun character. Pretty much, I would say most of the players are welcoming it with open arms. And then like the retune of Viper, making her very strong, but still not making her to the point where she is meta at the pro league. She's more of like that kind of just not enough power to make it consistent, just because her multi-way isn't as good. But overall, like very exciting day. My favorite moment of the day, definitely, Moxie, was that Temi fight to start it out, and just how strong the stagger is. But also, it was extremely skilled for them to land those situations over. It's very hard to accurately land the Temi on that thin, because when you saw Rano and Shenyuan go for it, they didn't have as much success.
Yeah, I think my favorite moment of the day was Star getting, what was it, 5 jump LMP spare connections on that poor player stuck on the pillar, which, would have made like the top 2, but it just closes up over the Temi, because of the fact that it was the legendary staff that that Star had parried from that same player's hands. So you're kind of beating yourself to your own death with your own weapon, which is definitely a feels bad position to be in. But then again, always Edward is definitely going to be thinking twice about flexing that Volpine essence in the future, as is, I'm sure, every player who get their hands on it. Plus, the teams that have now figured out that if there is going to be a Temi lockout, an objective changes. Instead of prioritizing Spirit Well, you prioritize taking the Temis down. So I feel like the strategy of running 2 Temis and trying to play for that endgame situation was one we're going to see today. but not after today, given the amount of focus fire those two timings received.
Yeah, looking at the overall leaderboards, I definitely was surprised that Verse was able to take this. And it's still strange to me seeing Verse under WBG's banner just because Spider was there for so long. But he's representing and filling those shoes very well. Like you see his points, 21 and 23. Definitely a very, very dominant performance. Now he still has a little bit to go to be like Mike at 42 points, but 21 points is still a massive, massive game. And looking at the trios, a map rotation, just Predorio on a different spot. Trios are always ends on Predorio, while solos just goes back and forth. What a lovely day of solos, Moxie, and what a lovely outfit you're wearing. The Hello Kitty just going really, really hard. I just not the biggest fan of Hello Kitty, but I gotta say NARAKA has been doing really, really big moves, and all of the new collaborations definitely bringing a lot of traction and prestige to the game that we all love.
Yeah, we love, we hot and stan the Sanrio collab and the Sanrio song, which Raven will tell you this way. Raven will tell you every single time that comes along, I am singing and dancing to it, just hoping that I don't get hot mic, because oh boy, this situation that would be in. But I think, yeah, it's definitely my favorite collab that they've done so far, and I'm really excited to get to see the future that NARAKA has this season, because it does feel like these players are just figuring things out, right? This is the first week that we've had flying knives, so we're going to see that weapon tech advanced significantly in the coming weeks. We're already getting to see things like the ACOS F1, getting to find new ways of being able to come on out from that one, and I'm sure trios are going to keep the surprises coming, so make sure that you do not miss all of the action. It will be starting at the same time tomorrow. But until then, I've been Got Moxie, I've been joined by Raven PLZ, and from everyone here at Nbpl, have a very lovely rest of your day. Goodbye, everyone.